Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 3 of the story of the Lost Fox. Summary. In this alternate universe, Naruto Uzumaki lost everything the day the hidden leaf turned its back on him. Banished after another successful mission, Naruto was left to rot. If it weren't for the unwilling nine-tailed passenger sealed inside him, he might have given up entirely. But Kurama refused to let his host break. Fast forward 10 years. Naruto is no longer the loud, desperate kid seeking the village's acknowledgment. He has built an incredible new life for himself alongside Shizuka and Shion, leaving the past in the dust. But peace never lasts. Now, the Hidden Leaf village has come knocking again, desperate for the hero they threw away. Konoha wants their weapon back. But in Naruto's book? They are far too late. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Episode 11. Main Shrine. As everyone was chatting and laughing, Naruto began the cleanup in the kitchen when he was approached by Matatabi, who moved as silently as the kittens she leads. Naruto, I need a word. Sure, Naruto said as he was working on the dishes. What can I do for you? She smiled, moving to assist him. Well, one of my favorite kittens reported a new threat landing in the port. Naruto nods, awaiting her to continue, which she does. Seems there is a snake looking to capture Shiren. That caused Naruto to pause and let out a very threatening snarl, looking at her with his eyes instantly becoming a bright reddish-orange. He what? Matatabi would never, ever tell a soul how terrifying and seductive she found Naruto in his moments of protectiveness, though she shelves that naughty anti-nephew erotic novel for later as she responds to said nephew's words. It seems that Orochimaru has landed in Lodinia port with a kunoichi named Girin. Their two objectives are find a medic, which we guess is Kabuto, and capture Shiren to take his body to fight you. I want his hide on my desk by midday, Mata. If not, then you can forget all your sushi bar privileges for the next year. Naruto states, causing the two-tailed cat to pale for a split second before getting murderous. Right away, she says, before vanishing out the door. No way would she let that snake ruin her pampered lifestyle here in demon territory. She'll call in every kitten she has if she must. Kurama bursts into the kitchen upon hearing the snarling growls of Naruto, who was pacing left and right, clearly worked up about something so much that his chakra was spiking chaotically, with cracks forming on the floor and ceiling. Oh boy. She hadn't seen him this pissed since. Well, ever. Moving carefully, knowing an angry kitsune isn't to be taken lightly, and not knowing what set him off, she navigates this minefield with maximum difficulty. She speaks slowly and softly, as his senses are likely heightened by his rage. Naruto. Otuto? What's wrong with you? Naruto's slit orange eyes lock on those of the reds of Kurama, who was staring back at him with concern. For a solid 10 seconds, nothing happens until he breaks the silence in a breath below a whisper so only her canine-level hearing could pick it up at this distance. Her eyes widen, and now she too is snarling up a storm. Now Shion, Shizuka, and Karen burst into the room to see the two absolutely livid kitsunes snarling and pacing, their eyes glowing with their own power's fluctuations, which were affecting the surroundings. Shion approached the duo, and when they both snapped at her, her mere presence calmed them enough to prevent them from escalating further and slowly come to terms with the situation. Taking several deep breaths, Naruto finally addresses them, or more accurately, Shizuka. Shizuka, I need you to keep an eye on the kids alongside Yujito until further notice. Kurama will also remain here. Dress for full combat and keep your sword close. Am I clear? The absolute seriousness of his words and tone caused Shizuka to turn from loving wife and mother into the S-class kunoichi who happened to be a mother, all too eager to protect her babies. Eyes sharper than any sword known to man, capable of cutting through even space itself, her voice colder than the void. Who dared threaten our babies? That rogue snake. Mata is hunting him. Her entire clouder has been tracking him and his associates since they landed on our homeland. Naruto informs, looking to Shion. I know the plan was for both of us to attend the talks out in the town center, but I do not think that is wise. Thus, until I have confirmed his death, you will stay at my side at all times beyond the shrine. Am I clear? Shion nods firmly, clear worry on her face, but her love and faith in her husband were unmatched. He will protect her, and the others will protect the family. This is what they have prepared for, and no doubt, they will deal with it with the strength that made them into the legends the world knows them to be. Naruto then looks at Karen, who stiffened under that intense gaze. Karen, you and Anoka will remain with me and Shion. Your sensory abilities, paired with our combined chains, mean that even our own family couldn't break through that barrier of defense. Karen nodded, understanding the thought process. As if they were defense, he was attack. The added benefit of her being able to warn Naruto of any trouble back here so they could return. I understand. They returned to the family room, where everyone looked back at the returning group. Yujuto had never seen her brother this angry and focused, not even when he had saved her from those God Tree resurrectors. Thus she stood immediately, her squad matching her intensity as Naruto spoke without words to her. The silent conversation between the two was unusual outside of combat, but it must be serious, and no doubt concerned the children. When Yujuto hissed, it was clear that she was not amused by the news. Naruto nodded with a growl, matched by both Kurama and Yui. Yujuto then looked to Samui. Samui, today, you will go with Naruto in my stead. This surprised everyone, including both Naruto and Samui. Naruto spoke up. I thought I said. Yujuto glared at her brother, silencing him. She stays here, Naruto. No arguments. He growls at her. Since when? She hissed back with such intensity. None had seen them genuinely argue like this. His growling rivaled her groans as they stared one another down, everyone's gaze flowing from one to the other as it continued for a solid half-minute. Naruto's snarling was halted by Shion, who placed her hands on his arm, drawing his attention to her gentle smile, speaking softly to try and assuage his clear concern. It is for the best. I will be safe here with the children. Go, be the leader of our people. The leader our people are proud to be under. It took a moment before he slowly stood up and nodded hesitantly, taking another deep, calming breath, looking back at his sister. Fine. Shion stays, and Samui is with me. The rest are on full alert. I will warn the Hyuga to stay clear of the shrine unless I accompany them directly. The cross-armed, still glaring Kumo Jonin known as Yujuto-ni, nods once firmly, not letting up and still rather high-strung, having never had such an argument with her brother like that. She needed to calm down too, just as he clearly was trying to. Okay. I will call upon my Hellcats too. Not many, as no doubt Mata is leading the charge. Naruto nods before looking to the kids, who were all sitting silently, clear worry and concern on their faces. Matsuri and Kalia were equally concerned, though Gaara and Kankuro looked ready to kill something. Temari was a mix of the two. Naruto speaks up. Mari, stay here with the others. Kankuro should be better as an escort for Gaara today. None of the kids are permitted to leave the grounds of the main shrine at any cost. Temari nods, knowing Naruto would only directly order her to do something if it was of sufficient importance. She wasn't going to argue with him now. Gaara got up, as did Kankuro, recognizing the cue to leave. Samui and Anoka also got up and headed over to the group, though Yakumo raised her hand, having never seen this side of Naruto before. Is this the man Naruto had become in his time away? Able to order around Jonin and Kaiga from other villages without questions or backtalk? Naruto sees his, for lack of a better term, childhood friend with her hand up, nods to her, and allows Yakumo to speak. I am guessing that something is wrong, yes? And upon his nod she continued, is there anything we can do to help? We aren't really frontline fighters, support at best, but our genjutsu is pretty. Kurama takes this. Yes, in fact, I shall be able to utilize your skills here and get a measure of them at the same time. Worry not, we will all have our part to play. Yakumo and Neela both nodded, not putting voice to the fact that this commanding Naruto, in absolute control of the family's defense, was slightly more intense than before. Neela knew of her friend's crush on the boy before he left, so no doubt those budding feelings are reasserting themselves at his grown-up form. Even she will admit that she herself would definitely not say no to the blonde shinobi. Naruto leads his party out of the main building, after gearing up for war, obviously, and proceeds to the outhouse to inform the Hyuga of the changes. Guest house, Hyuga residence. The door was answered by Hanabi, who was surprised at the group before her. Is there a problem, Regent? Naruto's response was swift and uncompromising. Not in so many words. I must speak with your clansmen in attendance immediately. I do not care if they are sleeping or showering. As he steps in, his group is at his side. It took 10 minutes to gather them all together, and it was clear that neither Naruto nor his group were amused or happy by that fact. It was also clear to them that they were not here for a social call, as they were in their respective nations' uniforms with headbands somewhere on their persons. Despite only being a chunin for Kumo, Samui had a dark purple jonin flak jacket that pressed her sizable bust flush and supported it far better than her chunin vest would. She also had a demon headband that suggested she was acting as demon jonin in place of Kumo. Same with both Anoka and Karen. Kankuro had foregone his usual headgear and had a Suna headband on his forearm, and a standard Suna flak jacket atop a dark black jumpsuit. Gaara had his regular red coat and gourd. Though this was a first for them seeing Naruto in his standard demon jonin attire. Black boots leading into Umbu-style cargo trousers, a belt with the Land of Demon Shinobi Hayate acting as the belt buckle. A black long-sleeve undershirt, though you could see the underlying mesh at certain points as the padded armor blocked the rest. His dark purple flak jacket had many pockets loaded with scrolls, no doubt his sealing supplies, and his long katana was on his back. Naruto spoke up, breaking the room's silence. I was informed of a threat that arrived last night in the northern port town of Lodinia. That certainly drew everyone's full attention to him, even more so than before. He continued, as such, until our forces hunting them down report their destruction and present the bodies as proof, I am locking down the shrine grounds and placing the area under lockdown. You are not permitted to travel anywhere without a kitsune or hellcat guard. Anyone caught beyond this house without one will be assumed hostile and dealt with accordingly. This is not up for debate nor is it negotiable. The seriousness of his expression and words got through to even the most arrogant of the Hyuga party. Hayashi, speaking for the group, said, I see. Is there anything that we can do to assist? No. Naruto's swift response, looking at the man. We have it in hand, and as our invited guests, your safety is assured, as well as my own family. I have spoken with our security forces, and both a kitsune and a Nikomata will be assigned to your residence for early warning and protection. Hayashi nods in understanding. What of our meeting later today? The lunch? Naruto nods. It will still be happening. Kugo, my second strongest hunter, will be here to escort you to the main building when we are ready to receive you. He will also be the guard for this guest house. Hinata speaking next. What about you called them Nikomata, yes? Naruto nods. Nikomata or Hellcat, they don't mind either title. I'm not in command of them, but I have no doubt that Yujuto, their leader, will dispatch one of equal strength. They will likely remain inside the house, so you're unlikely to spot a cat roaming the halls at some point. Please don't be alarmed. Hinata nods but feels she has to ask. What of those already in the shrine? Will? None of your concern. Naruto cut off, not in the mood for her antics right now. Though, if you wish to come to town for the meetings there, We are heading out now, so please get ready immediately. We will be out until lunchtime. Hayashi nods, standing along with Hinata and Hanabi, along with his father, all wanting to try and make headway before their meeting at lunch. Hayashi speaks for the now standing group. We shall prepare ourselves immediately. It took a surprisingly short 5 minutes before the foursome returned and headed out with the demon shinobi group. Upon their exit, they found Kugo already on station, standing guard in his full combat form, jacket and all. Though, surprisingly, a tanuki of similar size was opposite him, named Tama, wearing a similar jacket with the Suna insignia. Naruto glanced at Gaara, catching his subtle smirk and nod, earning a nod from the blonde, before he turned to his subordinate, speaking in fox tongue. Kugo, I leave this to you. Kugo nods firmly, his eyes determined. We shall not fail you, leader. Naruto and Gaara nodded in agreement, with the latter looking at the tanuki, who held her head high proudly. I am counting on you, Tama. She nods just as firmly as her kitsune counterpart. Our pride will not allow for failure. Hayashi was impressed and assured of the clan's safety. He had seen the reports from the battle in the Land of Forest, heard the recounting from his daughters of the kitsune's battles in Fang and Southern Wind Country. Having the second strongest, supported by the tanuki, was an honor and a privilege that many haven't had the courtesy of having. Oni no Kuni Town. Arriving at the town, the signs of the festivities were clear as day, with the hustle and bustle in full effect. The people were out in force, searching for deals and enjoying the early bird sales available to them. Naruto's presence did not go unnoticed but also barely dented the atmosphere, as many smiled and waved at him and his group, who returned the warm welcome from all around. It had become silently acknowledged by the people that the two redheads were part of the regent's family, though it was also known to keep that on the down low. Thus, they got waves too and smiled and waved back. No words needed beyond that. The first stop was the Mist Consulate, which was on the way to the main entrance of the docks. May and her team would likely want to meet the King of Moon, so meeting them beforehand was a must to show their united and mutual understanding towards their joint ally. Upon their arrival, the Mist Shinobi saluted them, and in less than a minute, May, Utakata, and Chojuro arrived with smiles. May smiled at Naruto and his party but also noticed their guarded posture under the diplomatic smiles. Oh, what a party, Naruto! Even in your shinobi gear, you look positively charming. Naruto shook his head at her antics, offering a soft chuckle. Speak for yourself, Lady Mizukage. You are as beautiful as you are deadly, regardless of the occasion. I figured that, as King Michiru and his son are arriving in a little while, you would want to join us in greeting them. May smiled at the forethought and nodded firmly. My, what a brilliant thing to do for us! She noticed that every other member of the alliance was represented, and so she was the missing part. Though the Hyuga was present, no doubt Naruto was throwing them a bone as state guests, so she passed over that for now and responded. Yes. That does sound grand. Shall we proceed then? The group proceeded together through the streets, occasionally seeing the samurai on patrol keeping the peace, offering nods to the passing envoy, who nodded back. Hayashi and his father noticed the star-filled eyes of the people directed at them as well as the group as a whole and stiffened their backs and held their heads a bit higher. Yes. This was a wise choice indeed, aligning themselves with the head family of this nation. This group had been spotted by Kakashi and Sakura when they were at the Mist Consulate, and had rushed back to the hotel beside the sand building. Thus, the Leaf team, consisting of Tsunade, Kakashi, Yugao, Hana, Shikamaru, and Sakura, managed to catch them waiting at the northern gate. Karen had informed Naruto of their approach, having memorized their signatures from the previous night's meeting, and he would have groaned had he not been in diplomacy mode. He didn't want to deal with them right now, but he was required to as they approached. He caught the surprise at his shinobi outfit, far different than before, as he looked more like a jonin ready for war with his jonin vest, a hetai belt buckle, long katana on his back, twin kunai pouches, and discreetly guarded posture. Looking back at them, he smiled diplomatically. Lady Hokage, what brings you out this way? His voice snapped them out of their observations of his gear. Tsunade responded, noticing the title use, thus, official mode. Ah, Regent. I had heard you and your party were heading this direction and was curious as to whether there was a situation developing or a meeting going on. Naruto nodded, noticing the group's possible combat capabilities were well thought out. Tsunade, Sakura, and Hana could be both support or frontline. Kakashi and Yugao were vanguards with Shikamaru in the middle for analysis. However, they also made a decent diplomatic group with the Hokage and 2 clan heirs and guards. Naruto spoke up after that thought, informing them of his group's intent. Well, I had been informed that King Michiru was arriving momentarily, so we are here to greet him and his party. As allies, Lady Mizukage and Lord Kazekage are present. As guests of the state, Lord Hyuga has been offered the right to accompany me, and he has chosen to bring his council along. Tsunade nods once in understanding. Though, as she overlooks Naruto's group, she spots the 2 redheads. Karen, the Uzumaki from last night, whom she was familiar with, but the second was the one from Shikamaru's report on the raid in Wave. Red hair, paired with black hair, short in stature, and petite in frame. She blinked, once then twice, before realizing that even with their proximity and visually seeing her, she couldn't sense her presence nor her chakra. Her confusion flashed across her face briefly, but she wasn't the only one, as all her shinobi were experiencing the same thing. Naruto's group noticed this and were confused, except for the Uzumaki, who smirked and chuckled, while Karen turned her back to avoid bursting out in laughter. Gaara and Mei looked to their fire counterpart, and voiced their confusion. Mei asked, "What's wrong? You all look rather confused right now." Tsunade looks at Mei, taking note of the amusement in the Uzumaki's posture, but voices her confusion. We can't sense." She pauses before looking back at Naruto and the mystery redhead, who looks at Naruto. He sighs before introducing his clanswoman. "Lady Hokage, Leaf Contingent. Allow me to officially introduce my clanswoman, who was at the Battle of Wave. Anoka Uzumaki." Anoka bowed her head slightly. "Nice to meet you." Tsunade nods back. "Likewise. Though how come I can't sense you? Your presence is... Well, I can't tell you that, or certain parties would no doubt dispatch shinobi here to get me again," Anoka informed, earning raised brows from the Leaf team. Shikamaru put the pieces together the fastest, and sighed hard again, now understanding why certain parties had asked to describe her. The Nara spoke lowly. "Danzo, right?" The 3 Uzumaki nodded at his correct deduction, and Tsunade pinched her nose in irritation, now seeing the same connection as her Nara subordinate. The reason he was interested in the description was that this Anoka had somehow been found by Root, and she escaped, stumbling upon Naruto, who has been protecting her since. Damn it. Now it makes sense why Root had moved so swiftly into the country. To try and recover her for whatever reason, and to make a beachhead for further exploitation. The others present all narrowed their eyes at this information. It had already been shared among the demon forces and their allies that Danzo was the head of the blank-masked ANBU known as Root, or the Foundation in public. Thus, if he was interested in the Uzumaki, it couldn't be good. Even more so, as Naruto, a key member of the alliance, was a member of that particular, near-extinct clan. Both Mei and Gaara made mental notes to increase the defense of Demon, as no doubt Root would try to gather the last known 3 under its control somehow. The Hyuga also made a note about this. Perhaps if they could provide some assistance to either the Uzumaki clan or Danzo, then they could benefit from it regardless of which side things fall. Well, the old man thought that. The other 3 were clearly thinking of defending one of their fellow original 5 members. The elders were elated to find out about that particular fact, that the Hyuga were part of the original 5 clans, one of which was already extinct, with the other 3 soon to follow, making them the only ones left of such a mighty lineage. The last of the sage's lineage. A title they will soon be able to wear with pride. It will only add to their prestige. It was then that Karen jolted upright, stiff as a board, wide-eyed as she looked at Naruto, who noticed the tension and narrowed his eyes, asking her, "What is it?" This caught everyone else's attention, and many assumed combat was imminent, and they were certainly not wrong. Karen looked to Naruto and explained. The approaching caravan has a particular kunoichi I know works for the snake Sannin. A few other signatures are also shinobi but are suppressing their chakra to that of civilians. Naruto's eyes had hardened as he looked down to see the land of moon convoy approaching, as extravagant as always, and a perfect cover. Figured. He glanced over at both Mei and Gaara, who nodded to him in return, understanding his intentions. As he grabbed the handle of his sword, he spoke aloud. Lady Hokage. This grabbed the woman's attention. Her shinobi had also noticed the shift to combat stances and were preparing the best they could. However, they were unsure what to expect. Tsunade voiced her response, also preparing to fight. Yes, Regent? Naruto glanced back over his shoulder with all the seriousness a seasoned wartime shinobi could possess. It seems that your old teammate, and still rogue shinobi, is attempting to crash this momentous celebration. His subordinates are intermixed with the approaching convoy. What will you do? The Leaf team realized who he was referring to and naturally grew just as tense as the others. With their Hokage actually growling lowly. I see. Then, we shall move to assist you. If you would allow us to? Yugao, up front with me and Chojuro. Kakashi, aid Mei with ranged attacks. Hana and Utakata, any stragglers feel free to maul or melt them. Kankuro and Shikamaru, watch our backs. Tsunade and Hayashi, follow after us. Naruto instructs swiftly, surprising the Leaf team briefly, seeing how this was a surprisingly effective team, according to the Nara who was the fastest to collaborate with his suggestions. Sakura asked meekly, What about me? Pinky, stick with Hanabi, Hinata, under Samui's protection. I don't have time to figure out your three's combat abilities. Naruto reports as the caravan approaches its final stretch. Remember, hold off until Gaara gets the civilians and innocents clear. Sharingan and Byakugan should be safe to use. Immediately, the Hyuga's Byakugan flares to life, spotting the same thing Karen noticed. Kakashi lifts his headband as he stands beside the Mizukage. Naruto steps forward, blade drawn, alongside his brother of the blade, Chojuro, and his former guardian, Yugao, who is elated at being able to fight alongside her former charge and son of her late sensei. Before long, Naruto flared his chakra, and the drivers stopped immediately as he led the charge forward, with the vanguards following in his wake. Though they all felt the thin layer of sand moving past them, it took them Leaf members by surprise. However, the hidden sound shinobi among the group reacted immediately, leaping clear of the opening slashes and cuts. Hayashi catches the first takedown. His 32-palm technique was swift in its execution. A sound wave filled the air, sliced through by Naruto, who was far too used to that basic technique, thus his wind neutralized the wide-area attack. Perfectly timed, as if rehearsed, as both Yugao and Chojuro appear from his wake, cutting through the two Chunins at his front. All three blast forward, though a wall of crystals blocks them, forcing them to jump back. However, Tsunade appeared and with a single punch, cracks appearing across its face from the impact. A sonic wave erupted from the point of contact, and Kakashi appeared from nowhere, lightning blade in hand, punching through it with little effort, clearing the path that all five charged through. The enemy's response was several large shards of crystals flying towards them all, intercepted by blasts of lava, a perfect interception, allowing the now 6 vanguards to continue their engagement. On either side of the caravan, Hana's partners brought down the runners, and Bubbles captured or melted those attempting to slip away. Back on the front line, Hayashi ducked beneath a metal gauntlet that let out a high-pitched whistle, but noting the chakra produced, he leaped back, clear of it. Though as he does, Chojuro appears, cutting through the Jonin in passing, leaping off to clash with another. Finally, Guren takes the field directly, her own curse-marked shinobi charging forward, ordering, "Cover our retreat!" "Not happening!" she heard a new voice say, finding herself frozen. Unbeknownst to her, a certain Nara had snuck up and captured her with his shadow. Though she couldn't see where he was, she launched an omnidirectional attack, forcing his retreat and breaking of the tether. Taking a deep breath, regaining her mobility, Guren watches as Naruto slices through 2 of the curse-marked shinobi. Yugao appears, cutting off one's arm, before Chojuro lands a hammer blow to finish it. Kakashi uses the Raikiri to pierce the chest of the final one. Glaring, Gyurin turns back to find 4 puppets blocking her path, but even more worrying are the 6 large, lion-like cats hissing beyond them. A quick glance around shows that the Hokage and a Hyuga is on her right, a Miss Shinobi is at her left, Mizkage too, the demon Brad is flanked by the other 2 swordsmen, and on the ahead, Nara is flanked by the Kazekage and a redhead she does not recognize at her back. She is surrounded. Before she could finish molding chakra for her escape, chains erupted from the ground, wrapping her up and shutting down her escape. Recognizing the technique, she glared at the demon fox brat stepping forward, his own chains peeling out from his back. Gyurin of sound, huh? Thought you'd be tougher. Gyurin growls, responding through gritted teeth. Naruto Uzumaki, fox brat. You certainly live up to your reputation. You killed all my shinobi without remorse. Though I must ask. How did? Not important. Naruto waved that off, as he retrieved a seal from one of his vest's front pockets, smiling coldly. Gyurin would later swear that the Shinigami was at his back upon seeing it, cold sweat running down her neck as he spoke. Relax. You won't feel a thing. Probably. Gyurin's world went black as she lost consciousness. With the excitement over, the Leaf team was surprised when more shinobi, all wearing what they suspected were demon Hittite, arrived to assume control of the situation. The symbol was rather simple, an equilateral triangle with lines from each corner meeting in the center. It must mean something. Naruto gave them their orders to clean up the captured and clean up before leading the guests back to the front. Shikamaru fell into step with him, Karen on the other side, the shadow user speaking up. Naruto. That was a great strategy for an on-the-spot call like that. How did you think of it? Naruto glanced at the Nara, before explaining as if it were obvious. Well, I know my own people's strength and fighting style, and I have a general idea of you all. I served under Mei during the Civil War, fought against Yugao, so they are both self-explanatory. Karen and Anoka are my clansmen, so I know how they think, and they know how I'd move accordingly. Shikamaru glances beyond the blonde to the redhead, who nods firmly and adjusts her glasses. Naruto continues. Kakashi prefers abrupt surgical strikes with ninjutsu. Hayashi is a fully trained Hyuga like Niji, just faster with better decision-making as he leads a clan and is a veteran of war. Hana, as an Inuzuka, is perfect for running down opponents. Just pair those similarities, so if the plan has to change, those familiar with me can guide those not. He shrugged after that, and Shikamaru nodded. So you left those you couldn't pair up behind, Hinata and the other Hyuga, Sakura and that other demon shinobi. Naruto nods, though he knows Samui's strengths, he simply chose not to field her, as she would try too hard to impress him somehow, much like Hinata would have. That kind of attitude makes for a dangerous, close-in battle among civilians and combatants, even more so with loose cannons running amok. Yes. He feels like a hypocrite thinking like that. Tsunade and Kakashi were both impressed by his deductions and reasoning. Yugao was elated at her sensei's son's leadership capabilities. It was now a lot more believable than ever that the knucklehead had grown into a true leader of a country. Michira bellowed excitedly. Naruto! You are a hero once more! Naruto sighed, slumping his shoulders briefly, annoyed by his antics. Yeah. Not to worry about that all. Straightening up, he re-engaged his diplomatic side. I am glad you are unharmed, Your Highness. Michira nodded with a smile. Yeah. Thanks to you again. You too, Chojuro. Thank you both. Both swordsmen nod, Chojuro speaking up. It is fine, Your Highness. The no longer so rotund man nods as he shakes both their hands with his own, before noticing the group at large. Oh, such a welcoming committee. I am touched. Naruto nods firmly. Yes, allow me to introduce. He proceeds to introduce each member of his group with perfect precision and in order of importance to him directly. Not that anyone but Michira knew. When he got to the Leaf team. And then, we have the Hidden Leaf contingent. here to smooth over our troubled relations at current. Naruto, Karen, the Hyuga, and the Leaf Jonin caught the suppressed snort from Ichiraku, covered up professionally, even by shinobi standards, with a cough. I see. It should be interesting throughout the talks no doubt hosted tomorrow in the shrine, no? Naruto shook his head. Not holding it at the shrine, but more than likely at the Suna consulate. The main ballroom is far more accommodating. Michiru's raised brow alerted the Leaf contingent that he was not convinced and suspected that it was either a lie or at the very least not the truth. Naruto, however, maintained the smile, and the King of Moon eventually nodded. Very well. Can I assume that my private estate is ready for us? It is, Naruto confirmed, nodding once. As the Hyuga are using our guest house this time around, I ensured that it was up to scratch personally. The king smiled broadly, nodding repeatedly. Very well. Can we assume an escort? Naruto nods once. Of course, we can discuss that trade deal, as it is clear that you want some of our tulips for the upcoming event, no? Michiru chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Ah, yeah? You knew that, huh? You weren't exactly discreet. Naruto deadpans. Main shrine. Yujito entered the kitchen to find Temari preparing a mug of coffee, which earned a chuckle from the Kumo Jonin. Already tired, huh? Temari nods, yawning lightly. I haven't quite woken up fully yet. So, what brings you here? Yujito grabs a mug for herself. The same, actually. Chuckling at that fact. The two fall into a companionable silence. As Yujito leans against the unused hob, she spots the Uzumaki coffee left over from the morning on the central counter. It brings her brother figure to mind, and the Kumo Kunoichi asks, Say, Temari. Temari looked to her fellow blonde, Yujito, and continued. Remember last night, Naru spoke about his clan and stuff. About how they've been forgotten. Temari nods with a half-smile. Yeah, he was so defeated. She sighs at that, looking back at the kettle yet to boil. I overheard Anoka yesterday. She was really upset that they are the last. Yujito sighed at that, nodding. I know Naru said he's accepted it, but I know it's upsetting him too. It's the first time I've seen him not fight for it. She shrugged lazily. He's resigned to accept it. Kinda impossible to restart a clan with only 3 people. Temari snorted, looking to her. You mean like us Sabako are attempting to? Yujito blinked at that, unaware of that fact. Temari smiled softly, nodding. My brothers and I were the last Sabaka remaining. She sighed, looking back at the pot. It was a surprise when Gaara got a partner. Married and even has children now. None thought he'd pull that off. Kankuro was more likely, but everyone thought it'd be me to continue the family legacy. How'd things turn out the opposite? Yujito asks. Temari sighs, shrugs, and then looks at her Kumo counterpart with a half-smile. Nothing too complicated. All the good ones are taken, or too scared of my brothers or my name. Also doesn't help that my best friend is Naru, leader of the alliance of 3 of the 5 great villages. Yujito chuckled at that, nodding. I could see how that could be rather intimidating to most. Temari nods once, noticing the pot is almost there, so looks to the cat summoner and asks, What about you? Surely you'd have. Yujito snorted at that, shaking her head. I am considered the little sister of both the 8 tails, the perfect Jinchuriki of Kumo. The Reikage, and my brother happens to lead one of the most powerful alliances of shinobi in the elemental nations. Temari chuckled as she took the kettle, turning off the hob. Same boat. Same boat, Yujito confirms as they watch the Suna princess pour out their drinks. An intrusive thought makes itself known, and Yujito voices it without conscious thought. What about Naru? As a partner? It took a full 10 seconds before they both froze, staring at their drinks. Temari looked to Yujito rather mechanically and slowly pulled out one of the privacy tags Naruto had given her. She rarely used it, so she placed it gently on the island counter and activated it. Temari waited a full 30 seconds before asking carefully, Are you being serious right now? Yujito inspects the small barrier briefly while maintaining eye contact. She speaks slowly, beneath her breath and not allowing her thoughts to form. Maybe. Depends on how strong this barrier is. Nara made it for me. Temari informs, and Yujito nods, understanding that level of verification. It was solid. Unbreakable. Yujito takes a breath. It's not like I haven't thought about it. Not that I allowed myself to dwell on it, though. My head isn't exactly a sanctuary. Temari nods slowly, understanding that. I see. Same boat again, then. Yujito slowly nods, sipping her coffee, eye contact maintained as the intensity remained steady, though she continued. He is fun and respectful. Temari nods, continuing the trail of thought aloud. Great with kids, treats me well too. Yujito nods, following up. He's strong yet kind. Temari nods, proceeding with. Let me be me, and bounce off my own quirks with his own. Yujito nods, sighing softly before saying. Matching my energy and upping it. Temari grins before nodding. He's a real tease, but never takes it too far. Yujito giggled at that, nodding frantically. His body is to die for. Chiseled perfection. Temari blushed rather prettily, chuckling nervously. He's warm and cozy. Those strong arms are heavenly. Yujito matches the blush, gulping hard. I know. I had the privilege of feeling them when he rescued me. Temari grins, sultrily intent growing. Our missions are always fun because he always pampers me. He treats me like a princess, and he's so cute. He does this thing where whenever I seem cold, his jacket is always placed over me. Or if in his fox form, his tails. Yujito nearly squealed, but managed to keep it largely contained. Man, I wish I were so lucky. Temari allowed herself to live in that moment for a few seconds before sighing deeply, shaking her head to return to reality. He's loyal, though. Yujito nods grimly, knowing that, and matches her Suna counterpart. Yeah. He'll turn us down if we move on him. Temari nods, as a new thought hits her. We'd have to convince Shizuka. Yujito snorted at that, sipping her coffee afterward, causing Temari to nod in agreement. After sipping her own coffee, Temari continued. Maybe going through Shion? Yujito muddled on that for a moment, before nodding. Taking a 0% to maybe 5%. Head shifting to the left. On a good day. Any other good men? Temari comments with a raised brow, and Yujito frowns and shakes her head in the negative, offering back. You. Temari shrugged. I did plan on that Nara from the leaf. He's smart, not too bad on the eyes, and a strategic genius who could keep me entertained. Yujito raised a brow and asked. What happened? Another shrug from the Suna princess. Abandoned Naru. Suna then cut ties with the leaf. Stopped being an available option. Yujito smirks. So if this deal goes through? Temari offered a familiar shrug. Dunno, at this point, I think I'm kinda hung up on Naru. Yujito lost her smirk, sighed hard, and nodded. We aren't the only ones either. Temari's chuckle was hollow. She shook her head. You've noticed it too, huh? Yujito snorted. Kinda hard to miss. Anoka, Yakumo, Kyoto, that Hyuga. Temari listed off, and Yujito nodded before adding. Relay from Mist, that Yuki from Naruto's story as a hunter of the mist. Temari nods. Right. I bet there are a few more. Yujito nods, swallowing thickly. I think Samui is pining for him. Mata might too. Temari shakes her head in disbelief. Shizuka is one damn lucky woman. Shion too. Yujito nods and sighs deeply, looking around the kitchen, then down at the seal, which is still glowing to show its active state. We really need to find suitable men before we do something we'll regret, right? Temari nods mournfully. We do. Naruto is way too supportive for our own good. Oni no Kuni, King Michiru's holiday villa. Within the elegant, castle-like western structure known as Moonstone Villa, Naruto's group, the Leaf contingent, and the Hyuga delegation sat. All were seated in the comfortable, fireplace-warmed lounge, enjoying a beautiful view of the forests beyond the town, as it overlooked the northeastern forests, being on the edge of town. Utakata slipped away at some point, no doubt another whim of his. None paid it much thought. That is just who he was. The many servants who traveled with the king and prince were already hard at work, and the guests were all gathered in the room. The finest tea and snacks were presented as Michiru sat at the end with a cup of tea. Naruto was on his direct left, and Samui stood behind him, acting as his direct guard. Karen sat beside him, and Gaara sat at the other end, with Kankuro acting as a guard behind him. Mei faced Naruto, sitting opposite, Chojuro at her back, Hayashi beside her, Tsunade next to him. Her shinobi were scattered around the room, Yugao directly behind the Kage, Kakashi leaning against the wall behind her, Shikamaru at the bar with his own tea, Sakura and the Hyuga sisters with him. None of them noticed Anoka sitting a seat over from the Nara. With everyone settled, Michiru spoke up. So, Naruto. I know today is the first day, but I have to ask, why are you greeting me directly? Naruto sips his tea, giving him the perfect amount of time to contemplate his answer, before speaking up. Well, I have little doubt that you have heard the rumors regarding my activities as of late. No one missed the glance Michiru took towards the Hokage, who had to put on a blank face to escape the embarrassment that her village was facing. Though the king answered, Yes. Many of our trade partners have brought it to my attention. Naruto nodded, expecting as such, so he continued. Due to that, and the actions of our allies hiding my activities from the Land of Fire, the Leaf was unaware of the consequences of their actions. Thus, their presence here. Michiru nods, understanding that the Leaf is probably in a bad way right now, as their actions thus far have not been taken well by the other small nations trying to capture him in the neutral nation of Wave. Going so far as to start a fight in the port among civilians. I see. So, what is it that you want from me this time? Naruto shakes his head before looking to the Hokage, who catches his gaze briefly, then breaks away, returning his gaze to the king. He shrugs. That, my friend, is up to both of you. The last thing I want is to have to worry about people coming from my people when out on missions. Surely you'd also prefer to increase your clientele too. The underlying message was not lost on the king. Naruto was neither facilitating nor endorsing the isolation or forgiveness of the Land of Fire, but rather did not want to give them a reason to continue pursuing him. He wants peace so that he and his allies can continue to fight the good fight. Mei takes this moment to speak up. Although I agree with the sentiment presented by the regent, all eyes fall on the water shadow. I also think that this decision is not one to take lightly. After all, we have numerous reports of attempted forgery, aggravated assault, attempted abductions of minors and civilians, to name a few. Tsunade was thankful she kept her poker face on, but the other Leaf shinobi looked nervous. Those charges were not wrongly placed. They had done all of that, with the proof being their own bingo book. Why hasn't the council gotten rid of it yet? Shikamaru mimed. Troublesome. Taking a sip as this was growing into an increasingly steep upward battle. Looking back at the leaders of this country, the Hidden Mist, and the largest tourist destination in the elemental nations. Michiru nods to confirm that. That is true. Even I have heard about the altercation in the Land of Wave. It is said that it was only thanks to Naruto's actions that no civilians were harmed. He looks to the blonde at his side, nodding in respect. I thank you for that. Naruto did not respond verbally, nodding once. The large man turned to the Hokage, addressing her. What do you have to say about these matters? Tsunade nods, sighing as she lowers her cup, using the same tactic Naruto had used not long ago. Composing herself, she says, I will not hesitate to say that we were in the wrong there. From the reports from my own shinobi, the primary report shared with my council and me, from Jonin Shikamaru Nara, who I have brought with me today, did suggest that Naruto did indeed fight defensively until the civilians were clear. That he focused on defending against us, up until his family was directly threatened. All could see that she was swallowing many hard lumps in admitting that. Naruto caught the smothering of a smirk from Mei, as she no doubt had caught his discreet observations on her or suspected it. A quick glance at his side, past Karen, showed Gaara's imperceptible smirk fade from the subtle attention Naruto was giving him. Tsunade continued, However, it was not our intention to fight the world. We just needed to have him return to the village, as it was evident to us at least, that Iwagakure and Kumogakure were bolstering their forces. Naruto and Mei shared a look, a silent conversation, that passed everyone's notice except Karen, Sakura, Hayashi, and Shikamaru. Michiru spoke up, leaning forward, addressing the Hokage. And now? Tsunade sighed, meeting the man's dark eyes with her honey-brown ones. We now know that he is out of our reach. That our actions might have brought on the very war we are not prepared for. Kumo has 2 Jinchuriki. As does Iwagakure. We believed, before we came here, that we and our allies had the one, and recovering Naruto, holder of the strongest, would be enough to hold them back and ensure our safety. Mei raised a brow at that, breaking her silent conversation with Naruto off and looked to the Hokage. Allies? Which Jinchuriki do you think you have access to? But before Tsunade could answer, Naruto did. My sister, Fu. All eyes fell on him, so he elaborated. During her debrief yesterday, Fu told me what you said to her, Lady Hokage. It is clear now that you and your council had assumed Takigakure still held control over the 7 tails. Right. Upon Tsunade's nod, Naruto continued. Their council, in an ironic twist of fate, followed the example of yours, and upon hearing of the Akatsuki threat, cast her out in the same manner as I was. The Leaf teams all looked away from that. Naruto didn't care to acknowledge their guilt and finished up with. Thankfully, she was already on good terms with her tenant. Thus, she was guided to me, and vice versa. She has been at my side ever since. You should really check in with your allies more often and not assume they are your allies before making such assumptions. We always ensure our own are well taken care of, and the same in reverse. Michiru smiled at that. Naruto had his honeymoon in his lands, and he pops in to visit randomly on occasion just to catch up. Though Michiru also suspects that it's to escape one wife or the other. Mei smirks at the underlying jab, at the Leaf's own lack of awareness from their partners and allies. Clearly, they haven't been paying attention to Waterfall if they didn't know that they had banished their own Jinchuriki, years after the fact. That is both poor form and bad taste, in her humble opinion. Tsunade let out an exasperated sigh at that. They were right. Assuming things was a one-way ticket to disaster. Their pursuit of Naruto was a case in point. They just set out to retrieve him whenever they spotted him, not thinking much else about it beyond grabbing him before he vanished again. Only to learn bits and pieces as they went. Like his father status. Then, his marriage status. Then the fact that 3 hidden villages have claimed him as one of their own. Had they succeeded in capturing him, or his family, the Leaf would be facing at least 7 different bijou and 3 hidden villages with only Waterfall as support. No doubt IWA, smelling the blood in the water, would leap at the chance to wipe them out. Total destruction would follow. Hayashi was the one to break the silence, having been so quiet himself this entire time. Being that as it may, I have been curious about the relationship between the 4 of you, King Michiru, Lady Mizukage, Lord Kazekage, and Regent. Michiru nods once, explaining. As my land is an island nation, our closest hidden village is none other than the Hidden Mist. The bulk of our requests go through them. As Naruto is a registered Miss Shinobi, he often assists with larger escort missions when he has time. Mei nods, looking at her Jonin. I still don't know if you ever actually sleep or spend time with the kids, you work so damn hard. Naruto chuckled, scratching the back of his head, but Gaara spoke up. I agree. He also somehow managed to clear his paperwork too. It is rather annoying. Mei nods, staring at the regent who pulled out his regal posture and poker face. Tsunade sees this as a perfect chance to ask about that. It has been bugging her since she first saw in the bingo book that Naruto was a jonin for Mist, Suna, and Kumo. It was absurd that one active shinobi could hold multiple ranks in different villages. Though before that, Karen is seen whispering to Naruto, who nods repeatedly. She then pulls back and Naruto says, I am sorry everyone, but I have another meeting to attend. Naruto, looking at Hayashi, who himself only now noticed the time, nods in agreement and understanding. Naruto looks back at Michiru and says, I am sorry, Your Highness, but I will leave you with Lady Mizukage, Lord Kazekage, and Hokage, as we need to return to the shrine. The man waved him off. It is no bother. Can I expect an invite to the dinner party tomorrow night? I have been looking forward to Lady Shion's infamous pulled pork. Naruto chuckled, though both Mei and Gaara perked up, as did Chojuro, earning sweat drops from the Uzumaki in attendance. Karen asks, Infamous? Michiru nods so seriously that it sends a gulp throughout the room from the uninformed. It is probably the most tender, the most beautiful, and damn right addictive variation of the dish I have ever had the pleasure of consuming. After my first time, 4 years ago, I had my personal chef come with me the following year to taste it, and the man is obsessed with figuring it out. Mei nods and continues, I tried it during the wedding 7 years ago. She shakes her head in dissatisfaction. That taste is truly something you can't forget nor replicate. Gaara nods firmly, with more emotion on his face than many have ever seen from the man. It silenced Shikaku, forcing him to rethink his life choices. Naruto's sweat dropped at that, nearly face faulting. I thought it was the therapy. Kankuro shook his head. Pulled pork led to the therapy. Therapy led to this new Shikaku. The grandpa of the hidden sand. Naruto shook his head at that. He knew his Heims were special, none were more gentle than his light and heart of the family, but that was. He paused at that. Then again, she's an Uzumaki now. Beating the impossible is something they do, even against stacked odds. It clicked. Yep. His gentle grace is a miracle worker. It just makes sense. Naruto looks back at the group and shrugs. My light is awesome that way. I'll ask when we get back and send a messenger to confirm or deny the existence of the pulled pork dish at tomorrow's dinner party. Those in the know nod while swallowing, clearly excited at the prospect of dining on that heavenly dish once more this year. Naruto looked towards Anoka, who was behind Shikamaru. Shikamaru thought Naruto was looking at him, and raised a brow. Then Naruto spoke. Come on, Anoka. You know they won't sense you. Shikamaru, Sakura, and the Hyuga sisters looked around, only for Anoka to step out beside them, startling all 4 shinobi. The Uzumaki grin on Anoka spread to the others, as she spoke. I couldn't help it. They just made it easy. Karen shared a high five with her, Naruto shook his head in amusement, and Shikamaru glared death at the 3 Uzumaki for that stunt. He couldn't believe that he hadn't sensed someone was that close to him for as long as this meeting had gone on. With the Uzumaki/demon group gone, Tsunade fields the question that was on the tip of her tongue, voicing her inquiry to the remaining Kage. May I ask how it is that Naruto is a jonin in both your villages and Kumo? It doesn't make much sense to me. Gaara and Mei share a look. Mei shrugs before turning to her fire counterpart, speaking up. Originally, he fought under me during the Civil War. When I became the Mizukage, I appointed him as a jonin due to his mission record. Well over 100 A ranks, a few S ranks, and he defeated Yagura during the massacre of the water capital. Gaara took over, knowing that particular memory was hard for anyone from Kiri to talk about. During their recovery, he said, drawing all eyes to him. A silent thank you from Mei was noted as he continued. Naruto approached us for help to get them on their feet. I asked for help in return, as, at the time, we were still trying to stabilize our own situation after breaking away from you, the Leaf. Tsunade nods along to that. So, Naruto was originally just a mist shinobi. Gaara spoke up again. So, while he was helping us, we burrowed him from the mist. I issued him a Suna shinobi license, flank jacket, and everything. He ended up leading several defensive operations and one offensive action against IWA along the border with Fang and Claw. Enough to be listed in the IWA bingo book as soon as Wind Fox. Mei spoke up next. This helped alleviate the supply issue in Suna, who sent us their surplus, and a few other niceties to speed up our recovery. As much as I wanted to recall him, his work was doing better than we could have ever imagined. So, when Gaara approached us with this alliance proposal, part of which was the joint service agreement for Naruto and Shizuka, my council was all for it. Michiru chuckled. I recall that signing. It was so unique and memorable. I wanted to try adding us into it somehow. Mei and Gaara nodded. Then, Tsunade asked, what about Kumo? How did they get involved in it? Gaara nods, almost forgetting that. Well, I think it was about a year after the signing of the treaty, when Naruto, Shizuka, and Temari were out on a mission in the Land of Spring, that they came across Yujito-ni. Do not ask what exactly happened, as it is classified, but the short of it was that Naruto saved her from being captured by Akatsuki. Taking a sip of tea to wet his throat, Gaara continued. Naruto and Shizuka tended to her wounds, and then escorted her home to Kumo. This is where things are a bit spotty, as there is no official report, just generalities, as only Kumo, Naruto, and Shizuka know exactly what happened. Tsunade nods, truly invested in this story, and she wasn't the only one, as Mei had yet to hear it, and Michiru was always keen on these shinobi stories. The other Leaf Shinobi were also eager to find out about this. Gaara began again. Apparently, Kumo was aware of parts of the treaty between Suna and Mist. That some kind of joint training program existed between the villages. This led to Naruto fighting against numerous jonin. I don't know which ones, but apparently, he and Shizuka put up a fight good enough to earn their approval. The next thing I know, I have a Kumo delegation turning up at my gates with my sister, brother, and sister-in-law. A month later, Naruto is a Kumo jonin too. Tsunade nods, but Shikamaru asks, so, this alliance between the three allows a shinobi from any of your villages to work for the others on a temporary or permanent basis then? Mei and Gaara nod. Chojuro speaks up. I have worked for Kumo on several occasions, even wore their jonin vest a few times, leading a chunin squad. It is a very unique experience, but the second the chunin see your vest, they know that you are in charge. Kankuro speaks next. I have led a mixed squad of Suna and Miss Chunin on a mission investigating the Land of Sea. A very different mindset is needed to be effective, as our trainings are very different. Kakashi nods. Was it successful? Both jonin shrugged, speaking in unison. Sometimes. Mei's chuckle drew everyone's attention. Only Naruto has led a mixed squad from all three with no failures. Then there was that whole dreadful God Tree incident. Multiple things jumped out at the statement just made by the Mizukage. Firstly, Naruto has led a team of Mist, Suna, and Kumo shinobi. This explains how he was able to adapt during that brief skirmish with the Sound Shinobi. He has experience leading mixed teams. Secondly, he has yet to fail in leading them. Perhaps being a hero in two of the three, and respect gained from battling multiple jonin, helped with that. Thirdly, God Tree? What the hell? Tsunade asked the most logical question on her shinobi's minds. God Tree? Even Michiru lost his smile at the mention of it. The two Kages nodded firmly. Gaara spoke first. During the month of Naruto's wedding, all the Bijou gathered there to wish him well and the like. Even the IWA duo. Tsunade recalls this story from the Nine Tails, but allows Gaara to continue. When we noticed that the Three Tails hadn't shown up, Mei took over. We knew he had reformed but wasn't responding to calls from his siblings. Naruto informed them all about the Akatsuki group and their objective of capturing and extracting all the tailed beasts. They came to the conclusion that there was only one reason for such a thing to happen. Gaara took over now, as Mei had been reaching for her tea. With Naruto's parents sitting in on that discussion. He paused, recalling that roundtable discussion. Now that I look back on it. Both Mei and Chojuro nod at that. Kankuro speaks up. It was basically a Kage summit. With Kage from all the big five, the tailed beasts, and their containers. Sunda's eye twitched at the reminder that she wasn't there. Though Sakura spoke up, reminding everyone that she was still in the room. You say 5 Kage summit, but... Mei cut in. Ah, right, in place of Tsunade, Minato Namikaze was there. Still, he was a great man. I can see where Naruto gets his deliciousness from. Licking her lips at the end. Gaara moved swiftly on. Thankfully, Inoki knew they were in aim, so all of us went in to investigate and defeated each and every member of their group. After the battle, we rescued the Three Tails, and discovered they were planning on enslaving the entire world via a powerful genjutsu reflected off the moon. The Leaf team gawked at that, with Tsunade muttering, Is that? It is, Mei snapped, deafening the room again. Main shrine approach. Naruto's group's arrival back at the shrine was interrupted by a certain blonde. Miss Yamanaka, Naruto called out. The kunoichi turned on the balls of her feet, looked over, and saw Naruto leading a group of Uzumaki and Hyuga members, along with another blonde she didn't recognize. Naruto! The unfamiliar blonde glared at her, causing the Leaf kunoichi to freeze and readjust herself. Regent, I was just heading to meet you and… It's fine. Naruto waved her off, as she fell into step with him. It is rather fortunate that you met us, as the shrine is currently on lockdown. So yeah. Why is it in lockdown? A new threat arose last night. Until it is clear, the vulnerability of our strongest is being defended by our highest-ranking shinobi and summons. Naruto informs as they finally reach the perimeter of the main shrine. Main shrine. Ino gawked at the sight of the shrine being guarded by tall, muscular multi-tailed foxes, all numbering at least 6, along with other dog-like animals, all in armor and looking rather regal, though there were a few house cats dotted about. Looking to her fellow blonde, she bellowed, What the hell is going on? Naruto shrugged off her question as he approached the regal personified purple and black furred 8 tails at the entrance, calling up, Hey Cartriana! It's been a while. The vixen smiled and bowed its head, responding in a mellow, melodic voice. Naruto-sama. Welcome back. I am pleased to report that the Guardian Corps have yet to be required to engage in combat. The area is secure. Naruto nods and smiles. Good to know. Though, I will be sure to call upon you for our next hunting trip. It helps keep you in tip-top shape. She chirps rather cutely, for a fox of her size, and nods. I thank you for your consideration. However, I believe Lady Kurama is awaiting you inside. Naruto nods and leads his party inside. We'll meet her right away. As they reach the entrance, Naruto looks at Ino and says, Ino, I need your word that whatever you see inside, you do not breathe a word of it to anyone. If you cannot, then you will be escorted out. Turning back to the Hyuga, he continues, That goes for you too. Though, old man, you will be escorted back to the guest house. I do not trust you in the slightest. Naruto clicks his fingers, and 2 four-tailed kitsune appear before the man could argue, to which he huffed and grumbled but made his way back towards the guest house. Looking back at the other 3 guests, he asks again, Do I have your word that this is to remain on temple grounds? If not, then leave now. Hayashi was more than a little intrigued. Hinata and Hanabi were curious too, though Ino was the first to speak. I swear though, can I at least tell my dad? If we find out that he spilled the beans… Naruto began with a very serious look at his fellow blonde. Then my next hunting trip will be for any Yamanaka we find. Am I clear? She nods firmly, matching his serious gaze. I swear he won't tell another soul. Neither will I. Naruto looks at Karen, who nods to confirm. Then, all eyes turn to the Hyuga. Haishur nods and says, On my honor. Again, Naruto looks to Karen, offering a soft nod to confirm, with Hinata and Hanabi nodding along too. We swear. Upon Karen's confirmation, Naruto pushed the door open, and they were led into the heart of the nation. They found kids running around in a game of ninja tag, meaning the walls and ceiling were actively in use. However, when they saw Naruto's party entering, all action ceased, and most cried out variations of Papa! Or Uncle! But before the customary glumping could occur, Naruto raised his hand and time seemed to freeze. Go get cleaned up, we have guests as you can all see. Many eyes flickered to the unfamiliar faces, causing the 3 ladies to squirm slightly. Hayashi was uncomfortable too, though he hid it behind his blank mask of indifference. It lasted only 5 seconds before the many kids rushed off to clean up. Naruto sighed. I need a coffee. Karen and Anoka chuckle. Same. Spoken together in unison. Moving further inside the building, they cross a small flower garden before reaching the inner shrine, the family home of the Uzumaki family, not clan. Yakumo and Nilo were clearly exhausted from a hard day of training under the legendary Nine Tails. Ino perked up, surprised to find them there. Yakumo Kurama! The clan head looked up from the still elongated breakfast table. Oh, a Yamanaka? Naruto and Karen chuckled at that bland response. Ino huffed, but Naruto watched as his three princesses came out of the kitchen with fresh coffees and approached the newly arrived directly on cue. Naruto broke into a face-splitting smile as he took his offered coffee from his flower princess. Well, thank you, my flower warrior princess. Kushina giggled as her daddy hugged her one-armed, and the two little priestesses in training, Miroku and Saki, asked from the side, Papa! You're back for lunch? Naruto nods, looking from his eldest to his twin baby girls. I am Miroku. Can you and Saki ask your mothers too? No need, came Shion's voice. Looking up, Shion was standing with food being placed down on the table. Kurama mentioned your informal meetings this morning. I timed her training schedule around it. She's off helping Mata hunt down the snake in the grass. Naruto nods, understanding taking a load off his mind. Then the kids all came running back in, Kyoto holding baby Koki, and Shizuka holding baby Nami, trailing behind the stampede of children. Naruto returns to his full height, sipping his Uzumaki coffee while still holding his three daughters, as he turns back to the guests. Hayashi, Hinata, Hanabi, and Ino. Allow me to introduce you to my family. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Episode 12. Main Shrine. At that declaration, the four newcomers gawked at the number of kids, all smiling and waving at them, though Shizuka was the only one the Hyugas recognized from previous interactions. Despite enjoying the confused expressions, Shizuka approached her lovable husband and bonked him lightly, saying, Don't just leave it at that. Naruto chuckled nervously, though he knew he should elaborate before they thought ill of him, or something. Despite his own feelings on the matter, he had adopted them and they him, so making distinctions between them all seemed kinda redundant. He sighed, before doing as his wife had said. Okay. Even if I believe that to be true, I should elaborate clearly. All the kids grin up at that, knowing their dad saw them as his even if he wasn't biologically, though Naruto continued. My biological kids are here. Gesturing to his three girls and a boy who just stepped up. My oldest and proud defender Shiren. Naruto gestured to the lone male with him, who waved. Yo! Ino grinned. This boy was like a more mature Naruto, not some scrawny kid, and was way cooler with his blonde and black hair and a low dragon tail. His black boots and Umbu-style cargo trousers, paired with the basic gray t-shirt, were simple but practical. Similar thoughts went through two of the Hyuga's minds, though the last was comparing him to her records of a young Naruto-kun, seeing that the similarities were rather striking. Naruto gestured to the daughter dressed in similar simple attire, clinging to his side. This is my flower warrior princess, Kushina. My eldest daughter. Ino smiled brightly at that, almost cheering out. Hey! I'm Ino Yamanaka. My family owns a flower shop, and your dad was talking about you yesterday. I've been super excited to meet another flower enthusiast. Kushina's eyes seemed to sparkle at that, but her mind also refused to let Daddy go yet, so she was torn about what to do, but nodded repeatedly. Nice to meet you too. You should see our flower fields, they're the best in the world. Even Hyuga-san said it was impressive. Ino nodded rapidly, though Naruto had to cut in, or they'd never be done. Next up are my two little flames, my middle children. Karen takes his coffee wordlessly, sensing his intent, and Naruto places a hand on each of the priestesses in training. Miroku and Saki. Both are in training to take over for their mother as maidens of the shrine. Both girls performed a perfect formal bow and radiated the same gentle grace as their mother, albeit to a lesser extent, speaking in perfect unison. "It is an honor to welcome you to our shrine." The guests returned the gesture, though Ino did squeal at the sight of the blonde family. Naruto moved along swiftly, before she could spread the fangirlism among his princesses. Gesturing to his amazing wife, Naruto introduced, "My beautiful wife, whom you all probably read about in a bingo book, Shizuka. She is currently carrying our newest member, Nami." As Ino led the ladies' approach, both Karen and Anoka saw the 3 chains silently peel from his back, snake around, but remain hidden at his wife's back. Kushina and Shiren noticed this too, and both tensed in anticipation. Shizuka noticed the tensing of her 2 babies and Naruto's stiffened expression, which was locked on to the 3 ladies ogling her baby Nami, who was very similar to herself, with the only real difference being her eyes, which she got from her father. Hayashi too had noticed the subtle changes and movements of Naruto, and as a father himself, he did not blame him. As a shinobi, he understood the reaction, for right now his reason to fight was being exposed to an unknown factor. He suspected that if his daughter, the Yamanaka heiress, made one wrong move, her life would be forfeit within a heartbeat. No. Even less than that, based on what he knew of his skills. Even he would likely not escape, let alone save his own daughters. "Beautiful," Ino whispered as Nami's blue eyes locked onto the heiress's teal, earning a gasp from Hinata, who too whispered, "She has the regent's eyes." Hanabi nods, though in the corner of her vision she notices a shift, which draws her attention to Naruto's laser focus on their every twitch, causing her to get nervous for some reason. A glance at her father shows he too is incredibly tense, growing more so the longer they interact with the baby. It took a little while before Hanabi connected the dots. Somehow, or someway, Naruto was ready to strike if they made a wrong move. A move he perceived as harmful to his family. Her father probably knew he would be like this, as a father himself, but, more importantly, as a shinobi father. Thinking about it a bit more, it made sense to be wary. They could probably kill the baby within the span of a heartbeat, not that they would, but it wouldn't be. She paused, noticing that Shizuka was also in a stance that allowed her to jump backward. Both arms were wrapped firmly around the baby. Hanabi recalls this woman was an S-rank kunoichi too. Her reaction time is probably faster than they could ever hope to match. Paired with the speed of her husband. A subtle and fleeting activation of her eyes showed that yes, Naruto is very clearly ready to kill them with chains directly in his wife's shadow. She will jump. His kunai-tipped chains will take them out the following moment. Damn. Death is so close, and they did not even notice. Naruto is certainly a protective father. Not just him though, she hadn't noticed them, but there are Kumo teams waiting in the shadows too. This all took about 5 seconds, as Ino was busy playing with the baby, who had caught her finger. She was squealing near silently at the cuteness of it all, while remaining ignorant of the fact that these 2 shinobi parents were ready to kill them in less than a second. Eventually, Ino looked up from the baby to the mother, smiling so genuinely and warmly. "You are a very lucky woman, Shizuka-san." Shizuka nods firmly, with a soft smile. "I know and am grateful in many ways for it. My husband is wonderful." She turns to the other children, who are standing together with beaming smiles. "Same with my kids here." Naruto clears his throat, bringing the attention to him, allowing Shizuka to step a few steps back, and her husband's chains to retract just as silently. Naruto speaks up. "Next, we have my eldest daughter, Amano." The dark blonde, gray-eyed girl raised her hand, cutting off her father figure. "Isoko Uzumaki." Naruto smiled at that, nodding his approval, along with Karen and Anoka, who both just smiled. Naruto moved on, but again the short black-haired boy with equally dark eyes stepped up, waving. "Tada Shion Uzumaki, at your service." Naruto didn't even have to continue anymore, as each took over for him. "Kazado Harumi Uzumaki." The white-haired, hazel-eyed boy, who was really slim for a boy of 8, spoke up. The pale blonde, with her red eyes that reminded the leaf group of a certain genjutsu wielder back home, spoke up with a smirk of confidence, despite her short frame. Hirori Uzumaki. 9. Io Yuzuki Uzumaki. The purple-haired, purple-eyed girl with a soft, gentle smile and a slight bow at the waist. That name caught Ino's and Haishi's attention, both looking to Naruto for answers, to which he smirks, explaining. Yes, similar to us Uzumaki, the Yuzuki is a scattered clan. The two are likely related somehow, and yes, she does know. Ino and Hayashi both nodded, looking back at the girl who looked nervously back at them, but it was Shion who broke their stares as she stepped beside her husband. Okay, lunch is ready. Naruto nods before recalling that only the Hyugas knew of his light, so he turns to Ino, who was observing the spread. Ino, he says, drawing the woman's attention, as Naruto proudly gestures to the woman with a goofy grin on his face. This is the heart of our family, the light that guides us home through the darkness, the ever-gracefully shining love and grace that made all this possible. Sister wife of Shizuka, Shion Uzumaki. All could see how much love he had for the woman, none more than the woman herself, who was blushing rather prettily if you asked the Hyuga. Ino herself was stunned for a moment, wrapping her mind around the fact that the knucklehead, orange-wearing loudmouth, ramen-obsessed, blonde she knew in her childhood had not one, but 2 wives, and enough kids, 5 of whom were adopted, to field 3 genin teams. The kids seemed to worship him enough to adopt his family name as their own. After that 3-second pause, Ino's grin turned into a smile. She stepped towards the woman and offered her hand, though again, those at Naruto's back watched the 2 silent chains emerge smoothly and move to striking positions. Just in case. Ino introduced herself. Lady Shion, it is great to make your acquaintance. My name is Ino Yamanaka, heiress of the Yamanaka clan, and Naruto's childhood friend. I think I am becoming a fan of yours and Lady Shizuka's work. You've performed a miracle in your work on that knucklehead of a ninja you call your husband. Shion smiled at that. Shizuka looked away, her cheeks pink. They both knew that Naruto was a recklessly stupid, bull-headed, stubborn, foul-mouthed, alcoholic battle junkie when Shizuka first found him. It took a while to peel away the foul-mouthed automatic defense, break through the stubbornness filter, and find the boy who was silently crying underneath. A boy who was lost, confused, and hurting. Shion nods in understanding, though gracefully gestured towards Shizuka. Well, I can't take all the credit. I think Shizuka has more claim to that than I do. She has worked with him far longer than I've known them both. Ino nods, understanding, but she also knows just how highly Naruto holds Shion, or an inkling of it, based on how he introduced her. Even so, thank you for being his light. Those at Naruto's back saw the slight twitch and the retraction of the chains after that statement, and finally allowed Shiren and Kushina to relax their postures. Clearing his throat, Naruto gained everyone's attention again and gestured to the final member of the family. This is... He was cut off as the gray-haired Kunoichi mother spoke up. Kyoto Uzumaki. Everyone tensed as Naruto looked to his warrior queen, who was staring at her junior, who was staring back, and for a moment it seemed tense. However, it was just that, a moment, as Shizuka looked to her husband and nodded. Naruto offered a smile back, before gesturing for her to step forward, announcing, My adopted little sister and her daughter, Koki Uzumaki. Kyoto bowed her head, and they all bowed back before heading to the table. Southeastern Demon Country. Kurama, in fox form, and 3 other 8-tailed kitsune land on the edge of a clearing, beside a waterfall, to see the large 2-tailed cat, along with 6 of her own, staring at several multi-headed rattlesnakes and cobras, all hissing at one another. Atop the central boa constrictor stood a hooded figure, who was clearly grinning at the cats. Kukuku, to think you'd be this tough to escape. How persistent of you. None of the cats stopped their actions, with even Matatabi, not in her tailed beast form but a similar smaller, large lion size, form with striking royal blue coloring, and tiger-like stripes. It was a classic Mexican standoff with the snakes unable to beat the reaction time of the cats. Too many lunging heads for the said cats to avoid. Though, much like their containers, Mata sensed the arrival of her sibling and took a step back, which was the signal for her little kittens to fall silent. The hooded figure raised a brow before narrowing slit eyes at the action, seeing their smirking features. A taste of the air revealed the issue, but before they could react, the cobras were diced up, and the boa ducked just as a small pack of foxes fled overhead, narrowly missing their target. The figure's hood revealed that it was indeed Orochimaru, but in a form much like that of a 12 or 13-year-old. Orochimaru watched as the snakes again attempted to lunge at the foxes, but the Hellcats were faster. With claws that could split an atom, the Hellcats reduced the remaining reptiles to piles of flesh in the span of a bird's twitch. The Bijus slid to a stop beyond, hissing at the last one that held the snake Sannin, who chuckled. "My, how strong! Perhaps I should reconsider my position here." Kurama snarled, lowering herself down. "You will not get anywhere near that boy snake." Orochimaru chuckled in amusement, hiding the fact that he was surprised they knew why he was here. However, he wouldn't let that show. These summoned animals are indeed dangerous, but clearly, he can outwit them. Leaping from his steed, he ordered it forward to strike. Orochimaru went through additional hand signs with a grin. This was going to be fun. Main Shrine. With the food being consumed, Naruto looked at Hayashi. "So, Hayashi, what is it that you wanted to discuss?" Hayashi nods firmly, sips his tea, and then looks from his daughters to Naruto. "Firstly, I think I should ask about a local trade station. A branch of our trade company." Naruto nods, expecting this, and was prepared. "For what can we expect in response to allowing this?" "Local taxes and a bonus of 10%. Hayashi began, earning a raised brow from Shizuka and Karen, though Naruto reached for his coffee, speaking before he sipped. "We're listening." Hayashi nods once, expecting that, and continues. "With a trade center, I will ask that you allow us to create a compound to house the workers. A leader will be installed by me to oversee." Naruto expected this, suspecting the worst, so he asked carefully. "I take it you have a candidate?" Hayashi gestured to his daughters. "Currently, my daughters are the prime ones." Naruto now speaks up. "Next?" "Well, next, we wish to offer an alliance," Hayashi informed. "And now we want to buy into the flower fields." Ino cut in. "Hold up." All eyes looked to the platinum blonde, who met Hayashi's blank face head-on. "The Yamanaka clan is here solely for a joint venture regarding that. Sure, we have yet to see it directly, however, it is our specialty. I can't let you go through with this. From Hinata's perspective and initial reports, it should be." Hayashi stopped upon Naruto's raised hand, looking to him as he spoke. "Hayashi, I get that you want to try to infiltrate our markets, but I cannot allow monopolies or cornerings within them." Hayashi nodded, understanding that. "So," Naruto continued, glancing at Ino. "And as I know of the Yamanaka's botany capabilities, especially regarding flowers specifically, I am intrigued to see what they could possibly do." Ino smirked, nodding along and clearly excited at the possibility of getting her hands on them. Naruto continued. "What you have seen thus far is the result of my flower warrior princess, my sister Fu, my wife's gentle hands, and my employees' hard work. That is all after myself and my warrior queen had scoured the continents for seeds and bulbs for cultivation." Hayashi nods. Ino does too. Naruto speaks up. "Hayashi, I will allow tea, wood, and herbs with no more than 12.5% market share. We can discuss expansion into silks and the like after some time." Hayashi pondered that for more than a moment, allowing Naruto to address his other guests. "Ino of Clan Yamanaka, what about you? I can only predict that it was solely the flower business, right?" Ino nods once, getting serious. A puff of smoke appears, and a file materializes in her hand, which she presents to him. Naruto takes the file, and both his wives appear behind him, reading over his shoulder. It isn't a bad deal, a respectable 5% atop local taxes. Once a local branch is open, if profits reach a certain threshold, it will match the local tax rate. Naruto felt no real reason to deny it, so he lowered it down to the table. "Verdict? Fine by me," Shizuka informed calmly from his side, moving to retake her seat. Shion nodded, speaking softly. It's rather straightforward. I don't have any problem with it. Ino beamed at that, until Naruto's cold blue eyes locked on her teal, the will of the people he leads seemingly appearing at his back. His eyes narrowed upon her, as he spoke frankly. Ino. I am not an idiot. Remember that. Ino nods once, understanding the silent message, but she smiles nonetheless. I understand. As Naruto and his team finished up, the kids chatting calmly, Karen rapidly approached Naruto, frowning, which drew his attention. She whispered in his ear. I am sensing Sasuke approaching the docks in the north. Naruto's eyes hardened, his gaze shifting across the room. Is that so? She nodded grimly, remained still, and Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on his connection with his tenant, sensing the fluctuations of chakra, suspecting it to be from a battle. So, he opened them and locked them on his sister. Yujito. We have another problem that requires my attention. Yujito raised a brow briefly, before narrowing her eyes at him. The two stared at one another for a full second before she nodded. Samui. Remember your place and back him up this time. Understood. Samui reports, standing abruptly. Naruto follows shortly afterward, leading Ino and the Hyugas. Ino asks to confirm her suspicions. What's going on, Naruto? You're prepared to fight something. Naruto knew that lying to the Hyuga was one thing, but someone like the Yamanaka, who could catch micro-expressions, was much harder. So, he explained. A new threat, my former teammate, according to the chakra signature at least. The Leaf group hardened their eyes at the thought of the traitor. Ino muttered lowly. Sasuke, huh? He's here? Karen frowned and nodded. Yes, unfortunately, I am very familiar with his dark chakra signal. I was his fangirl once. Until he tried to kill me. You aren't alone in that. Ino reports calmly, coldly, and with a healthy amount of venom. We all have had moments of weakness. We can't hold you to that. Naruto's sword clicking into the holster on his back broke the room's attention from thoughts of the traitor to the head of the household, eyes locking onto him. His firm face scanned the room. I suspect that this will be the last time we see him breathing. Well, I'll see to it. I will come too, Ino informed. Hayashi spoke next. As will I. The village must be made aware of his crimes and subsequent demise. No way I'm sitting this out, Karen informed, following her clansmen out of the dining room. Their Leaf guests followed after. Naruto glanced back at Karen. Arm up, we have time, right? Karen nodded once. Based on the course and speed, we have more than a few minutes, she continued, running off to her and Anoka's room. Naruto looked back at his family, noting his brother's kids, who looked at him timidly. However, his two wives stepped forward. Shizuka spoke up. This Sasuke Uchiha, is he the same one from? Naruto cut her off with a raised hand, a quick glance back to the table where Kyoto clutched Koki tighter. Naruto nodded to confirm, answering his wife. He is. I will handle it. Naruto-ni, Kyoto called abruptly, drawing all eyes back to the young mother. She stood up, taking deep breaths to keep her nerves in check. Naruto looked at her, and the Leaf team noticed her stiff posture when their missing shinobi was mentioned, but did not mention it. Though Naruto spoke softly. Kyoto. You don't have to. I need to. Kyoto responds, breathing heavier. Before Naruto could deny it, Shizuka spoke up. Naruto. Her hard, firm voice and shinobi stare caused Naruto's tongue to tie, allowing his wife to speak up. Let her reclaim what she has lost. As a ninja, she can't let this stand. Naruto wanted to argue, he really did, but both his wives were giving him their own look. Shion took baby Koki from her mother, taking the little bundle in her arm, allowing Kyoto to step before him with a similar gaze to Shizuka's. Please! Let me! Fine! Naruto snapped, looking back down the corridor. Gear up! We don't have time to wait! Kyoto didn't even wait for him to finish, body flickering directly into her room. As they waited, Ino stepped towards Naruto, her face blank enough to impress the Hyuga clan head. She spoke up. That girl. Yes, Ino. The reason you all caught up to us in Wave was the birth of my current youngest, Koki there. Naruto informs, gesturing to the baby in his wife's arms, a very dangerous glint in his eyes. Ino normally would have flinched away from that look, but her own rage matched his veiled one. She spoke deceptively calmly. I see. Then the last hit is hers, yes? Naruto nods with a tight frown. After I beat him down and leave him in a near-death state, though Karen will want her own pound of flesh, I don't doubt it. I am not that petty, Naruto, Karen says, announcing the arrival of herself and Kyoto, who was wearing a demon Chunin Kunoichi uniform, with a pout. Naruto gestured to the former Nadeshiko. What's her? My old uniform doesn't fit, Kyoto began, her annoyance clear. My ass and bust grew so. She paused, realizing what she was saying and to whom, and clammed up, growing red from beneath the collar. To save her from her embarrassment, Naruto pretended not to notice as he glanced around at his squad. Temporary or not, they were his team: Ino, Hayashi, Hinata, Hanabi, Samui, Karen, and Kyoto. 6 chains emerged from his back and reached out towards them all. Naruto spoke up. Yui, go tell Gaara the situation. If the leaf asks, talk to the Inuzuka canines. Yui, by the door, chirps back and runs off just as his chains wrap around each person's arm. Ino asks, What are these chains? Karen answers, in place of clansmen. Our bloodline, as her chain wraps around his waist. He didn't have enough, so she took the initiative. Chakra chains. Though, these aren't sealing our chakra by their default settings. The next moment, they were all gone in a bright flash of yellow. Lodinia Port. In the town center, the flash of yellow caught many off guard before people saw Regent appear before them. Cheers at his arrival were halted upon seeing his very serious expression, paired with him being outfitted for battle. A sight many had not seen since the skirmish with Marsh. Subsequently, the local shinobi and samurai garrison sprang to life, their leaders meeting him within minutes as he approached the port's jetty, his party at his back. Yet before the captains could ask, Naruto spoke first. Evacuate the port up until the town center. Lock the place down. Sir! Both sides rush to complete their regent's command as Karen steps up beside Naruto. He asks, Lead on. She nods silently and rushes off, the others following Karen out past the port docks, reaching the large quay walls. In silence, she heads toward a medium-sized galley with about 100 guns, featuring a hurried sigil of a clan soon to be extinct. Naruto was about to dish out orders when a familiar thumping sound was heard, and he declared, Scatter! They all leap in different directions, explosions litter their previous positions, the ship's cannons continue to unload on the approaching shinobi. Karen and Kyoto manage to stick with Naruto, the Uzumaki chains coming into play as they close in, defending their approach with the indestructible adamantine sealing chains. When black flames erupted around them, Naruto and Karen both knew that they had gained their target's attention. The guns fell silent, and the chains pulled apart to reveal them to their enemies. Sure enough, his annoying smirk settled on his pale face, his duck but hairstyle still in place. He rested his foot on the ship's starboard railing, staring at the Uzumaki with his Sharingan already active. Naruto vs. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha has appeared before the Uzumaki family and breaks the silence by chuckling, shaking his head. Dobe. You make this far too easy. Here I thought I would have to hunt you down by slaughtering those in that town. Have you come to give me your power like that idiot you are? Naruto twirls his finger in his hair, before looking at Karen, who looks back just as confused. They both then look at Sasuke, and Naruto asks in a familiar tone. Huh? Did you say something? Sasuke's eye twitched, only then noticing his old toys standing with the Dobe. He chuckled darkly, staring at Karen, then Kyoto. Hey Dobe. You've gone through my trash and picked out 2 worthless pieces I discarded. Karen's chains coiled, ready to strike. She pushed up her glasses, while Kyoto gripped her borrowed katana handle tighter, reacting to Sasuke's disrespect, the leather squealing under her tightening hold. Naruto raised a brow, feigning ignorance. You're still as arrogant as ever, it seems. Have you learned anything since I kicked your ass a year ago? Sasuke's eyes narrowed, wondering what exactly the dobe was talking about. They hadn't met in a few years. Seeing the confusion, Naruto grinned. Oh? You don't recall? Guess you really are stupid. Sasuke's Sharingan spins faster, his irritation growing. Naruto continues. And what's up with your hair and clothes? You look like you haven't even bathed in a month. He makes a visual cue of actually sniffing the air and covering his face with both hands. Damn, it smells like it too. Didn't your parents teach you to wash yourself every day? That did it. Sasuke was pissed, his eyes morphing into the Mangekyo Sharingan, as he roars. Dobe! You're dead! Naruto blinked owlishly, looking at Kyoto then Karen, his cheeky grin in full. Was it something I said? Sasuke charges at Naruto, a very familiar black katana drawn. Upon seeing it, Naruto's eyes harden. He hears Kyoto's gasp upon its reveal. At that moment, Naruto's demeanor shifts, and most notice this. That sword is Kyoto's, stolen from her when she was abducted by the Uchiha filth currently charging at him. He is unworthy of it. Naruto draws his own and clashes with Sasuke, 3/4 of the distance between them. Sasuke grinned, seeing the dobe with the same kind of weapon he had. It was a good choice to keep this thing. Yet, suddenly, a boot came up, and Sasuke ducked it, going for an upward slash. However, Naruto was having none of that. As he continued his spin, the long-form katana flowing with wind came speeding around in his wake, ocean following the swing that forced the man back. Sasuke leaped over the wind-water/combo part of that multi-strike attack, and with a single-hand sign, launched a fireball. Yet Naruto's 6 chains tore it into chakra and embers, rushing the Uchiha, his face devoid of all emotion. The Uchiha never thought Naruto would give him such an empty look, but it didn't matter, as his chakra had finished collecting. Amaterasu! The black flames rushed forward, but again, the flames met the business end of the chakra, disrupting Uzumaki sealing chains, tearing them apart too, much to the frustration of the Uchiha, who growled, flooding his weapon with lightning chakra and rushing forward. Naruto raised his fingers in a familiar sign, sword still in hand. Shadow Clone Jutsu! And abruptly, 6 additional Narutos appeared, running beside him, swords also drawn. Sasuke lacked time to plan for the dobe's most common tactic. He should have suspected it. He just grinned, confident he had a good way to beat him, and roared. Susanoo! A purple ethereal cage of chakra appeared just in time to catch the sword strikes from multiple directions. Naruto gritted his teeth as the Uchiha cackled. Let me show you true power! The might of the Uchiha is unbeatable! The rest of the warrior burst forth, forcing Naruto back, his clones dispelled, as the upper body and 2 arms appeared. That was quickly followed by muscle and armor, towering above the defenders a good 20 meters, and it wasn't even complete yet. Karen and Kyoto watched from the sideline with cold sweats. How was Naruto supposed to fight against that? Sure, the chains could, but Naruto's maximum in combat is 6. He would need at least 3 times that number to pin it down long enough to disrupt it. Karen was about to rush in to aid Naruto, but stopped upon sensing his chakra build up. It wasn't his, but rather something else. Blinking owlishly at that, she finds her gaze locked on Naruto's now almost translucent, shimmering bluish-gray slit eyes, paired with his grin and shake of his head. He then smirked, an Uzumaki smirk, and gave a thumbs up. Karen smiled back and nodded, returning to the sidelines. Naruto then looks to his opponent, standing before him, Sasuke finally finishing his evil cackling, and bites his thumb, going through hand signs, which catches the copy-wheel eyes of the last Uchiha. Sasuke recognizes the signs for a summoning. How foolish. Those toads are useless out here in the ocean. Voicing this, Sasuke says, Your toads are useless out here, Dobe. This is the... Who said anything about toads? Naruto asked before grinning at him. He slammed his hand below the surface of the sea they were battling atop, and the Uzumaki called out. Summoning! Nothing seemed to happen. No spreading of symbols. No puff of smoke. Nothing. Sasuke looked around for a moment. Not seeing anything new, he began to chuckle, shaking his head, and was about to mock the dobe again, but noticed how stiff Karen got in the corner of his eye. She might be trash, but her sensory skills are second to none. So, he looked around again but saw no animal summons. His attention was drawn to the chuckling blonde dobe, who looked positively smug, though Sasuke said, "Seems like your ability to fail has infected your summons too. No matter. I shall kill you and take—" Naruto interrupted his holy speech, speaking loudly enough to be heard over the distance between them. "Say, Sasuke, do you know what Uzumaki means?" Sasuke looked more puzzled than anything else, causing Naruto's Uzumaki grin to form again. Naruto shook his head before speaking up again. "My clan hails from Uzushiogakyu no Sato, Sasuke. The village hidden among the eddies. Cousins of the Senju, masters of sword, seals, and swirling tides. Yet you have the audacity to challenge me on my home field advantage?" It then clicked for Sasuke. They were out at sea. The dobe might have a wind affinity, but his secondary was water, which is currently surrounding them. Not a problem, he had lightning. Sasuke shrugged. "So what? You're a water jutsu user? I have lightning and fire. I can." Naruto face-bombed, returned his sword to his back, and said, "Foolish little Uchiha." Sasuke's eye twitched at that. The dobe dies now. Yet it was then, as he went to step forward, that he noticed the uneven water pressure beneath him. Looking down, a massive whirlpool had formed just beneath the surface he was standing on. Sasuke snapped his face to the grinning Naruto, who nodded and confirmed. "Yes, Sasuke. Uzumaki can be translated to spiral or swirl. Though, personally, I prefer the other, whirlpool. Even more so when paired with my own maelstrom." Dropping his Susanoo, Sasuke leaps clear, but out from the suddenly erupting pool of swirling water comes a large snake-like beast with a dragon-like head, brilliant white scales, and dark green-blue scales upon its dragon-like snout that flow back over its face like a helmet, split around the large sail-like fin of a beautiful cyan, and partially down its back following its spine spikes. Though the scales on its stomach look somewhat soft to the touch, with a blue hue to them. It roared at the Uchiha, a high-pitched almost screech, as water slipped down its elegant frame. Sasuke spots Naruto standing atop its head, grinning like the idiot he is, as he himself goes through the same hand signs. "Summoning!" Meanwhile, Karen gawked at the sight, as did many nearby, of the Leviathan that Naruto summoned and stood atop. She had read the archives Naruto had. She knew that the Leviathans once served alongside the Uzumaki, along with the Krakens, Puffins, and the more common among the clan, the deep-sea seals. She never thought she would see any of them, yet here was Naruto atop a beautiful sea beast, fighting against that bastard who tried to kill her. Her Uzumaki grin widened, darkening. An assortment of 11 sea snakes appeared, along with Sasuke's personal summon, Aoda. Yet he still felt under-equipped. An idea hit him. That beast looks worthy of serving him, Uchiha. Looking into its hardened gaze, he cast his strongest visual genjutsu. He will kill the dobe with his own power. Meanwhile, Naruto stood atop his summon, Raitoruparu, or Para for short, speaking softly to her, though she was the first to speak. "I must say, Naruto, you don't write or call and just drop me directly into a fight. Sometimes I think you only call me when you need my strength." Naruto let out a soft sigh. "Things have been busy since I got home. Truthfully, this is supposed to be the first day of our founding festivities, yet stupid people are coming out of the woodwork, trying to cause all manner of trouble." Her giggle was musical perfection as her eyes locked on their opponent, who had just summoned sea snakes to battle the likes of her, and Para would have snorted, but such an act was beneath a lady of her station. Naruto noticed them too, and unfolded his arms. "Seems he is taking us rather lightly. Sea snakes? Is that?" Both the summon and the summoner sensed the invasion of chakra aimed at Paru, and Naruto facepalms so hard that she hisses aloud. "He dares!" The Uzumaki chuckled darkly, filled with loathing. "I swear this guy is really fucking stupid. Did he honestly think we didn't know about his clan's genjutsu prowess and not counter it? My second eyelids protect me too. Even if we were not intermixing our nature chakra right now. Para hissed. Naruto grinned, preparing himself, and asked, Then, let's not keep our enemy waiting. With a roar, the Leviathan dived down, sinking beneath the waves abruptly. The battle had just entered three-dimensional space, and their enemies darted down after them into the depths of the surrounding sea. Sasuke noticed how calmly Naruto floated there, beside his summon, which seemed immune to his genjutsu. Even more worthy of him. Sasuke grinned. All he had to do was wait for the dobe again, and he could blast him with his black flames. Yet he was again shocked when Naruto jetted forward at speed, like a powered torpedo, his summon keeping pace alongside him. Naruto's movements nearly mimicked his own snakes, who also countercharged. The first snakes they came across, Para dived down, before rising and biting down on its slinking body, splitting it beneath her mighty jaws and fangs. Naruto slipped out of the chomping snake's mouth, avoiding the venom-laced embrace, his sword cutting through its flesh as he twirled around its large body, leaving bubbles and blood in his wake. He too, abruptly dived, avoiding another coiled snap as the first snake puffed away from its injuries. Naruto led the three snakes deeper into the ocean's depths, directly into the path of Para's jaws, which snapped through them like paper, leaving a cloud of blood and three corpses floating steadily to the bottom. A slash of bubbling air cut off the one chasing after the summon. Her summoner darted past the now headless corpse as another, an anaconda? Probably. The snake darted down, hissing silently, but Naruto jetted aside. The empty chomp was a clear indication of the missed strike, but the blonde threw two kunai on reflex. However, the snake's eyes closed, and they bounced harmlessly off due to the drastic drop in speed through the water resistance. Yet before he could even raise his sword, another whirlpool abruptly appeared and yanked his opponent down, deeper into the darkened depths, far below the surface where the sun's rays do not reach. Naruto would have pitted the snakes, but he lacked the time, glancing back up to find the one he knew Sasuke was riding near Karen and Kyoto. Taking a deep breath, Naruto was grateful for the Leviathan contract, which granted him underwater breathing and propulsion, as well as access to Leviathan Sage mode, when he noticed another 5 new sea snakes approaching the fight. Great! Karen and Kyoto versus Sasuke. As the battle raged beneath the waves, Sasuke looked back at the 2 kunoichi left behind on the surface and grinned darkly. It seemed the dobe had taken them both into his precious people, thus, killing or taking them would have a negative impact on his vaunted rival. Sensing the will of his summoner, Aoda slinked forward silently towards the 2 ladies, who tensed and entered battle stances. Karen's chains erupted from her back, and Kyoto drew her katana. This caused the Uchiha to chuckle with a shake of his head, saying, "You actually believe that you can stand against me? I have subdued both of you before. You will serve me in destroying that dobe, whether or not you want to." His eyes began to spin lazily, clearly prepared to entrap them under his command. Yet both just smirked. Karen spoke up, venom in every word. "Naruto is our leader. My clan head. I will never betray him. Not even for you, Uchiha." Both ladies' eyes hardened, narrowing to slits, as Kyoto announces next. "My older brother and leader of my family. I will stand with him until my dying breath." Sasuke scoffed at their bravado. Yet this was perfect. Once he crushed them, the dobe would crumble before his might. He looked to his summon beneath him. "Aoda, stay out of this. I'll crush them myself." The snake nods as its summoner leaps off. "By your word, Lord Uchiha." Touching down, Sasuke drew his stolen katana, channeled his lightning through it, and said, "I will have you begging for mercy and pleading to be used by me." He looked at the silver-haired Kyoto and added, "Again in your case." Abruptly, Kyoto charged forward, enraged by his words and his assault on her a year ago. Despite not being used to fighting together, she was backed up and followed by Karen's dozen chains. Sasuke didn't even take them seriously, chuckling with dark intent. "Foolish." His eyes snapped to stare into the gray eyes of the former Nadeshiko. Genjutsu was placed, forcing Kyoto to pause briefly. Then, one chain lightly cut her arm. Karen's chakra broke it and formed a genjutsu repellent seal on her skin. It will protect them both for 10 minutes or so. Kyoto growled, before darting forward again. Sasuke smirked. She had gotten better. All the more reason to take her now. A fine woman who would birth many strong Uchiha children. But first, he must show her her place beneath him. So, he charges forward to beat her at her own game. His eyes can see through her kenjutsu, so beating her shouldn't be too hard. It's her best skill after all. Her will would break. Kyoto's blade was deflected after her initial swipe, yet as Sasuke went to cut off her sword arm, a chain darted over her shoulder, aiming at his crotch. Seeing this, the Uchiha spun clear, directly into the slash of the exiled Naruto. Again, he deflected it. Going for a thrust himself, Kyoto spun clear, and another 2 chains dived at him in a crossover. This again forced Sasuke to take a hop back. Kyoto came into an overhead slash, which his lightning blade blocked. Then, he borrowed the move he had copied from Dobe earlier and launched a roundhouse. The woman, recognizing the move from her hidden crush/brother figure, had seen him train many, many times. So, she ducked beneath the traveling leg, as Shiren had done, though with far greater swiftness and flexibility. Sasuke's unfamiliarity with the movements meant that his body was locked into it until its completion, thus his back was wide open as Kyoto raised her sword up towards the sky, an easy spine-severing strike. Sensing this, Sasuke activated his Susanoo rib cage, caught the blade before contact, which forced her to leap back to avoid. Yet before he could pursue, 24 chains erupted up from the ocean around him, wrapping around the construct of chakra. Sasuke watched them as he could feel and see the cracks in his ultimate defense and frowned, pumping more chakra into it to break free of these pathetic creatures' attempts to subdue him. Yet, no matter how much chakra he poured into his Susanoo, it wouldn't evolve into the next stage. Scowling now, Sasuke glared at Karen, who was kneeling with her hands in a ram hand sign, eyes closed in focus, bringing down the man she loved once upon a time. No. She was obsessed with. Recalling the soft feelings she had being among her clansmen and his family, she knew that was what she wanted. That warm, cozy feeling. It is too early to say whether this is love or not, maybe it was just the safety and security of a family, but damn, she is going to defend it. The Uchiha growled as the chakra construct began to crumble. He stared at the redhead, Sharingan spinning, and called out, Amaterasu. An arrow of black flame shot out, charging towards the woman focused on keeping him locked down. It was a shame, really. These chains had potential for greatness under the Uchiha fan. Oh well. He'll find another. Yet again, his plans were derailed by Kyoto, who slashed through the arrow of flames with wind slash. The flames briefly bloomed in all directions, including the blade of origin of the attack. The tip was now housing the black flames, the rest dotted about the flowing surface. The Greynet grinned as she charged again. Kissing his teeth at his lack of progress, Sasuke deactivated his ultimate defense, leaped clear of the entrapping chains, slipped through them, and countercharged the woman. Lightning burst across the black metal as he slid to a stop. Chidori Senban. Many needles like lightning strands form around him as he points the sword at the approaching swordswoman, and a flare of his chakra launches the 24 lightning Senban forward. Kyoto's eyes sharpened to a new level of focus. Her breathing remained level and mind clear as she tracked the trajectories of the countless projectiles, muscles rippling in anticipation of use, though she idly mused about how her secret crush might have predicted this. A lot of the training she had received from him was speed and agility training. Fighting against attacks from multiple directions. Naruto often said, high-speed combat isn't all about moving faster than your opponent. It requires you to see through their moves before either side knows what their next one is and be ready to react accordingly. My counter, however, requires you to look at what they think you would do, what they believe they have forced you to do, and then find a better way. A way they did not anticipate. That is how we Uzumaki tend to fight. With that in mind, Kyoto looks at the encroaching storm of lightning bolts, The horizontal axis was completely locked down, and the second wave covered the vertical axis. Jumping over the first will result in the second wave catching her. Her wind is strong, sure, but he has anticipated it with the third wave, which is far denser than the first two. Though she has those all-consuming black flames at her disposal currently. Her best bet is to cut through the first, avoid the second, then dive beneath the sea to avoid the third. Use the blade as a distraction. Karen would likely react now that she isn't focused on holding him down, thus she can try and strike. No. She will strike from below while Karen keeps his attention. Now, to implement it. Kyoto funnels wind into her still burning blade, expanding the black flames that are eating down its length, as she swings through the first to reach her, the flames consuming the lightning as it travels. Following the built-up momentum, she cuts through the second wave before throwing the flaming blade ahead as a distraction, allowing her to slip beneath the waves as her katana erupts into black flames. Unintentionally saving Karen from having to defend herself, as the flames of Amaterasu consumed a large portion of the third through sixth waves of lightning. With this newfound space to act, Karen noticed that Kyoto had slipped beneath the water and split her 24 chains into two groups. 18 charged at the Uchiha, keeping his focus, while 6 remained below to help her family member move into position to strike from below. She may have tossed her burning sword, but Karen knew her fellow Nadeshiko had a plan. Even if she herself was only one in name. Sasuke growled as he scanned the choppy sea beneath him, looking for that woman, but that was brief as those chains came charging at him. Those chains seemed to nullify chakra when they made contact, so most of his chakra attacks were useless against them. Sword raised, Kenjutsu was his best bet then. Charging forward, eyes tracking all 18 pointy ends that traveled like snakes before pointing out and snapping down at him. Ducking and weaving, Sasuke deflects them away from his person as his eyes guide his movements to prevent him from taking so much as a glancing hit. This was child's play. Though, he does idly notice the frantically increasing number of blind spot attacks as he closes in on this troubling redhead. She was useless before, but maybe if he can overpower whatever resistance to his genjutsu she has, he can make use of the bitch. Reaching 50 meters of Karen, half the distance of before, Sasuke noticed that more chains had joined the melee, slowing his pace. Karen had yet to move, just maintaining the ram hand sign with eyes shut. He was close enough for a phoenix flower to reach her, so, reaching into his shuriken pouch and taking a handful, he took a deep breath. With a wide swirl, he deflected the 6 razor-tipped chains, allowing him to internally chant. Uchiha style, Phoenix Flower! Sasuke spits out a large barrage of small fireballs, hiding 6 shuriken among at least 12 balls of bright orange flames. At this point, Kyoto erupts from beneath the waves, holding a kunai in each hand. The first kunai slices his sword-wielding wrist, causing his grip to loosen, while the second one goes through his throat. As ambitious as Kyoto was, it would not be enough. Sasuke had his right hand in front of his mouth for his attack, thus intercepting the wrist holding the kunai going for his throat was a simple affair. Though he did wince at the cut to his arm, the Greynet managed to kick her stolen sword from his grasp. Seeing the black blade liberated gave her a sense of accomplishment, but that too was only fleeting as she now found herself in the Uchiha's grip. Kyoto eventually saw his iron grip on her wrist, and his blank-faced gaze upon her, and internally panicked. A quick glance showed that Karen had pulled back her chains to deal with his attack against her. The redhead was busy for the next 20 seconds or so. 20 long seconds. With a twist, Sasuke forced the teenaged kunoichi to release her grip on the kunai, but Kyoto would never allow herself to be his victim again, and thus lashed out with her other hand, only for a knee to meet her gut. She lost all wind in her body, her strength waning as his strike had been precisely aimed, hitting her solar plexus directly. Next, she found his hand grasping her throat, constricting her windpipe, with the Sharingan lazily spinning as he stared into her eyes. He spoke lowly. "You know, ever since I heard about the caliber of kunoichi in your home, I was willing to take it over and rule it with a far less severe punishment for you all if you were willing to aid me in rebuilding my clan." Kyoto glared at him, despite the encroaching darkness on the edge of her peripheral vision. Sasuke continued uncaringly. Yet I was rebuffed. Told I was unworthy of you all. Then, when I had heard that your princess, the pride and joy of your backwater village, the strongest and most appealing you had to offer, had selected that dobe as her partner, I was absolutely livid. So, I ordered that your village be erased. He paused while idly going through the woman's recent memories, spotting a little girl no older than a year, being cradled in the dobe's arms and giggling at him. Digging deeper, despite her resistance, which wasn't insignificant, he saw it. That child, Koki, was no doubt his. Uchiha. His daughter was being raised by the dobe in his place. Unacceptable. Sasuke growled, glaring death back at the woman who dared hide a member of his noble Uchiha from reaching their potential beneath his wings. You dared to hide her from me? Have you raised that pathetic waste of space in my palace? The sound of 1,000 birds erupted from his empty left hand. His eyes were cold yet deranged. I shall kill you, that dobe, and anyone who dares think they could escape from my justice. Then, I shall take and raise my daughter, who will take the name Sarada, not something so pathetic like Koki. She will be raised perfectly to rule over this land, which I shall gift her. Everything seemed to slow as he barely caught the shadow before the black blade came down and reacted. Releasing the traitorous thing, he thrust his Chidori, only for his attack to be intercepted by a chakra chain. A loud snap signaled the breaking of said wrist, followed by a truck of a kick that broke at least 3 of the Uchiha's ribs, shattering more than a few more. Sasuke skipped across the ocean 3 times before Aoda caught him, as it hissed at the new arrival. Wheezing and panting, Sasuke's eyes landed on the mop of blonde hair and silver-tinted blue eyes glaring at him as he held the panting Kyoto in his arms, against his chest protectively. She had tears of panic running down her cheeks, gasping for air, and was desperately clinging to Naruto, having seen a glimpse of the dark future her daughter might go through if that man got hold of her. Naruto vs. Sasuke 2. Naruto had never felt this murderous. Actually, the last time it was this bad, Naruto's bloodlust had been amplified by Kurama during that first clash with Yagura in a similar situation as now. Maybe he has bad luck when fighting in the open sea, just beyond the sight of ports, as he can still make out the Lodi Nia port in the far distance. Kyoto's mutterings brought his attention to the clearly distraught woman in his arms. Koki, was whispered beneath a breath. He wants to take Koki. Naruto's eyes hardened to neutron star core levels, bordering on black hole density at the thought of Sasuke trying to corrupt that innocent baby girl. A girl who has her whole life ahead of her. That smile, bright and innocent, has the power to calm even the likes of the sadistic Saiken. Sasuke might be her father, but Naruto is that girl's dad, and he'll be damned if this power-mad fool gets any closer to his youngest princess. Any of his princesses. A deep, feral yet protective growl erupted from the blonde's throat as he glared unflinchingly at the thing that was once his best friend, brother in arms, now an amalgamation of hatred, corruption, greed, and jealousy. With a murderous snarl, Naruto spoke. Uchiha, you have threatened my family. Your death warrant has been signed, and the Shinigami awaits your arrival. He repositions his hold on Kyoto, who is slowly calming down, and allows his long black katana to rise and point at a now glaring Sasuke. Naruto finishes, still snarling. And so, I shall be sending you to him personally. Consider yourself honored. Sasuke smirked darkly, unfazed but internally impressed by that expression. He never thought the dobe could pull off such an imposing face. It was good, but his eyes saw through his bravado. Going through that girl's memories had revealed the truth. The dobe's family, 2 wives and a bunch of brats. The blonde wife is a good little civilian woman, the so-called heart of the family. She'll prove useful. The other wife is the Nadeshiko princess. She can bear many strong Uchiha. We must take her alive. Her daughters will be useful in a few years, so we'll keep them alive for now. His son will die, though. We don't need him. He looks too much like the dobe. Maybe torture him? Perhaps. Sasuke was abruptly brought back to the fight as Aoda was suddenly tackled by the dobe's summon, and was struggling to stay above water, its resistance seemingly futile. This distraction proved to be what Naruto was waiting for, appearing at Sasuke's side, slashing down. The Uchiha caught the flicker of movement briefly and darted aside, but lost his left wrist. Still off balance, Sasuke ducked and weaved around Naruto's increasing number of slashes and kicks. His Sharingan barely kept up with his attacker's next move, or more like, his body struggled to keep pace. Unacceptable. Susanoo! Yet the Uchiha was surprised when Naruto's blade left a giant gash through his rib cage, almost cutting through, even more so when the follow-up kick cracked it further. In a panic, Sasuke pumped his construct full of chakra, pushing it straight to his upper body muscles before those chains erupted from all around him again, emerging from below the waves and chaining him down. Through gritted teeth, his gaze flickers to Karen, now supporting Kyoto, but when Naruto's 6 chains come into view, Sasuke was reminded of a feeling he hadn't felt in a long while: fear. Again, his ass was saved as 2 things happened at the same time. Paru abruptly erupted behind Karen, intercepting a white snake that was about to swallow the 2 ladies. Aoda, beaten, punctured, and barely breathing, lunged at Naruto from the side, forcing him to leap backward, though the blonde did manage to slash Aoda across the stomach as he retreated. Demon vs. Uchiha vs. Sound. Naruto lands atop Paru's head, her body curved around Karen and Kyoto, who was no longer so shaky, and she was on her feet. The summoner splits his glare between the almost beaten Uchiha and the clearly injured snake Sannin, in his large snake form, covered in claw marks that the Jinchuriki recognizes. The work of both Kurama and Matatabi. He'll have to punish her later. It's well past noon, and he's still breathing. No doubt she was playing around with him, as she tends to do with most of her prey. What a bad kitty. Back at the shrine, Matatabi arrives alongside Kurama, both clearly unsatisfied that thing got past them when the shorter of the 2 stopped. Kurama glances back, to see her sister's twin tails puff up and a shudder run down her frame. Kurama raises a brow at the sultry smirk on her little sister's face. The Nibby giggles. Oh my, I think I am about to be punished. Back in the fight, Naruto's attention snaps to the white snake, made up of smaller snakes, as it chuckles deeply. Ma, how fortunate. Both the former fox brat and my old student. How delectable. Naruto rests his long katana on his shoulder, meeting the snake's eyes unflinchingly. Orochimaru, the fact that you're here and breathing means I have a kitten to punish. Then again, you yourself are a fool to come here. Orochimaru cackled boastfully, hissing at this upstart. Oh? But without that tenet of yours, you hold a body of no equal with enough chakra to rival. Naruto sighs, so he figured that out. Not surprising seeing as he had escaped both Mata and Kurama, but still. Naruto looking at Sasuke, who was trying to slip away, to get back to his ship and have his subordinates use the guns to blast his enemies away. No reason to lower himself further. Crouching down, he whispered, Paru, can you protect the girls for a moment? An impressively gentle nod, barely noticeable to most, was her response. Naruto stands and offers the snake Sannin a cheeky side-eye and smirk, saying, Sorry, did you say something? That caused the monologue of the snake sage to pause, then glare and hiss at the fox brat. I will enjoy taking over your body, taking everything you. Naruto flicked a kunai in the snake's direction. 3 hand signs turned 1 into 100. Paru wind jets sent them to sound barrier-breaking speed. While the snake was distracted, Naruto rushed towards Sasuke, his sword rippling with wind once more, as if gliding across the water. The Uchiha spotted the approaching Naruto and spun up his Mangekyo once more, calling out, Amaterasu! Naruto's chakra chains burst forward again, deflecting the black flames, not breaking his stride, as the Uchiha uses his ultimate technique, roaring out with full might. Susanoo! The full might of the Uchiha was unleashed with his roar, and piece by piece, the monster known as Susanoo formed and grew, bones, muscles, armor, weapons, then wings. Its wielder raised it to a point on his forehead, and Naruto could be seen leaping back as the mad cacophony of laughter and cackling could be heard from the mad Uchiha. As he slid back, cursing about the stupid chakra construct's size, the wind shifted, and Naruto ducked beneath the waves, narrowly avoiding the white snake that had lunged at him from behind. With the underwater breathing and propulsion granted by his Leviathan summons, Naruto was easily able to regroup with his own. Bursting up from the water, he landed back atop his summoned partner. Para speaks softly, lowly, and gently so only her summoner would hear. "I am sorry, Naruto, the time limit is almost upon us." "I am aware," Naruto whispered back, still crouched as he stared at the two things ahead of him. A towering 40-meter-tall being of chakra, which must be taking his former teammates' reserves something fierce, and the snake Sannin, who is here for a new body. Either his or the Uchiha's. The longer this goes on, the more dangerous it becomes. Recalling Kurama would be ideal. In the worst-case scenario, he can fight off the snake if he tries, and kill him for good. With his seal empty of consciousness, the snake could, and most likely would, take full advantage of it. Sighing, Naruto looks back at his summons with a smile. "Thank you for your help, Raitoraparu. You were amazing, as always." She lets out a delicate huff. "Do not think such words will sway me. They have been noted, but I expect to be compensated." Naruto chuckled softly. She is never going to be honest with herself. With that said, she puffed away, and Naruto dropped before the panicked ladies, whom he swiftly pacified with his hands dropping and resting upon their heads. Both Karen and Kyoto were drawn to his eyes, as he smiled confidently at them. "Calm down. Remember, you are both my family. My role is to defend you both as our family's shield." His chains abruptly shot out backward, forcing the snake Sannin to dive aside or face being perforated. Naruto glared back over his shoulder at being interrupted. Abruptly, Karen's chains joined the chase, and Orochimaru was forced back, just as Sasuke's Susanoo sword slammed down atop the snake. Naruto growled, sensing the bastard still around, but he looked back at the two ladies standing before him, who had both regained their earlier resolve. He smirked as they all shared a nod, turning back to find a Susanoo arrow aimed right at them. Chains erupted again. However, the arrow was knocked aside by a new arrival. "Era, how rude!" On reflex, Naruto stiffened as the ever-voluptuous, curviest specimen of a woman landed beside the man. Her flowing white hair was tied up in a high ponytail, yet it was elegantly flowing in the soft ocean breeze. She was in full combat gear, which was similar to Naruto's, a demon Jonin attire that the regent did not recall giving her. Her heeled shinobi sandals were black, and as she stood, her smile was soft and gentle as she raised up beside the blonde, looking over at him. Naruto spoke. "Lady Saiken." She smiled softly, brimming with joy, and said, "My regent. I came upon hearing about the fireworks out here. Forgive my abrupt and tardy arrival." Saiken gently ran her finger across his whiskers, their chakra melding, allowing her thoughts to reach him. "Naruto, I know you are somewhat terrified of me, but I am truly here to help you defend yourself and our family. You are the future our father foretold, and in his name, I will melt anyone who dares to cross your path." Naruto nods once, understanding, before they both look at the threats against their home, matching glints in their eyes of the dangerous type. Naruto speaks to her. "Then, Saiken, let's clear the path to our future. I can count on you, right?" Saiken steps ahead of him, her smile turning from warm and understanding to death incarnate in less than a heartbeat, despite not shifting a micrometer. "By your word, my regent." The Uchiha's fist. Ino kicked off another pirate thug, somersaulting over the group, and landed on a missing ninja from grass. A bolt of lightning zapped past her, hitting the entire group she had just escaped from, jumping from fool to fool, frying them all. The Yamanaka flung a kunai past her fellow blonde kunoichi, downing a Chunin who was going through hand signs, striking him dead in the neck. Samui went through more hand signs, lifted her hand above her head, and said, "Storm style, laser circus." Beams of lightning shot out in all directions, cutting down the last remaining dozen or so pirates, but many of the missing ninjas evaded the attack. She gritted her teeth, expecting it since she was nowhere near Duriai's level with it, but it still did not improve her mood. Ino stood behind her, the duo back to back. She pulled a kunai from her weapons pouch and asked, "How many more are there?" Samui glanced around briefly. "Be cool. 6 are left." Ino nodded, seeing the 2 ahead of her pull out kunai, which meant that her ally had the other 4. She spoke up. "Was it wise to send the Hyuga below deck?" Samui drew her tanto, took a stance, and spoke coolly. "Fighting a Hyuga in closed spaces is not cool." She smirked. "Let's finish this and back up the regent." Below deck, the corridors were cleared of movement, with twitching bodies littering the halls. One could say that the floor was interspersed with bodies, but the reverse could be said, and neither would be inaccurate. A few missing ninjas hung from the stunts above, and more than a few lay atop the ship's cannons. Whether they were still breathing or dead depended on their threat level, or which Hyuga had dealt with them and had the available time to spare for them. Hayashi stood among the bodies at the aft of the vessel, near the access door to the inside of the hull below, as he scanned for survivors and noticed none remained here. Thus, he looked to the lowest deck, or crawl space would be more accurate, and found something rather unsightly. Yes. The Uchiha will hang for this, but his attention was drawn to his youngest, who approached him, thankfully no longer needing her bloodline, sparing her from that sight. Hanabi spoke up. "Father, we have liberated the captives at the front of the vessel, as instructed. Onisama is tending to them now." Hayashi nods firmly, glancing back over his shoulder, meeting his daughter's eyes. "Hanabi, stay with your sister. Beyond this door is not for your eyes." Hanabi makes her way back to the ship's front, allowing her father to refocus on the inhumane sight before him. If Naruto and the others do not end the Uchiha in their battle, then he, Hayashi Hyuga, will do so in the name of all these people pleading for aid. Episode 13. Demon Country, Open Sea. Saiken stands ahead of Naruto, prepared for the fight ahead. The 2 ladies, his family members, stand behind him, awaiting the order to strike. What the container and Bijou are about to do has only been theorized, with plenty of caveats, but it should be possible, in theory. Before Naruto proceeded, he glanced back just as a shadow clone of his rose out of the water beside him, handing him a very familiar blade, which he took, allowing the clone to disperse. He took a moment to inspect the edge before presenting it to the rightful owner, who was surprised at its presence. Naruto spoke up, a slight inclination of jest in his tone. "Don't lose it again, Kyoto. They aren't cheap." Kyoto takes the pitch-black katana reverently, staring at it fondly. Memories of first receiving it, of countless hours of training flash through her mind, along with the heartache at its theft and seeing it in the hands of her tormentor. She allows her chakra to pass through the metal, and the seals upon it flash up briefly, causing her to smile softly. "I will be sure not to let it go again." Matching her smile, Naruto nods before getting serious again as he looks forward. Stepping up, he places his hand upon Saiken's back, where the chakra core on humans would be, and their chakra intermixes, allowing their thoughts to link. "Are you sure about this, Saiken? You know the second we." "I am sure, my regent." Her swift response, still smiling, her voice was unwavering. "Though, I suspect both my dear Utakata and Big Sister will have more than a few choice words for us both." Naruto's chuckle could be felt by the Six Tails, his agreement noted, as he takes a deep breath. "I think 12 minutes will be our absolute limit. I will eject you before that time, or we risk damaging our individual connections with our own partners." She nods in understanding. "Should be enough time." "It should," Naruto confirmed as Karen noticed the flow of chakra, flowing from the new arrival to her fellow Uzumaki, and now realizing what they were about to do. Her eyes widened at that, not knowing this was possible, though continued to listen to them, with the blonde continuing. "So, let's end this quickly. That Uchiha seems to think our family is his to use as he sees fit." Saiken nods once before dissolving into white chakra that flows along Naruto's arm, flowing down to his seal and sinking into its depths. It was an unusual experience for both parties. Unlike Kurama's chakra, which Naruto was used to dealing with, Saiken's felt far more silky, smooth, cool, and fizzy to the touch. It was most confounding to describe accurately. For Saiken, the chakra coils Naruto has allowed a far easier transition and space to travel through his system and at greater levels than what she was used to in Utakata. Then again, his chakra too was even more adaptable, comforting, malleable, and yet was far denser, leading credence to his title as the youngest Bijou. By some. She understood it even more now. Main Shrine. Kurama was speaking with Mata, Yujito, and Shizuka about the fight with the snake Sannin, and how close they had gotten to killing him, forcing him out of that preteen's body, when she sensed an invasion of her connection with Naruto. She paused mid-sentence, bewildered for half a second, before growling and glaring towards the north. That bitch and Run have some explaining to do when they get back here. Surprised by the sudden outburst, Matatabi asked. Brunt? You only call Naruto that when you are mad at him. What has? Saiken is in my sealed space. Kurama growled again, earning surprised looks from the non-containers, raised brows from both Yujito and Matatabi, with the latter asking. She is? How unexpected. I guess his fight with that Uchiha is heating up enough to take such a drastic measure. Wait, Shizuka says, drawing all eyes to her. Can you guys do that with one another? Yujito shook her head. Not that straightforward. There are conditions that need to be met for anything like that to happen. Up until now, it was only a theory that Shikaku, Son Goku, Chomei, Kurama, and Naruto had considered. However, I believe that only Son Goku and Shikaku are the driving forces behind it. Matatabi nods to that, explaining further. There are many stipulations and rules that govern the concept of inhabiting one another's sealed space, which largely depends on three factors: the container, their seal, and the bijou they hold. For example, Yugi Girl can't hold Kurama, not enough space. However, Utakata Boy can handle my brother Isabu, but not my older brother Son Goku. He will struggle with Koko, but if it was an emergency, he might squeeze in. Shizuka was contemplative for a while, digesting all this. It seemed that there was a level of compatibility involved, if she was understanding this correctly. So, as Utakata is the holder of Lady Saiken, a six-tailed bijou of water and earth, he can handle the water-natured Isabu, who has fewer tails, but not you, as you have his opposing nature? Matatabi nodded firmly, leaning back in her seat at the table, arms crossed. Exactly. Kirabi Boy can hold Saiken, Koko, and Isabu, but not Chomei or Son. Kurama speaks up. There is only one exception. Growling the entire way, all eyes flowing to her as Matatabi nods, though allows her elder sibling to speak. As the youngest bijou and with his terrifying amount of chakra, paired with being an Uzumaki, Naruto is capable of holding any of us. The only one that can hold my power safely. But, Shizuka said, still in thought, aren't you of fire and wind with a minor earth, Kurama? Saiken is the complete opposite of your nature. Kurama nods once, still sneering. That she is. Like I said, my baka of a container is unique. Thanks to being the son of a Jinchuriki, being an Uzumaki, and holding me his entire life, he has been formed into the ultimate container, able to house any of my siblings. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if his compatibility with Saiken was higher than with her own container. Demon Country, Open Sea. Naruto takes several deep breaths to get accustomed to the new sensations of having someone other than Kurama running through his chakra network, and housing Saiken in his seal. The Six Tails was actually really comfortable, scarily so, far more so than with her normal container, but she knew better than to voice that. Naruto speaks. Okay, chakra levels stabilized and settled, you ready? Naturally. Saiken chirps joyfully within his head, as her chakra begins to swiftly synchronize with his, her silvery aura coating him, and his first stage bijou cloak flickers into view, all six tails waving around. This time, instead of the furious reddish-orange everyone was expecting, it is an oozing, goo-like silvery white, his eyes a solid silver, as he looks between the snake Sannin and the towering chakra construct. Saiken asks, "Who's our first target?" "The snake." Naruto's response was immediate, no hesitation at all, but he elaborated for his partner's sake, continuing, He wants to take over either my body or Shiren's. Though, that Uchiha plans on taking Koki. No doubt he is also concocting a crackpot plan to assault all the women of the family. Naruto growls threateningly, turning into a full-on snarl at the thought, and he can sense Saiken's contemplative behavior. Eventually, she nods. Snake first, I agree. Then the Uchiha. Play on his pride. Keep him engaged, but do not overcommit. Naruto informed as he finally looked back at his teammates, speaking aloud now. Karen, Kyoto, stand back for now. I will lead the charge, but you'll know when to strike. I trust and believe in both of you. They both nod, a growing warmth in Karen's chest. This is what she was missing all her life and will defend, and a heart fluttering in Kyoto's. The redhead responds, grinning confidently. Kick his ass. Naruto grinned, a foxy grin. Plan to. He paused, as if remembering something, and looked at Karen, speaking conspiratorially. Try the bird hand sign after the ram. You'll be surprised. Karen nods at that. He must have read up on their chains with the amount of times she's seen him use them himself. She wonders briefly what will happen before noticing that he was gone, just gone, in a burst of pure speed. Orochimaru was curious about the new arrival. Her chakra was dense enough to be a bijou, but it lacked the sheer presence and chakra level. Yet, when the former fox brat placed his hand on her back, she evaporated into chakra and was absorbed by the boy. His eyes widened as he watched the chakra reach his empty seal and vanish within. Perhaps he could use that. His thoughts were cut short when he ducked aside, an angry foot replacing his head's previous position, a sonic boom erupting from said foot, and a sword slash followed, cutting through several snakes near his face. Coiling up, Orochimaru prepared to snap forward at Naruto, who was sliding to a stop, only for Sasuke's Susunu's sword to smash down atop the blonde. Sasuke grinned. His power was clearly superior. Now, he had to deal with that snake freak who was trying to take over his body. The snake wasn't much of a threat to someone like him, an Uchiha. His might was unmatchable, but he was willing to be generous and grant the snake the honor of being slain by him. Without warning, the Uchiha's chakra construct extended arm was yanked backwards, drawing Sasuke's eyes back to see those damn chains wrapped around his might, attempting to restrain him. Upon seeing Karen with a smirk, kneeling as she held a bird hand sign this time, he growls, "You bitch!" Yet before he could react, a massive slash cut clean through the arm being restrained, severing it. The Uchiha's eyes were drawn to the smiling face of Kyoto as she passed by with her black katana in hand, its seals glowing faintly. Since when did it do that? Nearby, Naruto seemed to be moving faster and faster, his six tails lashing out in perfect unison, leaving no space nor openings in his assault. Orochimaru ducked and slithered around, snapping out with snakes that were consistently melted by the deceptively quick, acidic, silvery white chakra appendages that were supporting Naruto. Ducking beneath the slash, Orochimaru spat venom as he withdrew, which simply evaporated harmlessly on contact with the chakra cloak as Naruto pushed through and on with his attack. Seiken would have scoffed if she was confident it wouldn't hamper her current host's concentration. She has made stronger stuff in her sleep, by accident. She halted those thoughts as that is not a story she wants her regent to know about. The snake's tail was lopped off, one of the many wind slices from the Odachi, causing the beast to let out a screech before falling into the ocean below. The Jinchuriki remained hot on his trail, speeding after the now clearly angered snake Sannin. The pale white snake darted around, trying to find his attacker, who had been at his back a moment ago. Naruto was stalking him like a fox, a habit he picked up from his summons, but was using his Leviathan-like underwater speed to stay out of sight. At about 200 meters down, the snake turns back, realizing he'll have to surface soon, only to see a seemingly distant white blur to his left. He tracks it before it dives deeper and vanishes into the dark depths. Turning around, seeing no further signs of the brat, he makes a dash back to the surface, as his oxygen levels had just dropped below half. Yet after only 20 meters he was yanked back. A quick glance down revealed his tail wrapped in damn chains. His gaze followed them down into the darkness. Attempting to shrink to escape, another pair suddenly harpooned him, punching through his body. Hissing as he flinched from the invasion, Orochimaru reached for them, realizing exactly what these were: the Uzumaki adamantine chakra sealing chains. Panic. Orochimaru was panicking as now, with these chains on him, he can't grow back to his larger size, meaning his speed and breath currently available has lowered, and even his tongue can't slip between the chains and his body in an attempt to break them via force. This is also when he noticed the pain. His eyes widened, noticing the acidic nature of the chains. It was subtle and barely noticeable at first, but now it had entered his system. The tingle that he had ignored was spreading throughout both his entire blood and chakra circulatory systems. It had become increasingly painful, bordering on agonizing. It wasn't poison, he's immune to all types. Rather, this was flesh-eroding acid, eating through his body via the chains pinning him, with nothing to cling to in the darkness. Looking up, he now realized something else. The bubbles escaping his throat right now gave him greater perspective and confirmed his probable last grand theory. He was being dragged down further into the depths. Idly, he wondered how far down until his body is crushed. Would he ever be found? Perhaps he could be recovered. Then, what about the fox brat? Surely his breath must have run out long ago. This is when Orochimaru finally noticed the form of Naruto Uzumaki, watching him calmly from a safe distance, arms folded across his chest, the white glow of his chakra cloak more vivid on the dark backdrop. Despite lacking strength, Orochimaru still moved his eyes to meet his blank eyes in time to hear his words clear as day. Orochimaru. You will die here. Forgotten. A myth of yesteryear. Down here, paired with my current partner's chakra acid, you will decompose silently and completely. Naruto's hollow smile would be the last thing the old man saw. Fear not, I can breathe down here. So go on. Feel free to sleep. The Shinigami is awaiting your arrival. Best not keep him waiting any further. On the surface, Karen's chains were getting a full workout, and the bastard had no counter. Karen had deployed all the power she had and was surprised by how much strength she actually held. The towering Susanoo was pinned by the might of her nearly 50 chains, and its operator growled as her partner, Kyoto, proved she too was a menace. Sliding to a stop, the water kicked up. Kyoto stared back at the one-armed titan, eyes scanning for the next best target. Chakra pumped into her legs, and she exploded forth. The wind trailed her blade, a contour trailing behind as she cut the leg just above the knee. Landing opposite, now with Karen at her back, she slides to another stop beside her fellow teammate. This seems too easy, right? Karen nods. He isn't stupid. What is he waiting for? Abruptly, the purple warrior began breaking apart and losing consistency, slowly fizzling away. This blinded Karen's sensory ability by flooding the area with the Uchiha's chakra, but that was before the sound of 1,000 birds chirping at once rang out. Karen recalls this sound instinctively, her chains reacting without conscious thought. Hastily and with practiced precision, said chains formed a net at her back, catching the man and his lightning blade, not even reaching within a meter of her. Kyoto was lightning quick in her response, appearing at Sasuke's side, katana slipping through the air, causing the Uchiha to duck and blast himself back clear of her follow-up downward slash. His back flip allowed him to go through one-handed hand signs, breathing fire at the duo. Chains tear the fireball apart. The resulting smoke acts as a screen for the shuriken that begin ripping through the cloud. Kyoto and Karen leap clear, yet they seem to home in on them. The black katana makes its presence known and felt as Kyoto brandishes it with the expertise she was trained to have, slicing through the storm of steel with textbook precision. Yet, as the speed and density of the storm were greater than Kyoto had anticipated, she was forced to back up, and began using her natural agility and flexibility to the fullest by ducking, weaving, and flipping between her slashes and cuts. As the last ninja star fell, a glimmer of light caught her eye. Kyoto realized that most had ninja wires attached to them. However, as she had cut through them completely, they were no longer an issue for her. Karen, on the other hand, had defended with her chains, each being tangled up and yanked aside. The chirps echoed far and wide. Karen was caught off guard when her chains were yanked aside and the familiar chirps reached her ears. She pulled out her tanto, though she lacked the confidence of her clansmen in this combat art as she typically attacked from a distance. That would not deter her, as blue sparks burst through. Sasuke's right arm thrust forward. She ducked and leaped back. He followed, throwing kunai the whole time, which Karen could handle deflecting with some effort. Before long, Sasuke and Karen clashed, the Uchiha's kunai against Karen's tanto. His swipes were disorganized and lacked any real direction. Brute force was his plan, and Karen was desperately trying to stay ahead of it, deflecting the pressure, but it wasn't looking good, and she stumbled back. Sasuke's kunai was engulfed in lightning, and his dark grin said, "Die, bitch!" Karen flinched, her eyes slammed shut, but the pain never came as Kyoto's black blade blocked the lightning-coated kunai. Sparks flew in all directions, but she held her ground. Her eyes hard as diamonds, Kyoto growled. "You won't harm anyone from my family anymore." Sasuke cackled darkly, putting more strength and pumping more chakra into the kunai, his deranged glare on the shorter woman. "Well, you will serve me well. Sarada too will rule this." He froze upon seeing Karen's tanto cut through his exposed arm at the elbow. Sasuke stumbled back in shock, staring at his second stump of an arm, but he wasn't left that way for long, as Kyoto had spun and sliced up his chest. Another spin allowed her second slash to create a cross on his pale skin. The three remained still, as if time itself had stopped. Kyoto raised herself to her feet as Sasuke fell back into the ocean, about to sink until Karen's chains wrapped him up. Just as Naruto erupted up from beneath the waves, landing beside the other two, Spartan style, the second he stood, the white chakra cloak peeled off him and Saiken appeared at his side, panting yet in high spirits. The two leaned against one another as they looked upon the sight of a bound and barely conscious Sasuke Uchiha, tied by Karen's chains, and the blood on Kyoto's blade. It was clear he was enjoying his final moments, so Naruto offered. "So, you guys handled it?" Kyoto nods once firmly, swipes the Uchiha blood from her weapon before resting it against her shoulder, resolve still holding firm. "Yes, sir." Naruto looks at Karen, who looks just as fierce and determined. "Yeah. It was touch and go for a bit, but we managed. You guys?" Naruto raised a hand, classic 50-50 shake. "He isn't coming back. Could have done better though, faster too. Though the water pressure will prevent anyone from reaching him, the darkness will prevent his location from being discovered. The acid Saiken injected here will decompose him from the inside out." Both girls looked at the second Jonin present of the demon country, who was smiling sweetly, despite the slight sign of tiredness. Saiken still maintained a calm, soothing smile that belied the true terror she could unleash on a whim. Naruto's words drew their attention back to him as he unhooked a pocket, allowing a sealing scroll to drop into his waiting palm, and he tossed it to his little sister figure, who caught it effortlessly. Naruto instructed, "Kyoto, seal him up. We should get back and deal with that ship." The Uchiha's fist. Of the 6 missing ninjas, all were Jonin-level skilled, and for that reason, only 2 had been dealt with. The remaining 4 had managed to corner both Ino and Samui on the ship's prow. They were kind of sick of this already, but the 2 Miss Shinobi, one from the marsh, and the other from Taki, made a pretty good team, and their skills complemented each other nicely. The former missing nin stepped forward, a sick grin on his face, speaking up while holding the tanto that belonged to Samui. "Just surrender, girls. We'll show you a good time. I've noticed how you," pointing the blade at Samui, "seem to be uncomfortable in the chest area. I am a generous man and would be happy to alleviate your pains. No doubt your back could use my tender loving care." The other 3 chuckled darkly, and neither Kunoichi showed any sign of allowing such an outcome to transpire. Ino idly wondered where the hell the 3 Hyuga were. Surely they had cleared out the rest of the ship by now. Perhaps Naruto and his clansmen had finished off the snake and traitor by now too. Her chakra was low but not dangerously so, and although she had a water nature, her repertoire of ninjutsu is limited and overshadowed by the two Miss Jonin. Same with her comrade's sword skills. That's how she was disarmed. Thankfully, help had arrived. The sound of 1,000 birds rang out, drawing attention to the starboard side of the vessel. 6 shinobi sped towards the vessel at high Jonin speed. The sound was coming from Kakashi Hatake, who was leading the group. Leaping up to the vessel's railing, he punched straight through the first Miss Shinobi. The second former Miss Shinobi darted forward at him, only for Yugao Yuzuki to clash against his sword with her own, and a kenjutsu clash broke out. Next to land was Tsunade, followed by Sakura, Shikamaru, and Chojuro, who immediately clashed with the Marrried Shinobi. Both swords clashed, but it wasn't even a contest. "Sorry we're late," Tsunade spoke lowly, glancing back at the two younger kunoichi briefly before watching her shinobi dispatch the missing ninja. Kakashi finished his leader's intro with his own spin. "We got lost on the road of life." Before the Hokage could reprimand her Jonin, "Crescent Moon Dance" was heard, and the second Miss Jonin was downed, a clean bisection from Yugao, followed by a swift clean and resheath of her katana before the man's head rolled. A scream snapped all eyes to those Marrried shinobi who had just lost an arm, then a leg, before a slice clean through his chest. Chojuro with a perfect trisection, muttering, "Not even a challenge." The final opponent was a Taki shinobi whom Kakashi had already subdued and was sitting on, as he lay face down, bound, and unconscious. No one saw how he did it, just that his book was out, and his gray eye was scanning the smut he had pulled out. It was the end of an exciting day, to be sure, an explosive opening to the founding festival that none would forget. As the new team gathered around Tsunade and the blonde duo, the Hokage asked for a status update. "So, exactly what happened out here?" "All we heard was that the regent was engaged in a fight out at sea against an enemy warship. If that signal is correct, then Sasuke is here, no?" Samui and Ino both nodded to Tsunade's questions, with Ino speaking as Sakura tended to her wounds. Samui had refused. "Yes. We got separated when the ship opened fire as we approached. Though, we did catch the opening engagement, and Naruto had summoned a sea monster to fight against the Uchiha snakes." Tsunade raised a brow at the mention of sea monsters, but she asked anyway. "Then what happened?" Ino continued swiftly. "Hayashi made the call for us to assault this ship. After our initial boarding, he led his daughters below deck with Samui here, agreeing to clear and hold the deck until Naruto returned." Tsunade looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, take Shikamaru and Yugao to link up with the Hyuga and get a report." The three rush off below deck, and Tsunade looks to Ino and nods. "Continue." "Well," Ino began as Sakura finished treating the major wound on her leg. "The bulk of the thugs weren't any issue, just the 6 Jonin hidden among them. We managed to kill 2, one was from Kiri, the other Suna, but those 4 were bouncing their ninjutsu off one another, and the mist swordsmen were familiar with Samui's sword style, so we were up against the wall until you showed up." Chojuro spoke up, arms crossed. "Any idea where Naruto is now?" Samui responded coolly. "There was a lot of chakra usage towards the northwest, a bright purple glow too. It stopped, so it should be cool." Chojuro nodded, glanced back over the horizon, and acted as lookout for a few minutes of silence. Over the next 10 minutes, the Hyuga returned topside, with the numerous baby mothers Hayashi had discovered behind that door. They were all in pretty bad shape. Hinata and Hanabi brought out the prisoners held aboard, including the former captain of the vessel. 15 minutes later, Chojuro would spot movement in the distance, and his stiffening posture was caught by Hayashi, who activated his Byakugan and spotted the returning 4. "The regent and his troops are here." This caused Samui and Ino to stand, with the bulk of the shinobi heading to the port side to watch as Naruto led back Karen, Kyoto, and Saiken, all looking tired but in good shape, along the ocean's surface. It did not take long for the foursome to reach the ship, landing atop its cleared deck, Naruto followed by Saiken, then Karen and Kyoto. The regent spoke first. "Sorry we took so long. That snake freak showed up and was a bit of a hassle." Tsunade spoke next. Everyone else was wide-eyed. Orochimaru was here? What happened? Naruto shrugged casually. Sent him to sleep with the fishes. We won't be seeing him again. Many raised their eyebrows at that, yet it was Sakura who spoke up. Did you fight Sasuke-kun? Is he dead? Naruto offered with a cold, arctic glare at the pink-haired woman, who flinched under the tone. Yes. The Uchiha is dead. Kyoto and Karen stepped forward. The former spoke first. He attacked us first, almost killing us on several occasions. Karen spoke next. He has caused more problems than most nations have in their entire history. I once gave him everything, and yet he tried to kill me the one time I said no and stood my ground. Kyoto followed, hoping to put the nail in the coffin for this delusional pink-haired girl. If we had let him live, he would have come after our family and performed acts I dare not even consider. Putting him down was a mercy. But, Sakura sighed before nodding, understanding that she had seen what this ship, and the horrors it contained. She may have loved the man, but his actions were unforgivable. So she sighed hard again, going back to tend to the woman at her feet. It would take a scant few hours before the vessel entered the port, and the emergency status was lifted, and the party began again. Naruto, under Saiken's careful watch, organized the assistance of the prisoners and captives alike. The few surviving enemies of the former crew of nearly 300 were handed to the samurai for processing. Before they left, an unusual sight appeared before Naruto's party. A very serious Utakata, staring hard at his brother in all things. Letting out a tired sigh, Naruto nods. You know, we should have the talk back at the shrine. Save me from repeating myself. Utakata nods once. Fine. The shinobi fell into step with the others, and the Leaf team was more than a little curious about what was going on. Though they followed after the regent, who took to the trees, his guards in tow. Oni no Kuni, town. The group arrived at the town, as early evening had settled in and the music was in full swing, with the sounds of a festival. Passing through the gate, Naruto turned to the Leaf contingent. This is where we part ways. Please enjoy yourselves, especially since your own stall is no doubt making a killing. Tsunade nods before Naruto turns to Ino. I will await your clan's response. Ino bowed her head. Thank you, Regent. Naruto nods before leading his own towards the northern shrine. As they left, Tsunade looked at Ino. So, you met with Naruto earlier? Is that why you were out there? Ino nodded. Yes. It was an informal meeting I crashed with the Hyuga. She shrugged. I managed to interrupt the Hyuga from gaining a monopoly on the flower exports. Was this at the shrine? Tsunade pressed. Her fellow blonde nodded, Ino confirming. Yes. We spoke over lunch and hashed out some of the details. Did you learn anything we could use? Locations of guards, strength of their shinobi, the building's layout. Kakashi asks. Ino frowns. It never came up. Tsunade raised a brow. Never came up? Never came up. Ino replies with a shrug, continuing. We spoke about flowers and tea exports. The dividends and such. Clan business basically. I see. Tsunade sighs, though Kakashi looks unconvinced, voicing his concern. Did you eat with his family? Ino shrugged again, trying to keep her word. Like I said, it was an informal lunch where we discussed things regarding our clans. I get that, Kakashi says, but this time Shikamaru cuts in, noting that his troublesome blonde friend is getting irritated at the persistence. Leave it, Kakashi. She has already said that it was clan business. Main shrine. Naruto arrived back at the shrine, his party following him in. Sure enough, Kurama was standing there with a serious face, arms crossed and eyes glaring at her baka container and little sister. You have some explaining to do. Naruto sighs out, gesturing to the former Miss Shinobi at his side. No shit. Why do you think Utakata is here? Looking to the Hyuga group, Naruto continued. This is a private matter now. Please prepare a document with your proposal for us, and we shall review it tomorrow during the official committee meeting. Hayashi nods, inclining his head. Of course, until later then. Naruto nods back, watching the Hyuga head towards the guest house when a yell from there catches everyone's attention. Without words, the group rushes over to the guest house. Guest house, Hyuga residence. Hayashi was first in, followed by Hinata and Hanabi. Seeing the place a ruined mess, his fellow Hyuga were covered in feathers from the duck-feathered pillows. A middle-aged woman was hanging by what appeared to be a rope trap, desperately holding her kimono closed to maintain her modesty. Naruto would have pegged her at the upper end of Double DS, thinking idly. There were general signs of chaos all around, feathers of various kinds, sticky surfaces, gum, spitballs, tennis balls, a bowling ball, and that is most definitely a crowbar. Huh. I didn't think anyone would use that particular prank. It was only a theory he had proposed to the Kitsune Council a few years back. Guess its kinks were worked out. Naruto and Kurama arrived next, sliding in with hands on swords, prepared for anything. Yet, upon seeing the carnage, both relax. Hayashi speaks. What happened here? His father appeared, a clown wig atop his head, matching makeup on his face, forcing Naruto to look away, as did Karen and Anoka, as they tried desperately not to laugh at the old man. Kurama held no such reservations, grinning like a fox, openly taunting the man who responded to his son. That beast is a menace. Do not let its small size fool you. I did not know what it was, but that thing is no. A meow was heard, and the man froze, all color draining from his face, as a small British short-hair cat came down from the second level, with all the innocence of a saint that could do no wrong. But upon seeing those deep blue eyes, Naruto had to smother his smirk ruthlessly. He knew this cat, trained by Kurama and himself, but mainly by Kurama, along with the other Kitsune in the art of espionage to use against Matatabi as a sleeper agent. That plan never came to fruition, scrapped after discussions between the fox and the cat clans pulled through. However, this kitten has stayed with the Kitsune and has only been growing more mischievous by the day. Though it also explains the state of the house, which no doubt has been its playground as he was bored, paired with its rather liberal use of strategic-grade innocence makes for a truly feared agent of chaos and destruction on par with most Umbu. Nay, Naruto would put this particular feline on par with a full Umbu squad, maybe two if catnip is promised. The cat's meow drew Naruto's attention back to the room, but it also caused the Hyuga who had remained at home to break into a cold sweat, their faces going pale. Though its innocent expression was wreaking havoc with the female sense of sensibility, Hinata bent down to pick up the cat that was now purring loudly. Naruto thought that level of purring was a bit overkill, laying it on a bit thick, but then again, he wasn't one to criticize his subordinates' choices. Hayashi looked around at the carnage once more. His clansmen were all staring with pure terror at the cat his eldest was now holding. He did not want to judge prematurely or jump to conclusions, but he had to ask to be sure. Do you mean this cat? His father nods once, afraid his voice might give that demon a new target to ensnare. Hayashi looked from his father to the gray-furred cat, currently being stroked by both his daughters, though he noticed Naruto's hand blocking the Uzumaki ladies from approaching. So, Hayashi asked? Regent. Do you know? Yet before he could finish, Naruto barked. Agent Calmarino, report. The cat slipped from Hinata's gentle embrace, stepped before Naruto, and sat on its haunches. For a full 30 seconds, Naruto and Kurama stared at the cat, which stared back. Everyone watched in bewilderment at the fact that this cat seemed to be a trained ninja cat, but unlike the others, it was a normal house cat turned into a ninja. After a while, Naruto sighs, pinching his nose. That was not your objective, and you know it. Cal meowed in protest. Naruto glared at the gray-furred feline. No excuses. Your mission was clear and simple. So, don't give me that parameters unclear crap. Cal meowed again, but Naruto's glare had not lessened. Kurama cut in here, hand across her baka of a container's chest. Leave it be. Cal, the mission is over, and the area cleared from lockdown. You can leave now. The cat erupted in smoke, returning to the Kitsune Plains, as all eyes looked at the regent, who sighed and glanced around at the small amount of chaos he could see in the room. Without any words, he exited the house, and the second he did, he burst into laughter, along with Kurama and his fellow Uzumaki. That was golden. Main shrine. The fighters of the family, including the extended members, gathered at the kitchen table. The only people not present were Shion, Mitsuri, and Kalia. The kids were also in the next room, though the Kurama clansmen were present for some reason. Fu had returned from another sweep of the southern region, just prior to Naruto, and was sitting there silently cursing a storm for not returning sooner. Naruto, who was sitting at the table's head, had been reporting the fight up until Saiken had arrived, which Kurama and Utakata were both waiting for. Naruto continued. That is when Saiken kicked the chakra arrow away, then landed beside me and I explained the situation. Kurama raised a brow, her arms crossed just like her legs were. Which was? Saiken, who was standing at Naruto's side as the second one in the firing line, speaks next. With you outside the seal, our concern was that if the snake had realized this, he might figure out a way to exploit that weakness. Kurama and Utakata both fell into contemplative silence at that. It made sense, though Gaara did ask. Are you sure he was going to take over your body? Naruto nods grimly, a slight shudder at the thought. Yeah, he was pretty upfront about that after he realized that he had escaped Kurama and Matatabi. Which meant that he now had a chance to take over my body without having to worry about my tenant. More than a few others grimaced at the thought, though Yakumo had to ask. Why would he want your body exactly? What makes you so ideal? Shizuka spoke up, in place of her husband. Have you heard about the circumstances surrounding Naruto's birth? Both Kurama clansmen recalled the missions from the night before and his title of the youngest Bijou. Nodding in confirmation. Shizuka continued. That is why. If this man was able to take over my husband's body, he would potentially have access to nearly unmatched chakra reserves with great control over them. Maybe somehow, through their connection, access to Kurama's chakra too. Many shuddered at that thought. It was a crazy amount of power Naruto had on him at the time. Surely enough, Kurama growled menacingly. Like I'd let that thing anywhere near my chakra. My baka of a container may be holding half of it for me, but it is still mine. Well, Utakata says, gaining the other's attention, he shrugs looking to his brother then tenant. It doesn't matter now. I am over it. Gaara nods, looking at Shikaku. Any input? Shikaku shook his head. It was a preventive measure. It wasn't out of malice, and the concern was valid. We have never thought of a countermeasure against any of our seals for uninvited visitors. Karen speaks up, now that it's been mentioned. That's a good point. Is that even possible to do? The one-tailed thought about it. This was an interesting conundrum, and would no doubt lead him into a new field of study. Shikaku began to make scribbles on a paper, speaking distractedly. It should be. Yujito spoke up, curious about this enemy. So, what did you do with him after you two joined like that? It must have been interesting, yes? Naruto nodded, though Saiken raised her hand to her faintly dusted cheeks, and all were reminded of the fact that Saiken can be sadistic at times, especially when acids are involved. Naruto explained. Well, after we separated the two bastards. Saiken suddenly spoke over her temporary container. It was surprisingly easy to move my acidic chakra, and I was able to shift my chakra to melt off his snakes. They hissed and whined all the way down to the atoms, you know. Truly, they were resilient. She sighed, leaning into her palm, before continuing, as if in a daze. Then, when he dived beneath the water, I had never moved that fast below the surface of the sea. Yet again, I was surprised at how compatible my chakra was with those Uzumaki chains. I managed to mix it with my own, almost 1-to-1. Kurama smirked, nodding at her perfect host. Though the Uzumaki duo were surprised by that information, as was a certain Nibi, who spoke next. Curious. I wonder what? Naruto's eyes narrowed on the kitten, eyes of a frozen wasteland, causing the two-tailed cat to stiffen, her tail still and puffed, now only realizing she had failed her task. His voice was as cold as his gaze. Matatabi. If I recall, I told you to kill that thing before lunch, did I not? Meekly and softly, head held down, Matatabi spoke. You did? Then, Naruto said, still staring at the woman. Why did Saiken and I have to finish him off? Mata looked away, mumbling beneath her breath so that barely anyone caught it. Naruto growled deeply, causing the woman to flinch, as he spoke. I told you how important this was. That our family was at risk, and you still played around? What is your excuse this time? Yujito cut in, hissing at her brother. Knock it off, brother. She messed up. We get it. But... Naruto growls back at his sister. Messed up? Sister, the kids were in the firing line this time around. We were here! Yujito growled back, snapping to her feet. Do you not trust us? Naruto was about to argue back, but Shizuka grabbed his arm, and he snapped at her. Her frown paused his growling, and he bit back his retort. Seeing her husband's retreat from the argument, Shizuka looked back to her sister-in-law of sorts, speaking softly. It is in the past. The threat is dealt with, and everything turned out fine. Let us not forget that we are all family. Okay? Yujito takes a deep breath. Mata takes her arm, drawing her eyes to her tenant's shaking head, and she sighs, retaking her seat. After that heated discussion, Fu felt like she should break the tension and spoke up. So you drowned him? Saiken nods as Shizuka hands Nami to her father, hoping to distract him from the situation. The Six Tails then answer. Yes. We drew him down below the waves, and when he tried to escape, Naruboy used his chains mixed with my chakra to drag him further down. Karen then asks. How did you not run out of breath yourself? Naruto took this, rather distractedly. My contract with the Leviathan grants me 2 abilities. The first is underwater breathing. The second is underwater propulsion. Both are self-explanatory and required to effectively work alongside them. Karen nodded, though she gained staring eyes, as did Anoka, as she spoke. We've been meaning to ask about that. Naruto finally looks up from his Princess of the Waves. He will train her to master, looking from Karen to Anoka. We can discuss that later. This is a debrief for the whole family. Both nod, as Utakata speaks now. Then the ship? Saiken speaks up. The survivors of the crew are in custody with the samurai. The ladies who were chained up in the basement are getting the help they need. Children too. Everyone nods, and Gaara speaks now. Will you be able to host them all? Shouldn't be an issue. Naruto responds, playing with his baby girl, who had gripped his finger. Though we aren't going to push them in any which way. Letting them focus on themselves and getting better. The political crap I'll deal with later. Are the kids Uchiha? Fu asked out of curiosity. Those who went shrugged, and Karen responded. I don't know. We'll have to test them all at some point. Oma shook his head. It's well messed up. Good thing he's dead, huh? Yujito nods, taking a deep breath before speaking up. Yeah, but now we have to clean up all the shit he's left behind. Everyone nods at that. Kankuro says. Didn't he have a village or something? Currently fighting against the sound? Temari nods. He did. Speaking of, we'll have to clear them out too. Kuri muttered. Samui sighed softly. Not cool. Fu grinned, bouncing on her toes. We get to hunt them all down, right? Right. Kuri confirmed with a grin, and Kurama grinned along with her. Guess we can get a little wild there. Gaara shook his head, though Shikaka grinned. Sounds like a party. It does look that way. Utakata comments, naturally not committing to attending. Yakumo's speaking next. Then what about us? I kinda don't want to leave without a connection to you all. Kurama grinned, resting on her arms folded across the table. That is true. I need to ensure you are the best around, or my own name will lose its fear factor. Both Kurama clansmen gulped at that grin. Their training had been rather intense so far, and it was only the first day. Naruto spoke next, drawing all eyes to him, as he maintained a soft gaze, a gaze only reserved for his princesses, on Nami, who was smiling at him. Before we worry about that, we should all get ready for the fireworks and festivities tonight. We'll take the kids, as is our usual, So let's go clean up and meet up in the town center. Everyone nodded, but Fu immediately tried to vanish, only to get wrapped up by chains that snaked below the table, much to everyone's surprise. Fu gulped as she recognized their chakra signature anywhere. Naruto looked up, smiling foxily at his sister. And no, Fu, you are not sitting this out. Kurama grinned as she stood, looking at her niece now suspended in the air. Oh yes. I am going to enjoy this. The others all saw this cue to collect their children and leave. Yujito had a smug smirk, knowing this was long overdue, winking at her bug-butt sister on her way out. Matatabi kept her head down, not meeting her sister's or her container's contemptuous gazes. Oni no Kuni, town. Evening. The whole family would arrive from the shrine, with all but Kurama in formal attire, as she was on overwatch duty for security. She was accompanying them all to the center to meet with the others. Together, they all walked beneath the softly glowing purple glass or paper lanterns that had been strung above the streets between the buildings. The regular street lights had been shut off for maintenance, as they were unnecessary. All kids above 7 would be allowed to free roam, though all would have a discreet guard, either their parents or their uncles. The town was under Kurama's watch and patrolled by cats and foxes. However, the other plans are still being used. Fu felt very restricted in her full-length kimono, a light lime green with white lining, purple flowers decorating the bottom halfway up her back, with a matching purple obi. Her hair had been thoroughly washed and was clean, held in a single bun at the back. She wore minimal makeup on her caramel skin, with only a light dusting of blush and eyeliner. Yujito was wearing her kimono from the rehearsal, with her hair done up as her sister's, though she was less tense because she had done this before. She also had Fu's hunting knives in her sleeves, as her little sister had caused an issue during preparations and was banned from holding them. Naruto was in his formal attire too, though this time he had gone with a dark purple yukata and black obi combo. He was wearing black 3/4 lengths beneath. His hair had been drawn back into a low ponytail, but was largely the same. He was banned from bringing his normal odachi, so he had his tertiary weapons in the form of his version of his father's 3-pronged kunai. Made from the same material as his katana, with seal script etched directly into the handle's metal, and covered by blue leather. He had one in his left sleeve, 2 on his thigh, and 1 on his right hip inside his top, hidden from view. Shion had chosen a furusode that was apparently a single step down from her official shrine maiden equipment. Naruto couldn't tell the difference between them, but he was also told to be quiet, so he kept his mouth shut. She has matched her color palette with her husband, as she always does, though she has borrowed one of her beloved overcoats. Shizuka is wearing a battle kimono. Despite Shion's protest, Shizuka absolutely refused to lower her combat capabilities any further than this. She was still nearly fully armed, only lacking her sword, which she rarely uses, as she preferred ranged attacks with kunai. Again, she matched with her husband and sister-wife, though she also had Nami in dark civilian clothes. She also chose her attire specifically because it gives her access to feed Nami if she needs to. Shiren, Kushina, Miruko, and Saki had mimicked their respective parents. Karen and Anoka both wore modest dark maroon kimonos, which had black thread-embroidered flowers around the base, with the family crest on the back. Their hair was plaited in twin braids down their backs, and they looked elegant despite being fairly well armed. Karen had gone a little further outside her comfort zone with a slight touch of makeup, natural-looking lip gloss, and mascara. Both planned to stick with Naruto's group on this outing, as they wanted to start planning out the basis for the seal. The Hyuga were also in their second finest dress, and this time they were out in force to join the regent's party. After Hayashi and his daughter reported on the combat capabilities and their progress in gaining closeness with the regent and his family, the other Hyuga felt they must capitalize on this opportunity. Thus, by being seen in the regent's roaming group during the celebration, they would become synonymous with the main house. The scary thing was that it was working. Many eyes followed the regent, and with Hayashi strolling beside him, talking idly, it was clear that they were at least friends. Reaching the town center, the group finds that the rest of their family there, Gaara and Mitsuri to Utakata and Hataru. all looking formal and well-dressed. What they did not expect was the hidden leaf and hidden mist delegations to be there. Yakumo had an apologetic smile upon her face, Neela too, meaning they let slip that Naruto and his family would be meeting here. Or they just followed them. Naruto grumbled softly, so softly that only Hayashi and his wives could hear. The two groups met up, and to say Tsunade was surprised would have been a major understatement. She knew Naruto had a son she recognized immediately from the photo, looking like a mini Naruto with black and darker blonde hair. Whisker marks and everything. What caught the Leaf group off guard was the second set of twins, and the blonde on his arm, basically. Despite being warned ahead of time, Kiba was gawking at the babes among the group. The dark-haired woman, carrying the infant, was a knockout babe of the highest caliber. The other blonde woman was at the same level too and looked so soft and gentle that his primal need to protect was flaring up. Kiba was only allowed that time to gawk and mentally undress them as Naruto was off to the side, sharing a quick word with Kurama about a certain toad sage, so he did not see it, though Kakashi was trying to get the Inuzuka's attention, to prevent him from suffering a fate worse than death. If the bingo book was anything to go by, thankfully for Kiba, both his sister and clanswoman, Kells, spotted what was happening and pinched his ear and yanked him back, moments before Naruto returned to the group. Naruto approached the extended family group first, clasped arms with Gaara, and asked the redhead, "Is your sand in position?" Gaara nods firmly once. "Yes. As we discussed, I have spread it around in plant pots and can feel the connection to it all. I should be fine like this." Naruto nods, looking towards his well-dressed bubble brother. "Looking sharp, Utakata." Utakata nods once firmly, a dark blue yukata much like Naruto's sky blue obi, smile as even his hair had been tidied up a bit. Or attempted to be as just like his own, it refused to be tamed. "Thank you for the assistance, Naruto." Naruto nods before looking at his brother's blonde student, date, and love interest. "It has been a while since we last met face to face, Hataru." Hataru nodded with a soft smile. "Yes, it has, Regent." Naruto cut her off. "You are a member of the family. Feel free to use my name." No one missed the blush on her cheek, nor the one on Utakata's as he suddenly found the glowing lamps hung above super interesting. Naruto grins, then he looks at Mei, who has also gone all out in a full kimono-like dress that is far too loose in the shoulders, emphasizing her curves perfectly, but not enough to be considered trashy, as she does have respect for herself. Everyone has given up on trying to make her dress less revealing, so this wasn't a surprise. For her, it was modest. "As stunning as always, Mei." Mei smirks, her man-killer smirk that has caused many men to become putty in her hands, Naruto, Utakata, and Chojuro being the few exceptions in the mist. "Why, thank you, Naruto. You are looking absolutely delectable yourself." Chuckling, Naruto shook his head, bumping fists with Chojuro. They just nodded to one another. They were sword brothers, no words needed to be said. Finally, he got to the Leaf team, where Kiba had been successfully scolded, having reread Naruto's entry and scared straight. First up was Yakumo. "Yuku-chan. You clean up well." Yakumo puffed her cheeks childishly, before breaking into a smile and chuckling. "Same to you, Naruto-kun. Thank you for everything." Naruto smirked. "Wasn't me, but the fuzz bud." Both Kurama clansmen giggled at that, knowing that the said fuzz bud hated that name and would grumble about it constantly. Next was Tsunade, who grinned. "So, Regent, you were hiding your—" "Yes." Naruto cut her off, rather icily, earning a suppressed sigh from the sitting Hokage. Naruto continued. "This is a family tradition to come to the festival together, at least for this first night. As much as I did not want to expose them to any of you, I was not willing to take this from them. Consider yourself lucky, though I would rather no report of them ever graces your filing room. Your counsel cannot be trusted after all." Tsunade nods, along with the others in the group, though Ino, looking rather flashy in her own sunflower print, dull yellow kimono, jumps out, upon seeing her new best friend. "Kushi!" Kushina heard the voice and snapped at Ino. "Auntie Ino!" Everyone watched this in either bewilderment or resignation. Naruto facepalmed. I never should have let them meet. All they think about is flowers. Troublesome blondes. Shikamaru grumbled, only for over half the groups to look to him, including Naruto, Ino, Shion, Kushina, and Hot. Shino whispered into the Naruto's ear. An unwise notion to speak aloud. Why? Most of the people here are blonde. Naruto, however, saw the fidgety Yugao in the back, wearing a white and pink battle kimono with a sword on her hip, and smiled. Looking back at his group of kids, he spotted the 8-year-old, nearly 9. Io, come here a second. The purple-haired girl perked up at her name being called and rushed over. Yes, Too-chan? Naruto took her by the hand and led her through the leaf group, where everyone noticed the purple hair that reminded them of one of their own. Naruto stopped before Yugao with a beaming smile, his hands on the girl's shoulders as she stood in front of him. Yugao Yuzuki, allow me to introduce my daughter, Io Yuzuki Uzumaki. The girl snapped her head from looking up at her father figure to the woman opposite, with widened eyes. Though the entire leaf group were wide-eyed, as Yugao saw the resemblance a mile off and couldn't stop the smile nor tears as she bent down to the girl's level, who too was teary-eyed. Hey there! Io waved meekly. Hi! Are you a Yuzuki like me? Yugao nods firmly, then pulls off a mock salute. Jonin Yugao Yuzuki, of the Hidden Leaf Shinobi Forces. At your service. Naruto whispered next. She is one of the few who protected me when I was younger, Io. I told you stories of those special shinobi, remember? Io looked up at her father figure, nodded once, and then looked back at the woman ahead of her, running to hug the older woman. The sniffling was universal, and Naruto smiled at the sight. The Umba looked up at him, holding the girl close, and mouthed, Thank you? He responded with a simple nod. Kakashi steps up beside him silently, speaking softly. Thank you for this, Naruto. Naruto shook his head silently. It wasn't me this time. It was coincidence and my eldest son. We found her on Nagi Island along with the others. I was only going to mark their cages and come back later for them, but... Kakashi nods in understanding as Tsunade steps up on the other side. So, the Uzuki. A clan much like my own, Naruto replied, before looking to the Senju. A lost clan, no idea from where or when, but scattered to the wind. Although our meeting was by chance, as soon as I recognized her, I realized that I needed to help her. So, like the others, I consider her my own, and they see me as theirs. He shrugged before returning to his family. Thus, I have been training them accordingly. The gathering began to disperse into their smaller groups, with Gaara and Utakata heading in opposite directions, in accordance with their plan from the bar, Wives in Arms. Shiren led his group, besides Io, off with his younger sisters. Temari went with them, along with Yujito. Fu moved off with Kushina and Ino, as the three discussed flowers and botany techniques. Yugao and Io moved off too, with Kakashi going with them as Overwatch. Mei took Chojuro by the arm, earning a raised brow from Naruto, though his sword brother waved him off as they moved away. Inuzuka followed their noses though Kiba moved towards the two redheads but found himself following Shikamaru and Sakura against his intention, who offered a wave at Naruto, who nodded back silently. Karui and Omo moved off to enjoy themselves while their hidden weapons were kept within reach, as Samui had taken it upon herself to guard Naruto. Unaware that Naruto wanted to keep her in sight, as he hadn't completely forgiven her. Tsunade looked a bit confused about what she would do, silently hoping Naruto would allow her to join his group, though Naruto did call her. Tsunade. The Hokage looked at him, as he pointed to the side, and following the gesture, she found Jiraiya, equally cleaned up in traditional garments, stepping into the town center with Kurama and Shikaku at his side. Tsunade looked back to Naruto, who shrugged with a smirk. His chakra is locked, and a tracking seal is attached to a paralysis seal should he leave the area of the town. We'll collect him in the morning. So, if only for tonight, be Tsunade Senju the lady, and not Lady Tsunade Senju the Hokage. It was then that the Toad Sage arrived, with the tailed beasts moving off and Naruto approaching. Jiraiya. Said man looks back at Naruto and nodded. Jiraiya responded. I have heard about the night. Your friends explained it already. Though, can I at least thank you for this? Naruto nods as he looks at Tsunade. Please enjoy this festival and don't worry about anything beyond the here and now. For the current is called the present for a reason. Tsunade smiles at that, rather poetic. Since when were you a poet? Naruto chuckles lightly, shrugging. Utakata is as lazy as Inara, but he knows what counts if you listen long enough. He then moves towards his wives and remaining family, and they head into the party. This leaves the two senior citizens to it. Tsunade looks at Jiraiya, and he immediately offers her an arm, saying, If you would. She takes it with a smile and nod. Well, when was the last time we did something like this? The old sage chuckled heartily. It has been many decades since. The two would break into small talk and follow the example of the younger generation, eventually catching up to Naruto's group and joining them as if they were always members of the family. This night, everyone truly allowed themselves to unwind and enjoy themselves. Many visited the grill of the Akimichi, which had gathered a rather sizable crowd and was a favorite this year. Naruto refused to accept a freebie from Choza, paying full price for his group. There were many cheers and laughter shared by all. There were no shinobi present. Just people mingling and celebrating the founding of the land. All the worries were left in their hotel rooms, their work outfits, or suitcases and sealing scrolls. Throughout the night, Naruto had taken time to spend a portion with each of his wives, for a more intimate experience and moment of privacy. When he and Shion returned to the larger group, Naruto was not surprised to find Karen, Anoka, and Jiraiya arguing about a particular seal. He went to break it up but ended up getting caught up in it, siding with Karen and Anoka. Jiraiya scoffed at that, claiming bias against him as they were Naruto Uzumaki, thus their argument was invalid. It caused those watching to chuckle into their ice creams. At one point, Naruto confiscated Koki from Kyoto for a full hour, to allow the silver-haired teenager time to enjoy herself too. She and Shizuka went off for that whole hour. Naruto took care of both Koki and Nami the entire time, much to Tsunade's surprise. She was further surprised when she grilled him on baby care. Naruto had corrected her twice. Shion then revealed that baby night cries were almost always handled by her husband. Tsunade was impressed. When the two Nadeshiko Kunoichi returned, Naruto handed back their respective babies, before approaching the heiress he had avoided for a while. It is better to deal with this head-on now, as last night had reminded him what could happen if he dragged his feet. Naruto spoke firmly, softly, and without any hesitation. Hinata, care to join me for a walk? Hinata's cheeks heated up, heart a fluttering mess as she bowed her head. It would be an honor, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded before looking back at the group. Understanding dawned on them all, though it was clear there were a few bitter pills swallowed. Hayashi offered him a nod, along with Jiraiya, both aware he was about to break a heart to save her future. This nod was then returned before Naruto moved off with the heiress, vanishing from their sight a moment later. Hinata followed Naruto towards the southernmost park in the city. Plenty of bars and the like are in this area of town, but the park space was softly lit by seals masked as candles, Anoka's invention. It was also clean and tidy. Taking a seat on one of the benches away from prying eyes, Naruto sat beside Hinata and let out a weary sigh. He hated doing this to Relay the first time, even if she still hasn't accepted it. No doubt will hate the look of hurt upon Hinata's face, but one thing at a time. He began. Hinata. Her eyes nervously looked at him, and his solemn expression, and her heart shattered, suspecting what this was about. Naruto continued. You know, when I was younger, I called you weird because you kept fainting whenever I spoke to you. Back then, I was an idealistic fool who could never take no for an answer. Hinata nods, smiling solemnly. You never go back on your word. It was your ninja way. It still is, Naruto revealed, causing the woman to look at him, eyes wide. He smiled back at her with a nod. In fact, it was also due to that fact that I had promised to change the Hyuga for Niji, that I placed you all in our guest house. Hinata smiled at that. She'll tell him when she gets back. Naruto, however, couldn't tell her that he had actually forgotten it until just before their arrival at the docks. Not knowing wouldn't hurt her. Naruto continues. Hinata, I have known of your in fact. Pausing as he shakes his head, Hinata blushing rather heavily, continuing after the motion. No. I know you have loved me for a long time. She nodded silently, hiding her face in her hands, but Naruto continued on, despite the growing lump in his throat. Hinata, I can't return those feelings to you. I love my wives, Shizuka and Shion, with my entire being. They saved me from myself, and I cannot repay them enough for that. They gave me my children, whom I love and will always protect. My family would not be what it is without them. He took a deep breath as he fully turned to her, gently peeling her hands from her face, with gentle hands, and ever so softly forcing their eye contact. An eye contact that forces the upset heiress to see how troubled Naruto is in doing this. With his hands now gripping hers, holding light yet firm and warm. Naruto speaks, looking down at her pale hands within his tanned embrace. You are probably the kindest person I know from the leaf. Though I also know how fierce you are in protecting others. A lioness waiting to pounce. But I am only like this. Hinata sniffled as Naruto shook his head, correcting her. Your strength is just that, Hinata. Your strength. I have been away from the village in your life for over 11 years at this point. His smile right now was just as radiant as she remembered, though he continued. You've gotten strong, Hinata. Not just as a kunoichi, but as a person, and most importantly, as a woman. Hinata feels his gentle squeezing of her hands within his, and finds her pale eyes locked on his soft blues, ignoring the tears as she nods slowly. You were my sunshine when all I thought was that I was a failure. When even my father did not believe in me. Naruto choked out a soft chuckle, shaking his head, which confused the Hyuga heiress. Seeing this, he spoke up. Hinata. In my time away, I have come across many things, but among them was a single, simple truth. Do you want to hear it? Hinata nods, always interested in the latest news of Naruto-kun, so Naruto began. At first, I didn't believe it myself, however, in recent years I have only been able to verify it. So I know it to be a truth when I say this. She nods again, waiting for these words of wisdom. Naruto locked his gaze upon hers and said, It is a parent's job to believe in their children 100% of the time. Hinata's eyes widened at that, going to protest, but Naruto beat her to it. Back in the leaf, Hayashi and I were like water and syrup. Never should be near each other. However, in the short time that I have known him here and now, having become a parent myself, I know for a fact he has nothing but love for you and your sister. The conviction in his tone and eyes made Hinata take this as gospel, unable to deny it. So, Naruto finished. His methods were roundabout, sure, but he wanted to keep you safe and secure. He sighed, his own kids coming to mind, and that time in Wave, when they played like Shinobi and Commander. He hated remembering that sight, but forced himself forward, locking eyes with the still watery-eyed Hyuga princess. Trust me, Hinata. As a father of 11, with over half wanting to be Shinobi, I know he wants nothing more than to wrap you up and keep you within reach. Naruto actually got a giggle out of the woman, no doubt picturing her father being as doting as she had seen Naruto be with his own kids. It was a wet giggle, but it was progress. Naruto smiled at her. So, Hinata Hyuga, heiress of the Hyuga clan. She straightened up at that, as he offered her some napkins. He finished off by saying, I know it will be hard, I know that you'll feel lost for a bit, but you have your father and sister with you. Sure, those old bats back home will no doubt try to put you down, but those two at least, will always be with you. Hinata nods with a soft smile, as she tends to her tears and fixes her makeup. Yes, thank you, Naruto-kun. Naruto nods back, before attempting to shrug off the heavy atmosphere with an exaggerated double-shoulder shrug. It's fine. Though if things get a bit too much, feel free to pop in for a visit. There's a reason we have a guest house. She nodded more firmly, now that the tears had stopped, and her mind locked in on the fact that her father's love for her had been given the Naruto-kun seal of approval. Naruto's voice broke her from her musings though. That being said, if we do end up building a compound in Demon for your clan, I think Niji might be a suitable head of security. He's sharp and quick-witted. Hinata looked confused, doubly so upon seeing a glint in Naruto's eyes that she did not recognize, but the secretly watching Hayashi and Jiraiya did, both grinning at the silent message. Hinata though spoke up. But if Niji-ni-sama was head of security, he would have to meet me to get an interview for the job, and a full evaluation of his capabilities undertaken. Thus, Naruto continued as if thinking aloud. Hinata's confusion continued, so he elaborated. I will have to double-check that he had a good head on his shoulders, that nothing that could be a hindrance to his capabilities were an issue. It took Hinata a full 10 seconds to catch on to what Naruto was implying. Admittedly, she had just been let down easily by her love, and her eyes widened. But how? Naruto snorted at that, waving her off. Uzumaki literally wrote the book on Fuinjutsu, as Shikaku didn't feel the need to. That cheap knockoff slave seal will hardly be a challenge. He grinned, shoulder bumping her softly, meeting her gaze directly. Remember, I told him I would change the Hyuga. Just like you wished to. This is what I can do for you both. Hinata smiled breathtakingly at that, and Naruto swore that if he wasn't a happily married man, he would have fallen for her at the sight of it, as she spoke up. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I will also work hard on my own. After the serious talk, Naruto would lead Hinata around for a bit, allowing enough time for her to calm down. He spotted Sakura being chatted up by one of Naruto's off-duty samurai. Shikamaru and Kiba were nearby, smirking as they kept an eye on them, beers in hand. Hinata whispered something to Naruto, causing him to chuckle and nod. This was caught by Kiba and Shikamaru, who both raised their brows at the twosome, watching them walk away. Returning to the main group, Hinata approached her father, Naruto, his wives, and the princesses, and spoke softly. Father! She bowed her head. Thank you for loving us. Naruto and the others saw it. Hayashi's cold demeanor cracked and broke as he lifted his daughter from her 30-degree bow, and smiled genuinely at her. I am sorry, Hinata, for not knowing how to convey it as Naruto did. Tsunade looked to Naruto, who was more interested in his own family than the Hyuga at the moment, and truly wondered just what the hell he had gone through to become this man before her. Naruto's voice broke her from her thoughts. I became a father, Tsunade. She then noticed how his eyes were soft, warm, and comforting as he stared at her, with Nami in arm, but she noticed that Shizuka was making faces to keep her daughter's attention. Naruto continued. When my children entered this world, I learned about myself. I could no longer be rash, thick-headed, or even think about doing something stupid, or they'll end up growing up without me. I grew strong for them, to ensure my precious people got home. That I would come home. His beaming smile broke the solemn air. It's just that simple. Everything returned to normal after that, with Kushina appearing with Ino and Fu at one point, when Naruto had just finished burping Nami. Fu got a giggle out of the baby, and she held a puffed-up chest for the rest of the night. Naruto had guided Kushina in holding her baby sister. Ino had snapped a picture of that tender moment. Sometime later, after the trio had left, Shiren appeared without his team or Aunt Temari and asked for some advice from his dad. Naturally, he was overheard by Tsunade and Jiraiya, who had to get involved as the troublesome grandparents they were acting as. Shortly after that, Io Yugao and Kakashi appeared, and Io rushed to hug Naruto, grinning and saying how much fun she was having with her cousin. What she called Yugao. Though, she also claimed she was her big sister. Naruto gave her hair a thorough ruffling despite her protests, which everyone knew was an act at best, as he slipped her a few extra bills. The real reason she looked for him. Naruto then sternly warned Kakashi to keep his baby girl safe, or he would regret it. Kakashi gave him a mock umbu salute. Anoka's friend from the bakery stopped by when they had returned to the Akimichi stand. She was a nice lady and Naruto smiled at his clanswoman opening up a bit to others. This is also when a very well-dressed Hana stepped in with Utakata and Hitaru, talking amongst themselves. Utakata gave a nod to Naruto, who nodded back, which alerted Hana to his presence. She smiled and headed over for a moment. "Hey Naruto, thank you for allowing my triplets time with your kitsune." Hana opened, and Naruto shrugged, sipping his smoothie. "Ever since that incident, I too have been curious about how well our techniques could work with your dogs. Though, you are going to have to work on your language skills for true coordination." Hana nods firmly. "Yes, we have been speaking with Pakin about that. I have to bring it up with my mother. However, I won't bother with business tonight, so I will leave you guys to enjoy the night." Naruto nods to that, before recalling something. "Oh, please remind my airhead of a brother that the fireworks are at midnight. He's probably forgotten about them, so keep it discreet." She nods before leaving back to her own group. As Naruto's party left, they bumped into Kiba, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Shino, along with a few locals, who seemed to be having a good time together. Hinata decided to join them, along with Hanabi, to get away from their father for a bit. Naruto found it funny that, as soon as his daughters left, Hayashi loosened up significantly and spoke far less stiffly, almost dropping the formal talk completely within 10 minutes. The other Hyuga had long since split up, enjoying being considered part of the higher echelons of the country, so it might be because of that too. At one point, Jiraiya had grabbed Naruto and Hayashi in a headlock as the three laughed at his joke. The ladies of the group shook their heads. "Men." Samui proved her position as a guard was required when a rowdy bunch got out of hand, and she successfully subdued all 6 perpetrators with a light application of lightning until the samurai officers showed up. This happened another 3 times throughout the entire first night. When the games came up, Hayashi managed to beat Naruto on the hoops, but the Uzumaki claimed that the Hyuga used his Byakugan. Hayashi claimed that if he had, this would not be a contest. The mock argument was cathartic for the Hyuga, who cracked a smile by the end of it. Tsunade beat Jiraiya in paper fishing. Kyoto beat Shizuka the first time, but lost the second and third times. Shion giggled at that. Naruto was highly amused too. Saki and Miruko showed up with Shiren and his group, and the adults paid for their games. They then went back to the Akimichi stall, and brought them all ribs before parting ways again. After a quick bathroom break, Shion pointed out Shiren and Amano walking alone ahead of them, and like mature adults, they followed them with all the poise of the veteran shinobi they should be, but forwent all their training and tact to watch this young love. He had won her a new teddy bear at the game, and she thanked him with an innocent kiss on the cheek. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Hayashi shared a cheer and high-five at the little man's scoring. Kyoto and Anoka squealed. Karen nodded her approval of her young clansman. Shion and Shizuka were oozing pride. Tsunade was almost brought to tears. The finale was almost upon them, and so all the separate groups converged at a designated place, the same place the demon group came to every year. This time, both the Mist and Leaf groups came with them. It was just off the path towards the shrine, a clearing that overlooked the town, with a fallen tree and benches around it. Naruto's group was third there, with Omo and Kuri already present, along with Utakata, Hataru, and Hana. However, over the following half hour, everyone had gathered on time. Everyone seemed to have enjoyed this time off from the world's problems, and Naruto couldn't be more elated about it. He had spent the last month filing papers for this, and it was reassuring that things turned out this well so far. Sure, it's the first day, and many hiccups had happened, and so far so good. His thoughts were broken by the first of the fireworks lifting into the sky. For the next 10 minutes, everyone watched as the night sky was filled with color, light, and warmth. As he stood there, Naruto smiled softly and truly. Things had been crazy this last year. From the recall, to being discovered by his previous life, to now standing among this group of family and guests that he now has. All watched alongside him. Again his thoughts were broken, as his warrior queen took up his right hand, drawing his eyes to her loving smile. He returned the smile just as his left was taken by his priestess of light, drawing his gaze now, and she smiled just as her title suggested. Filled with a gentle, loving light that had always guided him home. Together, the three looked back up to the light-filled darkness, and Naruto spoke the words that came to mind, unaware that all would hear him. "Hey Mom, Dad! I definitely found it!" Episode 14. Oni no Kuni, Family Clearing. With the final fireworks sparking out, Naruto looked over at Chojuro, who looked back, and they nodded together with big grins. Then, they looked back at Omoi, who caught the grin, followed by Karui, who nodded. Naruto looked to his Haim, who both smiled and stepped back, as finally he stepped forward. A puff of smoke caught everyone's attention. 3 more puffs of smoke followed shortly, revealing various weapons. Chojuro moved with his friend clear of the larger group, with the Kumo duo following after. Naruto chuckled with a grin, now holding an odachi. "Let's get this done." This caused a recollection to flash across Yugao's face, who also steps forward immediately, leaving Io with Shiren. The former began talking his ear off. Kakashi moved after his former subordinate, and this is when Tsunade realized what was happening. She then informed Jiraiya, who was surprised but eager to know more, as he had not heard anything about Naruto's past yet. Naruto stood with Chojuro, their respective swords on their backs, standing at one edge of a 3-way triangle. Omoi was beside his partner, drawing their weapons, in perfect synchronization, matching Chojuro with her Makarii, though Omoi spoke up. "Are you really going to use that?" They all looked to the Mist Swordsman, who shrugged, looking at one another and grinning before looking back. Naruto draws his odachi from its sheath and takes up a stance, prompting the other 2 teams to do so. "What's the matter? Scared?" Omoi sighed, his single straight odachi held before him. His partner in crime, Karui, grinned eagerly, her own sword in hand, speaking up. "Scared? Of you? Nah. We are well trained, you know. Size isn't everything," Kakashi quipped, a puff of smoke revealing his old Umbushu in his hand, eye smile on full. The 2 Kumo shinobi nod in agreement, though the Mist Swordsmen have truly devious smirks, Naruto commenting. "Sure. Kakashi, you would know." Silence. Karui coughed to try to mask her laughter. Oma looked away, unable to take that seriously, his hand covering his mouth. Kakashi hung his head, and Yugao went red from the sheer amount of effort she was using to not laugh aloud. Thus, she was the only one to catch the 2 Mist Swordsmen charging at them. Chojuro was heading for Yugao and Kakashi, Naruto for the Kumo team, in perfect coordination. Just before they clashed, both Mist Shinobi stamped hard, and darted towards the other's foes, and in a blink Yugao was clashing against Naruto's odachi. Seeing as no chakra was permissible, it was only their natural strength at play here. Naruto pushed her back each time their blades clashed, though she thought she held the advantage in experience. Yugao found herself caught in a retreating fight, almost at the area's edge. Thankfully, Kakashi arrived, and Naruto was forced back. Together, the 2 Leaf Shinobi, formerly of Umbu Team Rio, pushed their offensive, forcing the blonde on the defensive. Chojuro, on the other hand, was nearly batting around both Kumo Chunin, who were unable to block the powerful swings of the legendary sword of Hikam. So, on the next swing, Omoi jumped into the personal space of the Kiri Jonin, slashing upwards. The swordsman was prepared and side-shifted his body to narrowly avoid the upward swing, bringing his 2-handed blade around in an arching slash. Thankfully, Omoi's partner was a rash redhead, and they joined their blades to successfully block the hard strike. Though Karui was then kicked hard by Chojuro, who had learned a few tricks from his partner. The duo rolled back just as Chojuro slammed an overhead slash down between them. The ground rumbled from the impact, and both Karui and Omoi looked up at Chojuro's smiling face as he announced, "I guess I win, huh?" They both nodded silently, though Karui wanted to swear up a storm but knew Shion and Yujuto were present, so he bit it back. Naruto had been on the defensive against the combined might of Kakashi and Yugao, who had slipped into their old teamwork forms, controlling where their foe could go. Naruto, however, was stubborn and professionally trained in using the full length of his meter and a bit long odachi. Paired with natural flexibility and high speed, trying to corner the blonde was proving to be a challenge. It was clear to both, though, that Naruto was playing it safe and not counterattacking them but holding them at bay. The ground rumbling caught them off guard, but it told Naruto his part had been played, and he grinned. Now he could push back against the opponents who had forced his retreating defensive action. The pace quickly grew to surpass the previous mid-jonin level, almost reaching Midumbu, and the blocks and deflections became more subtle and unpredictable from the outside. However, it was soon to end, as Chojuro arrived in Kakashi's blind spot, though Yugao yanked him clear of the knockout blow. This, however, cost her, as Naruto managed to close in, and with the back of his sword at her neck in the following second, he whispered, "Yield." Yugao sighed and nodded. She figured this was the plan after she had noticed the calm defense Naruto had been putting up, believing that they could beat him before his partner dealt with the Kumo team. "I yield." Kakashi spoke next from the ground, with the legendary sword at his throat. "Yeah, me too. I yield." Both Miss Swordsmen nodded in acceptance, and withdrew their weapons from their enemies' vitals, grinning madly at one another as they bumped fists. The crowd cheered for their victory. Those of the Mist were loud, but not as loud as the Demon group. The Leaf and Kumo contingents muttered about it not being believable, and how Chakra would have won it for them, but it was all in good fun. Naruto caught the sheath to his katana, which was thrown at him by his warrior queen, and sheathed his weapon. However, before he could seal it back up, Yugao asked, Naruto. Naruto looks back at her, somewhat confused by her hesitation, and nods. Yeah. Yugao approaches and locks her eyes on his sword. May I? Naruto thought about it for a few seconds. His sword was the first of many. Most of the Nadeshiko Kunoichi have one at this point, in various forms, from Kodachi, Tantos all the way up to his Odachi. Their unique black metal was a result of the combination of his Uzumaki sealing technology paired with their armory workers. Technically speaking, they could be considered state secrets. Unsure if it was allowed, he looked to Shizuka, who raised a brow at his confusion and began to approach him, Nami in arm. She spoke up when close. "What's wrong with you?" Naruto gestured with his head toward Yugao, then pointed to his sheathed sword. She wanted to see it up close. Seeing as only those of Nadeshiko are allowed to wield them, I was in two minds about it, seeing as mine was the... Shizuka cut him off. She would have bonked him, but her baby girl was making a racket, so both hands were occupied. "It's fine, right? Your seals have prevented forgeries in the past. I don't see the issue." Naruto nods once, seeing her point, though the mention of Naruto having placed seals naturally drew attention from the Toad Sage and his clansmen. Handing his long katana to Yugao, Naruto speaks softly. "Careful, it's heavier than I make it appear." He was not joking either. As she took it, it was almost twice as heavy as her own sword, while only being a third or so longer. The sheath was not as ornately decorated as one might expect of a ruler, but rather plain. Pitch black, with 2 gray rings at the top, a third ring linking them, and a fourth at the bottom, leaving a 2-inch gap before the gray tip. Pulling the blade out revealed a beautiful matte black blade that was just as sharp as one would imagine of a first-rate sword. As there was no guard or tsuba, the wraps were capped off and secured with a thin strip of gray steel, but on closer inspection, Yugao could see the inscription on the strip that read, "In defense of the light," in an elegant script. She nodded, very Naruto of it, as her eyes traveled to the actual blade itself. Upon the light groove that ran almost the entire length, barely 2 paper sheets deep, half an inch wide, Yugao could see intricate lines of the previously mentioned seals engraved into the dark metal itself. They were masterful in their application, clearly a lot of time had been put into the refined, stately writing of them all. A beautiful masterpiece of calligraphy that stretched the entire trench. Next, Yugao looked at the cutting leading edge. It was clearly well used but well maintained despite just coming from a spar. Not a scratch marred its surface. Just pure black metal, though not shining like other blades polished to such a degree, it was clean and smooth. Done with her inspection and accustomed to its weight, Yugao only then noticed that she wasn't the only one inspecting the katana, as she looked up to find the Uzumaki duo, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and Kiba also inspecting the weapon. Jiraiya commented first. "Those seals are artistically drawn out." Karen nodded in agreement, smirking. "Though, very little waste of any at all. Highly efficient use of channeled chakra. A fine blade, to be sure," Shikamaru said, still staring at the article in question. As an experienced knuckle blade user himself, he could tell how much effort had gone into servicing the weapon before him. "I wouldn't mind a swing with it." Kiba, who was just curious at first, could tell just how dangerous this weapon was at even a glance. He was no swordsman, heck, he barely used his kunai, but as a hunter, he could tell he would not like to be on the receiving end of this sword. "Gives me the creeps just looking at it. The black seems foreboding and uncompromising." Kakashi nodded to that. It reminded him of his father's saber back home. He should really think about getting it repaired at some point. Maybe he could ask if Naruto knew someone or something about reforging, if this blade was anything to go by. "Though," Anoka began, still staring at the script, "I can't make heads or tails of the entire seal on it. Sure, there is a chakra recognition seal at the pommel, but the rest." Naruto, Shizuka, and Kyoto chuckled or grinned at that, with Naruto answering his clansman. "Trade secret. The other Nadeshiko blades were based off that one, so..." Tsunade looks at the two Nadeshiko women and asks, "Do you have similar weapons?" Shizuka handed Nami to Naruto, who smiled wildly at his less fidgety daughter, allowing the woman to unseal her regular-sized katana, which had the same midnight black finish as Naruto's. "My husband made mine personally." Kyoto was relieved of Koki by Shion, who suspected she'd do the same as her sister-wife, and after a quick thank you, Kyoto too brought out her katana. The black blade was similar to the other two. As she spoke, "Mine is the standard issue one, though, of the common variety. It is still linked to my chakra." "Chakra locked, huh?" Shikamaru comments, nodding as that was a decent way to secure them, looking at Naruto who was playing with Nami. "Say, Naruto, any chance of..." "Depends on the talks, Shikamaru." Naruto cut in without looking up from Nami's giggling. Shikamaru nodded, still looking contemplative. Yugao stepped away from the group and started going through her standard kata. Though it was far longer than what she was used to, the weapon itself was fine, though off balance a bit. Naruto noticed this and nodded, expecting it as the chakra recognition was throwing her off balance periodically, thus working as expected. As she finished, Yugao looked down at the blade confused. Naruto appeared at her side, and she looked up to see him place his hand on the handle above her own grip, channeling chakra into it, causing the seals to light up dimly. After a second, he pulled back and smiled at her. "Try again." She nods and does so, immediately feeling the difference. It didn't so much cut the air as feel like the air parted to allow its passage unhindered. The balance was perfect. Its weight did not hinder velocity changes as much as before, and if she hadn't already known, she would have sworn it weighed less than her own sword. Just before she finished her third set, the chakra faded, and immediately she felt the difference, as if the blade's weight had tripled. The sluggishness returned, and she stopped, looking at Naruto, who was watching with his arms folded and a satisfied smirk. "Yeah. Part of the security is everything you've probably noted wrong with it. Though, if you tried to channel chakra through it, you'd get the shock of your lifetime, so I don't recommend you do so." Yugao nods, returns to Naruto, takes and resheathes the odachi, then hands it back, saying, "It is a fine blade. Can I assume that I will receive one?" Naruto shrugged uncommittedly as he took the weapon back, sealing it away in the same motion. "Dunno. Haven't decided yet. She isn't a Nadeshiko nor trained as one, so I don't know what they'd say if I started handing them out, but I might think on that later." This is when Kurama and Shikaku arrived at the chat group, and Naruto knew it was time to end for the night. Looking back at his former protector, he smiled. "The night is over now. Time to get back to our worldly pursuits." The two joined the crowd, and Shikaku immediately headed over to Karen, Anoka, and Jiraiya, who were discussing the blade Kyoto had pulled out, inspecting the seals, and joining in. Naruto approached Kurama, who nodded at his container. Time's up, Runt. I've set the night patrols, and Fugirl has volunteered to keep watch with Chome. Naruto nodded at that. Then come tomorrow, I will take watch, then Gaara, then Utakata, with Yujito last. Kurama nodded softly, before following her Baka container's eyes to the other Uzumaki, her younger brother, and the Toad Sage in discussion. Knowing all the parties, she knew exactly what they were likely discussing and had no intention of allowing her Runt to get involved in that as punishment for joining her little sister instead of calling for her. Not a chance, Runt. Naruto snapped back at her, a plea in his eyes. But, his voice trembling, but she maintained her glare on him. No. I am not done with your punishment for earlier. It was an emergency. You know? Mid-combat. I didn't know you were back in the shrine already. Naruto protested, but she smirked. I don't care. Now move it, Buster, or I'll call her. It took Naruto all of 5 picoseconds to realize who impaled. You wouldn't. Kurama's grin told of her willingness to, and Naruto began to sweat bullets, whispering out. You terrorist. Tilting her head fiendishly, Kurama offered an alternative. Or perhaps I shall handle it myself. The clearing became suspiciously quiet. All the containers swallowed their spit and desperately looked anywhere but at the nine-tailed fox and her container. They weren't the only ones, as even the bijou present were sweating bullets at that threat. As such, the rest followed suit out of an inbuilt, instinctive sense of survival that forced them to look away from the grinning kitsune. The man himself, Naruto Uzumaki, was alone but could not blame them. His companion's sadistic tendencies made Saiken look like a saint, though she rarely uses them these days, as pulling pranks, goofing off, or projecting power was far more fun. However, on rare occasions, they popped up, and Naruto looked like her new toy. Naruto was unashamed of his bowing, a full 90-degree bow, nor the plea that leaked into his voice. I will be good, Kurama-sama. Main Shrine. The following morning, Naruto was preparing breakfast with Anoka and Karen assisting when Shion arrived, slightly surprised to have expected her husband to already be at his office by now. She was not complaining about this development, as she knew that the remaining 3 days would be tough, with Naruto split between meetings, paperwork, and security work. She herself would be split between keeping the children safe and her own work in internal affairs for the nation. Sharing a kiss with her husband, as he flipped the bacon, then the eggs, and then checked on the honeyed ham. It didn't take long for Shion to fall into the cooking line, taking note of the coordinated sips of coffee between the 3 Uzumaki and finding it humorous. When Shion started humming a tune, the others took notice, but it also reminded Naruto of King Michiru's request, and he decided to address it. Say, wife dearest. Shion looked over, pausing her placement of the next plate for the eggs her husband was cooking, as he continued. Michiru asked about the pulled pork. She chuckled saintly, a massive smile on her face at the fact that the king of Moon Country was so obsessed with her family dish that even his personal chef had to be called in. Though she responded with a soft nod. Yes. It will be served at the banquet tonight. Feel free to tell him, Mei, Gaara, and the others. There should be enough for all those on the guest list for seconds. Though do not tell them that. We'll leave it as a surprise. Naruto grinned at that, nodding before glancing over his opposite shoulder at his 2 clansmen, who looked back at him. Trust me, guys, you won't be disappointed. They set the table just as most of the kids showed up, but Naruto didn't stick around long, as he finished his food rather hastily. His first meeting with Mei was about treaty renegotiations. As he stood, kissed Nami on the forehead, earning a giggle, he looked to Yujito. The Kumo group had joined for breakfast. He asked, So, Yujito, who is escorting me today? Yujito stared at him blankly. The two were still a bit on edge around each other after their arguments, and neither really knew how to approach it, as this was new territory for them. Though she supposed that it also had something to do with Matatabi, who had been sulking in her seal since last night. Yet, before she could answer, he waved her off, and Naruto left the room. It's fine. I'll handle it. She jumped up, but he was gone already, if that yellow flash was anything to go by. Sighing, Yujito looked down at the food, before flopping down in her seat. She hated this. He was her stupid little brother. Her brother. How the fuck was she meant to fix this? None knew what to tell the Kumo Jonin, though. Omoe stood silently, heading out via a smokeless body flicker. Breakfast was quiet after that. Missed consulate. Naruto silently flashed in, out of sight from most, as he yawned with his coffee in hand as he makes his way to the meeting room. As he wasn't actively hiding, it did not take long for Mei, who was familiar enough with his presence, to pick up on his arrival. Utakata too. He entered the briefing room, which was void of life, sat at one end, his cup of coffee a quarter full, and immediately pulled out copies of his current agreements with the Hidden Mist and Water Country. Mei would find him like this, still in her own casual wear, truly a rare sight, and a gift to Naruto's mood as he recognized her dark blue t-shirt. It was his during their brief stint as housemates. Her baggy trousers were Chojuro's favorite pair from back then, and her hair was bedhead of the highest order. Classic. Naruto smirked as she dropped into the seat beside him, sipped the last of his coffee, and spoke softly. Brings back memories, huh? Mei smirked back at him. She had no makeup or anything else, just her natural self, and even Naruto would have been lying about her beauty, even if it was solely in jest. She spoke up. Yeah. The aftermath may have been difficult for us all, but the small apartment we shared holds many memories I still think of fondly. Naruto nodded in agreement, as he placed down his empty mug aside, taking the one she brought in, as Chojuro, also in casual wear, arrived with the files and sipped his own coffee. It took a few minutes to sort all the paperwork in order of importance, and the trio fell back into their roommate days from a few months after the water massacre, before Naruto left for help from Suna after Mei and Aao had finished sorting out their situation. Naruto recalls their final mission together as a four-man cell, escorting the daimyo back to her home in the capital after spending time in Kiri while the ruins were repaired. You're thinking of our last mission again. Mei's voice brought the reminiscing Naruto from his trip down memory lane. His eyes dropped from the ceiling, down to his first friends after his banishment, and he nodded once, smiling the whole time. The three of us here like this. Chojuro smiled softly, as he lowered his drink. That apartment? Naruto smirked. Is it still there? It is, Mei confirmed, her head resting against her hand as she read the new proposal her council wanted to present to the regent, continuing. I listed it under your name after the Kage Tower was rebuilt, as I had to take up residence there. She glanced up at him, smiling softly. Though I still use it on occasion. Naruto nods before inspecting the document she hands to him, a new supply of medical herbs that should be ready by month's end. Signing it, he nods again. Did anyone fix that leaking shower head? Chojuro answered. I did. Still leaks though, Mei informed, earning a chuckle from the other two. No matter what we did to it. Naruto nods as he reads over another proposal, responding softly. I'll have a look when I head over next month. A pit stop for my trip to Sunagakure. Mei raised a brow, lifting her emerald gaze to meet his sapphire. Don't you just reverse summon yourself? Naruto blinked at that, recalling that yes, he does do that, before shrugging. I do. Guess I'll take the long way home instead then. Have Isabu's song pick me up from there? Chojuro chuckled softly into his mug before sipping. The two officials signed off on a few more trade-related documents before finally speaking up. Are you going to speak to your ex-girlfriend again? Have to write. Naruto mumbled, earning chuckles from the other two. Or things could get messy for you. Looking to Mei. Right? Mei sighs at that, nodding. The council hasn't stopped whining at me about it. They want to know if the Yuki clan is making a comeback. Her constant refusals have ruffled more than a few feathers. Naruto's eyes hardened at that, staring directly into his friend's eyes, though she didn't even twitch, speaking up. What? Don't trust me? You know I trust you, Ash-chan. He grinned, and she narrowed her eyes at him, trying not to rise to that taunt, but damn, she wanted to melt him right now. Naruto knew this too, so his grin grew foxy, yet before he could push her buttons any further, Chojuro drew his attention. "Hey Naruto, Mei." Both Mei and Naruto looked at the casually sitting swordsman, who adjusted his glasses as he stared at a particular scroll open before him. "Have you seen this?" Mei reached and took up the scroll, having not recognized it, and perked up in response. Though she knew it was impossible to deal with now. Seems I have a certain counselor to melt when I get home." Both men knew that she meant it too. The heat in the air was not a warning nor the heating seals acting up. This is what Utakata walked into, seeing his former boss and brother at one end of the long table, piles of papers around them in semi-neat piles. He yawned as he approached. "Yo!" Naruto glanced over, eyes leaving the revised fishing rights and waters off the land of honey. "Oh, Utakata! Fancy meeting you here." Chojuro snorted, Mei grinned, and Utakata shrugged, taking a seat. "Yeah, well, I have a class in a bit, and Hataru was rather insistent about my attendance." Naruto snickered, returned to the treaty draft. "I don't doubt." Though he paused for a moment, before looking at his brother. "Say, have you been to the land of honey recently?" Utakata shakes his head, speaking up with a yawn. "Nah, not particularly. Fu has though. You should ask her." Naruto snorted at that, waving his hand dismissively. "She only goes there for those damn honey gumdrops. She wouldn't know the current fishing regulations if I had ordered her to find them." "True," the room collectively acknowledged, knowing that Fu's love for sweets was only second to Gaara. Though, both seemed to be in a race in that regard. Utakata speaks up. "Though, I was thinking on heading towards spring country next. The warm season is coming up soon." "That's true," Mei says with a nod, going through several reports, as she swore she saw something regarding that earlier and set it aside. "I believe Lady Daimyo wanted an escort there to meet the actress Daimyo. I had it here somewhere." "The fact that you have it here." Naruto dropped his fourth mug of coffee, then looked at Mei. "Means she has asked for the 8 blades again, huh?" Mei nodded distractedly. "Yes. Along with Chojuro." Naruto looks to Utakata. "Any ideas of exactly when the warm season kicks off?" The black-haired, golden-eyed container thought about that for a moment, before it came to him. 2 months or so." Naruto let out a tight breath. "That's going to make my schedule incredibly tight." "Oh?" Chojuro asked, from the other side of the table, helping Mei sort the documents. Naruto sighed at that, before looking up from the sale request for rosemary to a shop in the water capital. "Yeah. At the end of next month, I have an escort mission with the Wind Daimyo. It will probably last no more than a week." Mei finally finds the request and scans it with practiced ease. How fast can you get from wind to water?" Naruto let out a heavy sigh, pinching his nose, face scrunched up. Just give it to me straight." Mei looked apologetic as she spoke slowly. "The following week is for your wind escort." "Fine," Naruto replied swiftly, not even caring at that point. "But do tell her that we'll set off later than expected." Mei nods, but Chojuro speaks up. "If it helps, I'll take the first watch." Naruto nodded gratefully. "It would be nice." "Thanks, Chojuro." Utakata speaks up. "I could go in your stead, no? I mean, sure, I haven't used a sword in a while, but I think I can handle it." Naruto looks at him with a smile. "Thanks for the concern, Utakata, but I don't want to railroad you into anything. It goes against your nature. If you're there, great. We haven't done a mission together in a while. If not, then fine, there's always next time." Utakata smiled at that, nodding firmly, just as Hataru arrived with a fresh pitcher of coffee, though she did raise a brow at the laid-back attitude of this formal meeting. All were in casual wear, beside Naruto, though his jacket was on the back of his chair, top loose. As she places down the refreshments, Chojuro moving to give everyone a refill, Hataru asks, "Isn't this supposed to be super important, official stuff for the country and stuff?" Everyone nodded at that, with no sign of anything changing, so she arched a blonde eyebrow. "Then, why are you all so calm and casual about this whole thing?" Mei shrugged in a familiar, fluid manner. Hotaru. We are normally in formal meetings and stuff in public places as that is required of our stations. Behind closed doors, we are more roommates than anything else. Sure, it's been years since we were actually roommates, but old habits and all that. Chojuro nodded, handing Naruto his mug back, speaking. Yeah, besides, this paperwork is stressful enough, and I'm not even the one signing them. Utakata chuckled upon hearing Naruto grumble about stupid teammates not backing him up and stuff, though made to scowl at her swordsman. The Six Tails host speaks up to his student. Hotaru, you need to take respite whenever you can, however you can, to perform at your best when you need to. As wartime shinobi, these three have that drilled into their personalities thus, in private, they will take it easy if they can but still get the work done. Preach. Naruto and Chojuro chorus, Mei chuckling at their antics, as she files the signed works into 2 stacks for approved and denied. Hotaru nods slowly, processing that, as she looks over the stacks of paperwork that they have indeed been combing through. Sure, they are relaxed and a nice easygoing atmosphere hung about them as they chat idly around mundane things, but they are clearly also focused on their jobs even if they don't seem to be doing so. She can't really complain about their work ethic. Just before the 3-hour mark, all the papers requiring Naruto and Mei's attention had been finished, and Naruto had a few minutes to relax before he had to meet the tea representative. Placing his mug down, he stood. I need to hit the road. I have to meet T next. Chojuro was first up, and fist bumped his friend. It was fun having you around here. You should visit Kiri soon. Yeah? I've heard that a lot at this festival. It took me almost a year to get back here with all the kids and stuff. I will get back to normal service soon, Naruto informed, and the swordsman nodded, as the blonde made it to his other roommate, who stood and gave him an affectionate hug. Nothing sensual or anything, but purely platonic. She acted flirtatiously in public, but she truly cared for her friends in private. Please visit more often, Naruto. It has been a while since we had a movie night or anything. Yeah, I will. Though if you ambush me with Kuno's kitsune again, I will burn your eyebrows off again. She chuckles nervously, pulls back, and grins softly. No promises. He plays scowls, but moves off with a chuckle, as Utakata stands. Fancy walking part way? Naruto nodded as he recalled that the tea group was just south of the central plaza, swung his formal jacket onto his shoulders, and said, Sure. The place isn't far from the plaza. Oni no Kuni, town. Naruto is joined by Utakata and Hotaru, as he heads towards the town center, with more than a few waving at him, though that bakery on the corner of the street of the Mist Consulate ran him out an experimental coffee brew they'd been working on. It was a bit too sweet for him, but Fu would love it. Gaara too. As they approached the central plaza, they noticed the Akimichi stand off to the side doing well for itself clearly. This is when both Naruto and Utakata's stomachs growl in unison, causing more than a few to do a triple take over their direction. Hotaru had never been so embarrassed. The 2 demon jonin looked at each other and nodded, silently agreeing, then moved towards the stall. Hotaru was stunned for a moment before rushing to catch up, shouting, Wait up! Oni no Kuni, Akimichi-kyu. Naruto and Utakata entered the establishment together, and Choza spotted them immediately, waving them to a seating booth. Guided by their stomachs, the duo moved together just as Hotaru entered and followed them. After slipping in, Hotaru would join Utakata's side. Choza stood at the table's end. So, what can we get you? Naruto didn't miss a beat. Full barbecue ribs, full mashed bowl, and 2 glasses of water. Utakata's response was simpler. Same. Choza jotted them both down, signaling to his clansmen to start, before he turned to the lady. Half-grilled chicken, side of cheese salad. If you would be so kind. Choza nods with a smile. Of course, a drink? Water, please. Hot responded. The big man nodded with a chuckle. Coming right up. He would return a scant 20 minutes later with the food, the drinks being served already, to find Utakata and Naruto in a high-stakes game of noughts and crosses. Choza swore the air around the table was thick enough to cut with a leg of lamb. He was not even sure the girl was breathing as the two stare each other down. Yet, it was Utakata who broke the stalemate. Draw? Naruto nods. Draw. They shook hands as their stomachs growled, and now Chosen knew why they both agreed so quickly. The food in his hands, he chuckled lowly as he and his clansmen placed down the order. As they tackled their food, he himself slid up a chair, causing Naruto to look at him with a raised brow, expecting this to be honest. Can I help you, Choza-san? Choza is just fine, Naruto. I know enough about you that formalities aren't your thing. Choza waved off, and Naruto swallowed his mouth before nodding, signaling for the clan head to speak. Well, I am not sure if you are aware of this or not, but we are doing pretty well here. I have. Naruto nods, pulling apart another rib with his bare hands, yet not even a speck of sauce reached his formal wear, so Choza continued. So, I was wondering. Naruto cut in. Find a shop. I'll green-light it if the Hokage and I come to an agreement. Choza smiles and nods, getting up. That was surprisingly simple. Naruto shrugged, responding after swallowing. I would likely have a riot on my hands if I denied it. He then shrugged. Besides, I have been reminded recently that I shouldn't ignore my past as my family and friends are here to help me. Choza smiles at that, placing a hand on the younger shinobi's shoulder. Wise words. I will let you get back to your food. Our doors are always open to you, Naruto. Never forget that. Naruto offered a stiff nod, and the man left, as he caught Utakata's eyes. A brief, silent exchange before the former Mist Shinobi turned Demon Shinobi smiles. We all have your back, little brother. It's what siblings do, right? Naruto smiled back and shrugged. I think so. Your guess is as good as mine. Both share a chuckle at their parroted words, with Ataru smiling softly as she ate her own lunch, sensing that her company just had a family moment. This was nice. Being part of a larger whole. Saiken also noticed, and recalled the exchange they had back in the office from within her seal within Utakata. She took a mental tally. Both Utak and Yujito are truly good siblings for Naruto, an experience that will only benefit the family as a whole. Even her fellow Bijou are learning how to be better siblings to one another through their containers. Naruto's office. Omo had been looking for the boss all morning, and hadn't found him anywhere. Thus, he returned to the shrine to check if he had an itinerary for his meetings. As he entered the office, he found Shion there with Sato, going over domestic affairs. His entrance caused the occupants to look up. Shion raised a brow. Omoy, shouldn't you be? The man nodded, swirled his pop in his mouth, and said, Yeah, can't find him. Wanted to know if you knew where he'd be. Sato nodded, reached for the drawer at the back of the room, pulled out a folder, and upon opening it, frowned. It should be here. Shion frowned briefly, then searched the top drawers and found a diary. Naruto insisted it wasn't a diary, but she called it that regardless of her husband's complaints about her naming sense. She flipped it open to find the schedule, though it was more suggestive in nature, and let out a tired sigh. Why doesn't he write things down? Sato sighed, shaking his head. Sometimes I wonder if he has any sense. Shion looks up from inspecting the book. Either Mist Consulate or the Tea Group. Though, he might be going to see Gaara for lunch. Omoin nodded once, swiftly turning on the balls of his feet. I'll get on it right away. Shion calls, and he glances back at her. I do not know what happened between him and Yujito, but do me a favor and don't try to fix it. I will handle it when he gets back, okay? He nods once, gives a two-finger salute, says, Yes, ma'am, and heads out, leaving Shion to sigh again. She then looks at the samurai captain and says, Sometimes he can be so thick-headed. That he is, my lady. Sato nodded in agreement as they got back to it. Shrine approach. Omoy strolled down toward the town, to find Utakata and Hataru heading up back toward the shrine. He smiled and waved. Yo, Bubbles! Lollipop! Utakata responded, and they both grin at that, though the dark-skinned man asks, You seen the boss? Been looking for him. Supposed to be his guard and all. We just left him. Hataru informed, and Omo raised a brow, so she continued. We just had lunch at that stall in town. Said he was going to meet with the tea group afterwards. Omo let out a relieved sigh, nodding after that. Thanks. Saved my ass wandering around aimlessly. Did something happen? Yudakata asks, brow raised, to which Omo nods. Boss and Kitten had that argument yesterday. They are still not talking. Yudakata frowned, but nodded, recalling that small altercation. I will talk to Yujito. Despite everything, I know those two are the closest with one another. They need each other. Oma nodded, but he recalled Shion's words. Right, well, boss lady said she'd handle boss man when he gets back. I am not to try anything until she does. The demon shinobi nodded firmly, Yudakata whispered. I would listen to her then. We have a class to attend. Oni no Kuni, town. Naruto just got out of dealing with the tea negotiations, letting out a weary sigh as they had asked for tulips, but most had already been sold, and they couldn't meet that demand. Thankfully, they accepted the red daisies instead. Naruto was brought back to his thoughts by a voice. Yo, boss man. Looking up, Omo was resting against the wall opposite, in his Kumo Chunin uniform, sword and all. Omo, what brings you? Your guardsmen today. Figured I could do with some time away from the female hormones back at the house. He shrugged after that, pushing off the wall. Naruto nodded, understanding that, and moved off towards his next destination. Fine. Keep up. We have to get to Suna now. We have to make a stop at Michiro first, to let him know that the pulled pork is on the table. Omo fell into step, then immediately out of it upon hearing that information. However, he quickly caught back up with the most serious expression Naruto had ever seen on the Chunin's face. Is that confirmed? It is. Naruto chuckled as they entered the central plaza. And you are the first to know outside my clan and family. Be careful with that level of information. Omen nodded seriously. That was S-rank mission-worthy information he now had. He wouldn't let it slip even if he had to take on half of Kumo. Then the other half would probably come to their aid, and then he'd have to go up against B-sensei, and then the Raikage would probably join in. His spiraling thoughts were broken by a flick on his mind's eye. Naruto spoke up. Stay with me, Omo. You're supposed to be my escort, remember? Omo nods, recalling that fact, and focuses on staying on his friend's back. Cadet Training Grounds. Yujito arrives to find the training ground filled with preteens from all over this continent, running about in exercises or going through the established basic demon sword training course set forth by Mist and Kumo. Looking around, she finds her other brother, Yudakata, walking through the 3 ranks of 4 students who are drilling their hand signs. Heading over, Yujito was surprised when Yudakata spoke first, just as she reached him. I wondered when you were going to come here. Yujito raised a delicate blonde brow. Yudakata looking to her calmly, blank-faced. After what happened yesterday, I was informed that you two are still not in our little brother's good graces. She flinched, then sagged down, Yujito muttered. Yeah, it's a bit of an issue. Yudakata nodded at that, looked at her, and said, This is new to all of us, Yujito. Our entire family is new, and none of us know how to be siblings fully yet. He shrugged. I think you both need to just sit down and speak to one another. Yujito just stared at him for a long moment, before she asked, Speak to one another? Yutak. The last time we did. You both let your bijou instincts get the better of you. Yudakata spoke firmly, his golden gaze upon her piercing. Yujito had to swallow that hard pill. He wasn't wrong after all, though. The two of them were probably the two closest with their tenants and in line with their more basic instincts of the family. Besides, maybe Fu. Before her thoughts traveled too far down that rabbit hole, there was a thought. Rabbit. Yudakata's voice dragged her out of her own mind. He spoke. Besides, I am pretty sure there is more than one reason you are so angry at him, right? Snapping up at her brother of circumstance, Yujito looked genuinely confused. So Yudakata elaborated, his gaze returning to the kids ahead of him. I mean, his outburst was largely overblown, but it was also in line with his usual way of doing things. Protecting the family. Yes, Matatabi messed up, he was mad. It is our job to rein him in when he steps over. Finally, he looked at her again, his gaze level. Yet you blew up at him, foregoing your normal thought process. If you had been paying attention, you would have noticed both Gaara and I about to interject. Fu, too, was going to cut him off. Yet you exploded on him. So I ask you, Yujito ni, what are you not telling me? Yujito was left at a loss for words. She never really thought the family's airhead was this observant. Nor did she think that the others would come to her tenant's defense against their brother. Thinking back, maybe he was right. She wasn't thinking straight either. Neither were. Naruto had just returned from a fierce battle against two S-class shinobi, while protecting two family members and using an experimental technique that they had theorized about but never intended to use. They were unsure of the potential mindset shift that could result, either temporarily or permanently. Sighing hard, face meeting palm, Yujito nodded and mumbled out of earshot for everyone but her brother beside her, who had returned to instructions. I have to apologize, Utakata. I am not sure if I can actually say anything here, but I know what I have to do now. She looks up to see him looking back at her, over his shoulder with a smile. Utakata speaks softly with a shrug. We're family, right? It's our job to look out for one another. Yujito smiled back, shaking her head. Where did you learn that? Utakata smirked now, shrugging carelessly. Naruto. Though he was unsure of it too. They both share a chuckle before inspecting the hand signs of these recruits. Just as the last genin hopeful completes a satisfactory set, given approval from both Utakata and Yujito, the latter turns to the former. I need to get going. I think I have some things to do. No problem though, I think I'll be here for the banquet tonight. Utakata looking at her, to which she nods with a smirk, Yujito asks. For the pulled pork, right? He nods with more seriousness than Yujito has ever seen. Wait. No. Maybe that lumberjack back in the land of hot water, who hit on Seiken. No one recalls what happened to the bastard. Or his hussy who had hit on him. It doesn't matter. Suna consulate. Omoi had watched the boss man and the Kazekage discuss the agreement and proposals from both lands for the last hour, as if discussing the weather. Lifestyles, livelihoods, and economic choices are altered by the swipes of these pens, yet they were both rather nonchalant about it all. Even a joke or two was thrown out. Dad jokes made an appearance too. He blinked at that. Right. They were both dads. Both S-ranked powerhouses who could wipe out armies using their hands with chakra or the pens they currently wield. It suddenly dawned on Omo that two of the top shinobi in their alliance were sitting before him, and if he messed up, Kumo's reputation could suffer. Then, the Reikage would either be forced to offer an apology or break the agreement, leading to a war that would... His thoughts were halted by a ball of sand smacking his chest lightly. Blinking owlishly, Oma looked to the Kazekage, who, along with the boss, was staring at him with an intense gaze. Naruto spoke up. You really need to get a girlfriend, man. You were thinking way too loudly. Omoi was confused. How could one think loudly? Gaara spoke up, seemingly reading his mind. You bite down on your sweet, furrow your eyebrows, then scratch your chin whenever you go on your mental tirades. Naruto noticed the Chunin to let out a deep sigh, shoulders sagging, before scratching the back of his head, a habit he picked up from Naruto, before speaking. My apologies. I will work on that. Naruto smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. Stopping your mental spirals, or getting a girlfriend. Oma looked bewildered for a moment, before chuckling nervously. Yet Gaara jumped in on that bandwagon. There are many fine women within the Alliance territory of sufficient attractiveness. As long as it isn't my sister. Said sister had been about to enter and overheard that, thus kicking in the double oak doors with a growl. Oh? What was that, Gaara? Both containers paled. Omoi's red face was noted by the Kazekage, who promptly stared holes into the lowly Chunin from Kumogaku no Sato. Gaara, answering his sister, maintains his glare at the white-haired, dark-skinned shinobi, who is definitely not good enough for his sister. That Chunin Omoi is not good enough for you, so he should leave you out of his prospect pool. Temari was a statue at the information shared, unsure how to take it, though she did take note of Naruto's tense posture, who seemed to be in between suppressing a giggle and not wanting to draw her ire. So she turned on him, internally smirking. Oh? You think that's funny? No, ma'am. Naruto's swift response, regal training cranked up to 20 with his regal posture and tone flat. To what extent would my actions suggest that to be the case? Temari played scowled, internally impressed at how he pulled that 180, though she maintained her faux anger. So you think I can't choose my own man, huh? Naruto didn't even twitch at the accusation, though he could sense the sand particles passing by his feet toward the clearly nervous Chunin behind him. Gaara wasn't messing around anymore, nor did he want to get into trouble with his big sister. His one weakness was her approval, after all. Clearing his throat, hard, Naruto had used that sound to mask his discreet blast of wind that knocked the sand clear of Omoi, who relaxed at his boss saving his skin. You know that is not the case here, Temari no Sabaku. I would appreciate that we all take a moment to calm down and recenter ourselves on the meeting. Oh? Temari says lowly, raising a brow and placing her hands on her hips. Naruto knew that pose all too well. It was her reverse trickster pose, where she was concocting an evil scheme that would benefit her at his expense. He had to shut this down now before she got too far into her complex planning, and he had his trump card. Many would call it a waste for such a situation, however Temari was like a hyperactive Nara in her planning. Not only that, but as she has spent so much time with him, she has picked up a bit of his unpredictable nature, making her truly worthy of the S rank she was gifted with by IWA. Clearing his throat a second time, Naruto nods once firmly. Yes. After all, I do have vital information that you may wish to hear. About our next appointment. All the loose sand Gaara had been moving around the wind wall Naruto had deployed ceased all movement at that moment. It all swiftly moved back to his feet the next, as the Kazekage sat forward in his seat, eyes fixated on those of his first friend. I am listening. Naruto looks back at him, perfectly blank-faced, before looking to a contemplative Temari asking her. What about you, Temari no Sabaku? Said Kunoichi stared back at him for a moment, though crossed her arms, a sign that he had her attention in Naruto's knowledge of his friend's body language. So he nods, before explaining. I can officially confirm that the pulled pork is on the table. Gaara nodded once to confirm he had heard, before looking at Omoi. Your life is your own once more. Do not waste it with such folly again. Omoi nods frantically, sweating bullets, and responds quickly. I promise, sir. I swear. For a moment, nothing changed before everyone, but the Kumo shinobi, burst into laughter, confusing him. A second Temari stepped into the room, laughing too, as the first one looked back at her with a toothy grin, held up a victory sign, and then puffed away in a plume of smoke. Temari then chuckled. Wow. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought that was really me too. You are really good at that. Naruto shrugged as he finally calmed to light chuckles. Yeah, well, have you not seen our mission record? Your inflections were rather easy to replicate after all that time together. Gaara nods too. Indeed. Though I must admit, I did not think that such a prank would work on Omo-san. Though, he was rather distracted so. Everything clicked then for Omoi. He had been duped. Letting out a tired sigh, he leaned against the wall, his arm covering his eyes. Man, I thought you were really trying to kill me, you know? That was the idea, yes. Gaara's voice maintained its usual tone of flatness in his response, though Naruto could see the slight twitch of amusement on his face. Thankfully, Temari was there and gently tapped her little brother's shoulder. Leave the poor boy alone. You two have tormented him enough for one day. Try a year. Oma muttered, and Naruto chuckled at that, shaking his head. Sorry, Oma, but you are such an easy target. After things had calmed down, Temari looked at her fellow Suna Jonin. Say, Naruto, are we joining your trek home? Naruto shrugged. Sure, if you guys want. It'll be a bit of waiting around as we set up. Not a problem, Gaara informs. Naruto nods as they finish up the final paperwork, with stamped letters indicating either acceptance or rejection. As Naruto and Gaara chat amicably at the entrance of the consulate building, Omoi rests on the gate ahead of them, casually observing the celebrating civilians who are heading out to their second night of the 4-day festivities. This is obviously spotted by the Leaf Group, who are in the hotel across the street. Though the Kumo Chunin was broken from his watching of a pair of very fine teenaged women in kimonos, who were clearly giving him the eyes, as he turned back upon the door opening to reveal an absolutely bombshell of a lady. Wait. That's Temari. He paled. Temari stepped out into the front yard of the building, wearing an elegant full-length formal dress, a form-fitting kimono, her bust emphasized with a perfect blend of sex appeal and modesty, and a long haori in the traditional Suna color palette, adorned with her clan's sigil and the saber arrow. Her makeup was light, featuring peach lip gloss, a hint of blush on her cheeks, and darker eyeliner to make her eyes stand out further. With her heeled sandals, Temari stood just barely shorter than her male best friend, who had his eyebrow raised at the sight of her. Her hair was done up in a layered flow, having escaped from its normal 4 pigtails. A smirk covered her nervousness as she placed her hands on her hips, matching Naruto's eyes as she asks, "What? I can clean up too, you know." Naruto maintained his stare for a full 10 seconds, causing the Suna princess to fidget slightly, a first for Gaara, who had his gaze moving from his brother to sister, repeatedly. He also noticed the blush dawning his sister's face, and his mind connected the dots easily enough. This banquet was not the first they'd gone to, but his sister had never gone this far in her formal attire or makeup. Gaara smirks internally. His sister has a crush on Naruto. He then frowned. Even though he approved, he also knew that Naruto would never cross that line as he is in love with his wives. He must make a plan to combat this. It was up to him to help his big sister find love. Naruto will treat her well, regardless of his other 2 wives. Naruto eventually speaks up. "I never doubted it, Mari, but I didn't think you needed to bring out the big guns tonight." Temari grinned, posing confidently. "Big guns? This is not my big guns yet. You should come to my birthday for that one." Naruto shrugged fluidly, his gaze fixed on his fellow blonde. "Like I said, if you host it here, sure. I'll likely show. No promises, though." Looking at Gaara, who had just finished complimenting his wife, who had also cleaned up very well, looking all cute, if you asked Naruto. However, he spoke up. "So, are you ready, Gaara? I take it Kankuro is on babysitting duty." "He is," Matsuri confirmed, smiling sweetly, causing Naruto to break into a cold sweat for some reason. Adjusting his collar, he maintained his diplomatic smile as she continued. "After all, he should learn that he must be more responsible than anyone else as the head of the Sabaku clan." Naruto's face was carefully neutral, contemplating his response carefully before eventually nodding. He didn't want to risk being on his sister-in-law's shit list tonight, as he already had a sister who was mad at him. "Very well. We should get moving then." Temari took position on Naruto's arm, who seemed to be unfazed by her presence beside him, and they headed to the gate to find a formally dressed Tsunade, Hana, Kelsey, Kakashi, and Yugao. Naruto looked at Temari, who suddenly placed her head on his shoulder, so he looked at Gaara, who looked back and shrugged. They both looked to the Hokage, Naruto asking, "Lady Hokage, what brings you here?" Tsunade smiled slightly. "Well, Lord Regent, King Michiru spoke of the banquet tonight, and so we were awaiting to accompany you to the location." The other members of the Leaf contingent arrived. The clan heads were formally dressed, and the shinobi guards were all wearing their uniforms, which were pristinely decorated. Their headbands and kunai were polished to a sparkle, their shirts ironed, and even their plated gloves seemed cleaner. Sighing internally, Naruto nods once firmly, filled with the dignity of his station, and says, "Very well." His eyes travel across the gathering, noting the Nara eyeing up the impressive sight of his sister, Temari, hanging off him. Though, Hana was clearly going all out in an exquisite manner with an eye-catching full-length formal dress, a loose-fitting black and green kimono, that pushed up her bust, which no hot-blooded man could ignore. Naruto could appreciate the view, though he did not inspect it too closely, despite the fact that she had her hair up in a noble bun, Saban keeping the ornate look in place, and away from the long-leaf green Haori. Leading the larger group, Naruto and Gaara strolled through the town, women on their arms, with Omo walking between the two steps behind, acting as a buffer between the two groups. The Leaf group followed, with the Shinobi Guard group moving as honor guards for both groups. Shrine approach. As the group entered the shrine's approach, the first samurai guard post waved them in, saluting their regent as he passed by, splitting their unit up to provide the appropriate guard for the next checkpoint. None of the 12 samurai commented on the Suna princess's blissful appearance, hanging from the arm of their leader. It was way above their pay grade. Reaching the second checkpoint, Naruto finally turned to the Leaf group, speaking formally. Be warned. Any wrong move from this point on, you will be detained immediately, and without mercy. I am not going to be held accountable for your actions now that you have been warned. They all nodded in agreement. Naruto looked forward, but swiftly looked to the side and saw the discreetly watching Yujito within the shadows of the tree there, but she did not reveal herself to anyone but him. She just watched for a moment before vanishing again, and Naruto moved on with the others. Her message was simple and straightforward. Meet me later, alone. We need to talk. Outer Shrine. The shrine came into view of the Leaf troop for the first time, and many of them held their breath. However, it might have been because two large, 20-meter-tall eight-tailed kitsune were flanking the final checkpoint before the final approach. They were both regal-looking, purple and black, muscular, and covered in elegant, ornately detailed dark green armor, and no shinobi could miss the sheer amount of dense chakra they both had. Hana, Kiba, and Kelsey couldn't help but gawk at these massive foxes that had spotted Naruto and lowered their heads to greet him, as Naruto speaks up softly. Katriana, Tadanana, it is great to see you both. Their gentle melodic voices caught many off guard. Katriana answered first. You are always so respectful, Naruto-sama. This is our job, no? Defending the den. Tadanana chuckled with a thicker accent, as she rarely ever spoke the human tongue. We are thankful, Naruto-sama. Naruto smiles as Temari speaks up. Katriana-chan, how is little Sophia-chan doing? The chirp was adorable, not matching the expectations of the newcomers from an animal of this size, as Katriana responded. She is doing fine and is eager to see you again, Lady Sabaku. Please, Temari speaking up. We have gone over this already, Katriana-chan. Can you not call me Temari? The giggles from both as they raised up were soft and melodic. Tadanana responded shortly after they reached their full height. No, Sabaku-sama. Naruto snickered as Temari let out a tired sigh. Hana stepped up beside them, her eyes locked on the towering canines. Naruto, they. Members of the Guardian Corps consist of 7 and 8-tailed kitsune. Our strongest fighters. Naruto informs with pride, noting that the kitsune themselves seemed to take pride in his acknowledgment. He continued, We have not required them to act, but it is better to be safe than sorry. Thus, their presence here. Hana nodded, still in awe at the strength of these fellow canines. Her own partners were just as hesitant to approach and question their own strength in the face of these beasts. Kiba and Akamaru were also at a loss for words. These were the pinnacle of the fox's strength. Tsunade was measuring them against her own summon, Katsuyu, and to be honest, she doubted that she could handle one of these guardians. These kitsune were not even the strongest of their race. They had to be careful not to cross them. Though, she knew this already. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade looked to her forces, who all met her flowing gaze and nodded their support for her endeavor. So, she nodded once. Looking forward, she spotted Naruto, Temari, Gaara, and his wife heading into the building. The Hokage spoke. Let us go. This is it. The chance to clean things up. Hi, Lady Hokage. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the story of the Lost Fox, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.